Chapter 247. The 10,000 Beast Devouring Sutra happened to be the perfect counter to the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's demonic technique. It allowed Xiao Han to complete an impossible task. He successfully hunted the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. With the death of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, the mission panel in Xiao Han's Xianxia token began to tremble. Auspicious clouds and auspicious chi flashed and a notification was triggered. The mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor had been completed by Xiao Han alone. Now, Xiao Han could return to the Xianxia Pagoda to receive 10,000 contribution points. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to return to the Xianxia Pagoda. He held the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal in his hand. The amber-colored Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal was clear and flawless, like the most beautiful gem in the world. It was a priceless treasure that was hard to get even with money. In the Demon Emperor crystal, there was a primordial azure dragon with a horn on its head, emitting a terrifying sense of danger and primordial aura. There were also densely packed demon runes flickering, and one could vaguely hear the sound of demonic singing. The tattoo on the palm of the demon, the arch on his left arm, throbbed with greed and desire, wanting to devour the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal directly. I'll find a place to hide and recuperate. I'll also refine the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's corpse at the same time. Let's see how many benefits I've gained now. Hee. I wonder how strong my combat strength will be after this seclusion. Hee. I'm really looking forward to it. Although he had killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, Xiao Han had also paid a terrible price. His body was covered with terrifying cracks, and the heat flow of the indestructible golden body could not completely repair it for a while. He needed to rest. If Xiao Han got up and returned to the Xianxia Pagoda now, it would be really dangerous. Not to mention encountering Li Fanming, even Zhou Chuan and Ye Sainer, who were at the expanding acupoint realm, could kill Xiao Han. The aftermath of the true qi could shatter Xiao Han's injured body. After the fortuitous encounter, I have to be even more cautious. I can't make any mistakes. I have to tread on thin ice. If I'm killed at this time, I'll be a fool. After thinking about it, Xiao Han directly activated the demonic Monarch palm on his left arm and dug a pit that was dozens of feet deep. He brought the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor's corpse and went underground. He then activated his genuine qi to move the scorched earth mountains over and filled the deep pit. He then poured all the gravel and soil on the ground into the pit and filled it with genuine qi, so that ordinary people would not be able to see any traces of it. Moreover, after entering underground, Xiao Han used the spirit turtle's true qi to seal up his eyes, ears, mouth, nose and tongue, entering a profound state of suspended animation. Not a single aura leaked out. Even his body temperature was sealed up perfectly. The demon qi from the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor corpse was also trapped by the spirit turtle's true qi. Underground. There was dead silence. It was no different from a tomb. Xiao Han absorbed the benefits of this fortuitous encounter as much as he could. First of all, Xiao Han was going to embed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal perfectly into the palm of the demon the arch left arm to learn the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique. However, something strange happened. Clang! The Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor crystal was directly absorbed by the demonic Monarch palm and was about to be inserted into a notch on the demonic Monarch palm. However, as soon as it was inserted, it was bounced out. Ha! Xiao Han was stunned. What's going on? I've obtained the demonic Emperor crystal 3 times in the past. It was naturally inserted into the demonic Monarch palm and completely refined for my use. But this time? Xiao Han did not believe it. It was impossible that the demonic Monarch palm could not refine a demonic Emperor crystal. Try again. Whoosh! The Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor crystal was absorbed again and integrated into a notch on the demonic Monarch palm. However, as soon as it was inserted, it was bounced out again. This is strange. Xiao Han was puzzled. However, he did not give up. He tried again and again, but failed again and again. After an hour, Xiao Han finally understood the reason for his failure. The reason why the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor crystal could not be inserted into the demonic Monarch palm and could not be refined is not because the demonic Monarch palm rejects this demonic Emperor crystal, but because my demonic meridians in the demonic Monarch palm are not awakened enough. That's right. The quality of the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor crystal is much higher than the North Mystic Demonic Emperor crystal and Qinglin Demonic Emperor crystal. If they were to fight, even if the North Mystic Demonic Emperor crystal and Qinglin Demonic Emperor crystal teamed up, they would not be able to defeat the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal. Now that my demonic meridians have awakened in my demonic monarch palm, it's still not enough to refine the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal. Xiao Han played with the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal for a while, and a lot of enlightenment flashed through his mind. In order to activate the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal's ultimate skill, the Azure Dragon Possession, I'll need to absorb all the demonic energy contained in the 90,000 demonic meridians. In other words, in order to perfectly embed this Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal into the demonic monarch palm and refine it, I'll have to awaken at least 90,000 demonic meridians in the demonic monarch palm. I understand now. I completely understand now. Xiao Han smiled and temporarily put the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal away. Alright, let's refine this Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Corpse first and see if I can awaken 90,000 demonic meridians. With a thought, the demonic monarch palm tattoo on the demonic monarch palm on Xiao Han's left arm was triggered and shot into the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Corpse, causing it to break down and turn into thousands of bright and beautiful rays of demonic light that flowed into the demonic monarch palm on Xiao Han's left arm. The demonic meridians kept awakening. The Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor's bloodline was indeed noble, at least one level higher than that of Qinglin Demonic Emperor. It was indeed worthy of being a high-level demonic emperor that had the chance to mutate. Moreover, awakening 9,999 demonic meridians was no trivial matter. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Corpse contained the essence of the demonic clan, which was extremely rich and pure. After absorbing it, the demonic monarch palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm would naturally awaken the demonic meridians. The awakening was unstoppable. It would never weaken. Moreover, while refining the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Corpse, the heat from the indestructible golden body was constantly nourishing Xiao Han's injured body, allowing him to recover bit by bit. Xianxia region. Xianxia Pagoda. Xianxia Pagoda. It was a comfortable resting area with a comfortable environment. It was an elegantly decorated private room filled with green potted plants. It was just right for the occasion. The air was filled with a delicate fragrance that could melt one's soul. On the edge of the bed sat a man who looked to be 27 or 28 years old. He was gentle and his eyes contained the majesty of a deity. His true chi was restrained, but his body was rolling with the dazzling luster of pearls and jade. He was the king of the world. It was Li Fanming. He was a big shot rank C on the Xianxia leaderboard. He was a giant throughout the ages. At this moment, Li Fanming was naked and sitting on the edge of the bed with his legs slightly spread. Between his thighs, a beautiful girl was crouching. Her long, silky dark green hair was trembling non-stop. She raised her head from time to time and stared at Li Fanming with her big, watery and charming eyes before lowering her head. She was young and beautiful, and her eyes were full of spirit. She was truly a peerless beauty. The entire private room was filled with the muddy sound of walking on a country road in boots on a rainy day. Phew! Li Fanming let out a long sigh of relief and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. He was very satisfied and comfortable. He couldn't help but gently brush the long hair of the stunner with his hand in a very intimate manner. This time, I traveled a long distance to the Heavenly Dragon Empire to hunt down the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I thought I could capture him easily, but I didn't expect that. I didn't even see the shadow of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. This made me extremely annoyed and I need some gentleness to adjust my mood. Only then can I calm my emotions. Little beauty. As long as you can please me and make me relax my heartstrings and reduce my worries, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. You should know who I am, Li Fanming said softly. The frequency of the stunner's hair shaking suddenly increased. Phew! Li Fanming's body trembled slightly. He closed his eyes and the expression on his face became extremely relaxed. Immediately after, Li Fanming flipped his right hand and a Xianxia token appeared in his hand. I'll return from the Great Wilderness first, leaving Yu Ming, Zhou Chuan, and Ye Saner to continue searching for the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor in the Great Wilderness. I don't know if they found any clues. I've been in a bad mood recently, so I've turned off the communication function of the Xianxia token. Now, I'll turn on the communication function to see if there are any messages from Yu Ming and the rest. However, I guess they won't be able to find the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I'll send them a message to return to the Xianxia Pagoda. Li Fanming seemed to be talking to himself. With a thought, He scanned the area with his mental energy and turned on the communication function of the Xianxia token. Suddenly, he received a message from Yu Ming. Brotherly Fan Ming. I died so tragically. Brotherly Fan Ming, please avenge me. The culprit who killed me is Xiao. Ah. At the end of the message, there was an extremely miserable howl. Then, the voice stopped abruptly. What? Yu Ming? Yu Ming met with an accident. He was killed. Who was it? Xiao. Xiao what? Could it be? Damn it. Yu Ming, what are you trying to tell me? Who is the culprit? Xiao. Is it Xiao Han? That shouldn't be possible. Investigate thoroughly. I must get to the bottom of this. Yu Ming and I have cultivated together since we were young and we grew up in the same sect. Although he had an ordinary physique, our friendship made me want to avenge him. No matter who killed Yu Ming, I won't let it go. Li Fanming's expression changed suddenly and the murderous intent in his eyes surged. Even that stunningly beautiful woman was shaken away. Da Huang. Heavenly Dragon Empire. Withered Stone Tribe. Deep underground. There was no time in the underground, and a dream had lasted for 1,000 years. A whole month passed in the blink of an eye. In that 1 month, Xiao Han's injured body had been completely healed by the indestructible golden body. His body was full of vitality and his skin was crystal clear without any flaws. Moreover, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's corpse had been refined by Xiao Han. He had awakened 50,000 demon meridians. It was no small matter. As a result, there were a total of 9 demon meridians awakened on Xiao Han's left arm. The number of demon meridians had already surpassed Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. In other words, if Xiao Han used up all his demon power and slashed out with the apocalyptic demon saber, its power would surpass Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. Good. As expected of a high-level demon emperor that is about to mutate. It's so nourishing. I have benefited a lot from it. Moreover, I have met the requirements to refine the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's crystal. Let's refine the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's crystal and obtain its natal demonic skill. Xiao Han's lips twitched into a smile. He held the beautiful Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's crystal in his hand and flicked it lightly. A demonic light flashed. Clang! The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's crystal was embedded into a notch on the left arm of the Demon Emperor. In an instant, strings of demon clan runes rose up and some enlightenment flowed into Xiao Han's mind. An illusory azure dragon coiled around Xiao Han, spinning non-stop. A primordial, desolate aura suddenly spread out. Great. Magnificent. Ancient. Chapter 248. Refining the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's corpse allowed Xiao Han to awaken 9 demonic meridians in his left arm. In terms of demonic power, he had already surpassed Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. In other words, if Xiao Han were to encounter the Great Sun Emperor again, he wouldn't have to feel aggrieved anymore. In fact, he would even be able to suppress the Great Sun Emperor. Advancement by leaps and bounds. All of this was like a dream. However, Xiao Han soon calmed himself down and began to refine the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal. As long as the number of awakened demon meridians on the left arm of the Monarch beast's palm reached the 3, the basic condition would be met. Then, refining the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal would be a piece of cake. He didn't need to go through much trouble. Rays of beautiful demonic light surrounded Xiao Han's left arm. Crimson clouds burned and mist surged. Dense demonic runes flickered, accompanied by the murmurs of the primordial dragon clan. It was a spectacular sight. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal no longer flew out of the groove, but fused perfectly. It was inseparable from Xiao Han's demonic god left arm, becoming one with Xiao Han. Moreover, many secrets and mysteries about the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal surged into Xiao Han's mind like a clear spring. It allowed Xiao Han to perfectly master the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natural demonic technique. However, perhaps because Xiao Han was not a demon, his understanding of the natal demonic art contained in the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal was different from that of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, perhaps because he was not a demon. When the Green Dragon Demon Emperor used the demonic technique, he could complete partial transformation as he pleased. For example, he could transform one hand into a green dragon claw. However, the demonic technique that Xiao Han comprehended only had one move: Green Dragon Possession. In other words, It would directly transform his entire physique into that of the primordial green dragon and transform his body into a dragon. It was impossible to carry out partial transformation. It seems that there are still some flaws in inheriting the secret technique of the demon race as a human. After all, the body structure of humans and demons are very different. Xiao Han shook his head helplessly. However, being able to learn this move, Azure Dragon Possession, is sufficient for my combat prowess to soar for a short period of time. When the Azure Dragon descends, it will sweep through the 3,000 great realms, sweeping through the sun and moon, illuminating the 9 provinces for eternity. This move, Azure Dragon Possession, drains all the demonic energy contained in the 90,000 demonic veins, turning the physical body into a 300-meter-long Azure Dragon. The strength of a single strike can reach 10,000 ding. Furthermore, the defense of the dragon scales is extremely monstrous, almost indestructible and indestructible. However, the duration of the transformation was only 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, the demon power and the energy of the body would be exhausted, and the person would be completely exhausted. This was the price of summoning the immemorial Azure Dragon. However, I have enough heavenly desolate beast fruits, almost 10,000 of them. I can carve them at any time to replenish my lost beast chi. Well, after a month of closed-door training, my injuries have healed, and the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's corpse and Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal have been perfectly refined. It's time to go out. Suddenly, Xiao Han's stomach made a grumbling sound. His stomach was also shriveled and twitching. Xiao Han's stomach was rumbling with hunger. In the past month, Xiao Han had been in closed-door training underground and had not seen the light of day. There was no food stored in his storage ring and true acupoints. Xiao Han had not eaten a single drop of water or a single grain of rice. It was entirely because he was in a state of suspended animation, which was similar to hibernation of animals. His need for food was very low, which was why he did not starve to death. However, he was now extremely hungry and thirsty. Now, Xiao Han just wanted to eat to his heart's content. If you gave him a big luan, he would be able to roast it alive. Let's go out. Xiao Han's body moved slightly. Boom! He directly rushed into the ground. At this time, it was a sunny afternoon outside. The golden sunlight was like fine wine, intoxicating people. The color of the leaves in all directions became darker. The strong fragrance of melons and fruits drifted with the wind. However, the entire withered stone tribe was dead silent and lifeless, like an uninhabited ghost town. A month ago, when Xiao Han fought with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, the aftermath of the battle affected the people in the tribe, causing them to flee in fear and panic. Forget it, I'll get some delicious fruits to satisfy my hunger, then leave the great wilderness and return to the Demon Hero Pagoda to receive the reward of 10,000 contribution points. Xiao Han strode out of the tribe. Along the way, he passed by an orchard and picked fresh fruits. He wolfed them down to fill his stomach. This time, not only did Xiao Han forcefully complete the impossible task of killing the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, he also obtained enough heavenly wilderness demon fruits. In the future, he would not be in an awkward situation where he would run out of demonic power. Most importantly, Xiao Han had awakened his demonic meridians and his demonic power had doubled. He had also learned the demonic technique of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, which greatly increased his combat power. This trip to the Great Wilderness was a fruitful one. It was a worthwhile trip. At this moment, Xiao Han's luck seemed to have reached an extremely dense state. He had turned danger into safety, encountered fortuitous encounters, and advanced bravely. As a result, his entire aura was imposing. When he walked with a majestic gait, like the sun and moon in the sky, the stars shining down, and the rivers flowing on the ground. His entire body was flawless and his hair was light. He could be described as handsome and radiant. Without the seal of the spirit turtle True Qi, one could see endless demonic light surging and flickering on Xiao Han's left arm, emitting 4 blurry halos that represented 4 types of demonic techniques. The movement was illusory: the heavenly demon apotheosis, the apocalyptic demon blade, and the green dragon possession. In the entire world of the demons, any high-level demon emperor could only produce 1 demon emperor crystal and master 1 demonic technique as long as they did not mutate. It was definitely rare to see someone like Xiao Han, who only opened 9 demonic meridians and had 4 demon emperor crystals and mastered a demonic technique. It was unimaginable. I wonder if the sect master, senior brother Dongfang, senior brother Fong Ling, and senior brother Xiao Mingchu will be shocked when I return to the Pure Maiden sect this time. He. The sect master didn't think that I would be able to complete the mission of killing the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. I wonder what the sect master's expression will be when I return. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. Devil Hero Domain. Devil Hero Tower. Resting area. The 38th floor. In a private room. Li Fanming had already sent the stunning beauty away. At this moment, Li Fanming stood straight like a javelin in front of the window. He was already furious. The entire private room was flashing with runes, as if it could explode at any time. In Li Fanming's godlike eyes, there was a frenzied rage brewing, emitting a terrifying light that could overturn everything. To Li Fanming, Yu Ming's death was tantamount to a public provocation. That was because in the Devil Hero domain, most of the Devil Heroes knew that Yu Ming was Li Fanming's man. Yu Ming was Li Fanming's most loyal follower. Li Fanming held the Devil Hero token in his hand and was communicating with Nie San-er and Zhou Chuan, who were also in the wasteland. Nie San-er, Zhou Chuan, Yu Ming has already been murdered. Li Fanming said sternly. This. No wonder in the past few months, Yu Ming's communication function has been turned off. I thought he had already returned to the Devil Hero Tower. I didn't expect him to actually. Big brother Li Fanming. Did Yu Ming die in the hands of the demon race? Zhou Chuan sent a message to Li Fanming while trembling with fear, as if he was treading on thin ice. It's not the demon race. The culprit who killed Yu Ming is a human, and his surname is Xiao. Humph. He's a devil hero, right? It's impossible for an ordinary true energy realm to kill Yu Ming. After all, Yu Ming is also a devil hero of the expanded cave realm, and his ranking on the devil hero ranking is not too low. How dare this? In the devil hero domain, who doesn't know that Yu Ming is Li Fanming's man? I dare to say that even the ancient big shots on the devil hero ranking would not easily make a move. Killing Yu Ming would more or less give me, Li Fanming, some face. The one with the surname Xiao. Zhou Chuan pondered for a few breaths. Big brother Li Fanming, among the devil heroes that I know or have heard of, there aren't many with the surname Xiao that have the strength to kill Yu Ming, at least within the ranking. Right. Could it be Cloud Sect's Xiao Mingchu? I heard that Xiao Han, that fellow, is also a disciple of Cloud Sect. Could it be that Xiao Han sent some information to Xiao Mingchu before he died? I heard that Xiao Mingchu also roams around the wasteland all year round. Xiao Mingchu is an ancient big shot. He can instantly kill Yu Ming. Xiao Mingchu? The possibility of this person is not high. In recent years, this person has been in a state of seclusion, and his communication function has been turned off. With his temperament, it's not very likely for him to come to Heavenly Dragon Empire's territory just to kill Yu Ming. Li Fanming muttered. Xiao Han? It's also impossible for Xiao Han. He had long died in Heavenly Dragon Empire's totem habitat and was eaten by pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon. Not even his bones were left. At this time, Nie Saner's voice rang, and he also sent back a message. His tone was very anxious. He was flustered and exasperated. Bad news. Bad news. Big brother Li Fanming. A few months ago, Xiao Han actually ran out from Heavenly Dragon Empire's totem habitat, and even killed pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon, wreaked havoc in Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial City, killed countless people, and bathed the Imperial City in blood. This brat actually did not die. And he must have had some fortuitous encounter. He must have had a fortuitous encounter from pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon. Could it be Xiao Han? Could it be that the one who killed Yu Ming is Xiao Han? Zhou Chuan blurted out. Xiao Han! Li Fanming was enraged, and his voice was like the roar of the mountains, rumbling, and the entire private room started shaking. Could it be this brat? Zhou Chuan! Nie Saner! All of you listen up. Gather all the devil heroes nearby and investigate. Investigate thoroughly. We must definitely get to the bottom of this. If this brat Xiao Han is still in the wasteland, we must find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. If he really killed Yu Ming, then he will not be able to escape death. Even the Pure Rain sect cannot protect him. Killing a devil hero on the devil hero ranking can be a big or small matter. Once the higher-ups ask, Xiao Han will be sentenced to death. All of you listen up, right now. I, Li Fanming, will personally offer a reward of 200,000 contribution points to capture Xiao Han. Zhou Chuan, Nye Sainer. Send out my message through the Devil Hero token. Search for the Devil Heroes in the Wasteland, and put up this bounty. Humph. As long as Xiao Han is still in the Wasteland, he will not be able to escape. 200,000 contribution points is enough to make countless Devil Heroes scramble for it. Alright, Brother Li Fanming, we understand what you mean. Don't worry. We will immediately contact the nearby Devil Heroes. 200,000 contribution points. Maybe even the ancient Devil Heroes will not be able to resist the temptation to capture Xiao Han. To the ancient Devil Heroes, this is as easy as lifting a finger. I will also seize the time to go to the Wasteland personally. Xiao Han, you cannot escape. If I find out that you plotted against Yu Ming, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Night. Xiao Han hunted a 3-zhang-long Sika deer and barbecued it at the foot of a barren mountain. Xiao Han hummed a little tune, feeling very happy. Suddenly. Ah, achoo! Xiao Han sneezed. He mumbled. Could it be that someone is talking bad about me behind my back? Chapter 249. At night in the great wilderness, the stars were bright, and the moon was ethereal. It was exceptionally enchanting, like a charming and affectionate young woman. Xiao Han started a bonfire and roasted a 3-zhang-long Sika deer, which he then ate heartily. After eating and drinking, Xiao Han lay on the lawn and stared at the deep and beautiful night sky. Then, Xiao Han took out the Xianxia token and turned on the messaging function. He also received some messages. Among them, Xiao Mingqiu, who was also in the great wilderness, sent a message to Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han, I have left the ancient village and went to the depths of the great wilderness with a few old friends. Are you safe in the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor if you can. If you can't, return to the Cloud Sect immediately. Don't be greedy. Remember. Eldest senior brother has entered the depths of the great wilderness? That is an extremely dangerous place. It is said that there are many mutated demon emperors there. Xiao Han's heart sank. Soon, he sent a message to Xiao Mingqiu. Eldest senior brother, be careful. However, Xiao Mingqiu had already turned off the messaging function, so he could not receive Xiao Han's message immediately. In addition to Xiao Mingqiu, Wu ***, Dong Fengqin, Feng Ling, Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and the others also left messages for Xiao Han. Don't worry, everyone. I am safe and sound. I will leave the great wilderness immediately. Xiao Han reported that he was safe. Finally, Xiao Han turned off the messaging function. He did not want the chivalrous knights around him to know his whereabouts through the chivalrous knight token's ability to locate the nearby chivalrous knights. This was also the experience that Xiao Mingqiu taught Xiao Han as an experienced demon hero. Now, I wish I could grow a pair of wings and reach the Demon Hero Tower in an instant. Hehe. 1 million contribution points. I will have fun. Xiao Han was eager to return home. The next day, when the first rays of dawn appeared, Xiao Han jumped up from the lawn and stretched his body. Let's go. Let's hurry and leave the great wilderness as soon as possible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of rays of light and treasured light shot out from Xiao Han's body. Immediately, they turned into a spirit turtle that shook its head and tail with an ancient aura. Go! Xiao Han leapt onto the turtle shell, and with a thought, the spirit turtle had already turned into a streak of light, directly flying out of the great wilderness like a comet. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the turtle shell, feeling very happy. With the speed of the spirit turtle, it'll take us a few days at most to fly out of the great desolation weave. Xiao Han also had an idea. After flying for a few hours, suddenly, Xiao Han saw a golden rainbow flash in front of him. It was so bright that it pierced through the sky. A huge wave of true qi fluctuated, producing a whistling sound. A tangible and tangible pressure rushed towards Xiao Han like a mountain. Oh! Xiao Han thought for a bit and stopped his genuine qi. The spirit turtle seemed to be frozen in the air and did not move an inch. Such a blatant and oppressive aura was, in fact, tantamount to a direct slap to the face and provocation. This caused Xiao Han to feel slightly uncomfortable in his heart. However, Xiao Han's battle strength was not the same as before. He had a strong foundation and backing. Not only did he not panic, but he also calmed down and looked forward with interest. At this moment, the golden rainbow dispersed and a middle-aged man in a golden robe walked out. He had the air of an immortal, and his body was full of treasure light. His body was like an abyss, and Xiao Han could not see how deep it was. His eyes were like gemstones, emitting a bright and clear light. This person was empty-handed and did not carry any weapons. However, he had a deep and dignified aura, as if he was in control of the universe. Xiao Han. The middle-aged man's expression was meticulous as he indifferently said to Xiao Han. "Huh." Xiao Han was startled and murmured, "Yes, I am Xiao Han. However, I don't seem to know you. Not only do I not know you, I've never even seen you before. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way and releasing your aura? What do you want?" "Good, good, very good." The golden-robed middle-aged man repeatedly applauded. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Han. Suddenly, his expression became as sharp as a messenger from the heavens. He looked deeply at Xiao Han as he announced his name. His voice was indifferent, without the slightest emotion. Xianxia, ranked 2778 on the Monster Hero ranking. After a pause, his voice turned low and a faint smile flashed across his face. "I want to buy a divine weapon found in the ancient ruins, the Heavenly Halberd. I still need 180,000 contribution points." Good, very good. Li Fanming is really generous. To deal with such a rookie, he actually offered 200,000 contribution points as a reward. He's really rich. Xiao Han licked his lips. Boom, in the western horizon, swoosh 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 swoosh, a total of 4 sword chi from 1,000 miles away. In an instant the sky and the earth were all filled with Gongjin chi in the sword chi. There were 4 youths strolling out, all of them arrogant, eyes full of killing determination, in the pupils, very strong sword will, all of them. From the fluctuation of their breath, they should be from the same sect. These 4 people, as soon as they arrived, looked at Xiao Han again and again, then looked at each other and nodded. Luo Huanshan, ranked 2999 on the Monster Hero ranking. Su Wen, ranked 3000 on the Monster Hero ranking. Lian Xiao, ranked 3001 on the Monster Hero ranking. Zhu Sihai, ranked 3002 on the Monster Hero ranking. The 4 young men also announced their names and their rankings on the Monster Hero ranking. The 4 heroes of Luyen Mountain? When the 4 of them work together, they can form a sword formation. They once fought Zhou Donglong, who is ranked 2500 on the Monster Hero ranking, for a day and a night without a clear winner. Jin Shanxiong was slightly surprised. "You guys are here too? Brother Jin, nice to meet you. The 4 of us were doing a mission nearby and received this bounty. We just wanted to have some fun. However, since we found Xiao Han, it's also a stroke of luck. 200,000 contribution points isn't a lot, but it's not a small amount either. Ha 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 ha. I'm so poor recently. Why don't you give these 200,000 contribution points to me? How about it? Let's make a deal. Take pity on me, a poor man." A lazy voice rang out. Then, a slovenly middle-aged man walked out from the eastern horizon. He yawned repeatedly, and his jet-black eyes revealed an unrestrained and carefree feeling. He looked at Xiao Han, nodded, and then shook his head. Young man Xiao Han, the biggest dark horse in this year's Monster Hero Selection Contest. His talent is outstanding among the young people in the world. Good, very good. However, it seems that he offended someone he shouldn't have offended. What a pity. Oh right, I'm Yang Hong, ranked 2700 on the Monster Hero ranking. Ahem, I'm just a small character, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Xiao Han, my young friend, come with me. We'll go back to the Monster Hero Tower together. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. The sloppy middle-aged man, Yang Hong, said to Xiao Han with a smile. Ha ha ha. Brother Yang, first come, first served. It's unreasonable for you to take Xiao Han away like this. Ha ha ha. Jin Shanxiong laughed loudly, as if there was no one else around. Boom! Suddenly, a turbulent air wave exploded in the sky, blowing up countless white clouds, and the weather changed. A middle-aged man in white tore apart the clouds with his hands and walked out with a majestic gait. His face was long and narrow, and his eyes were filled with hostility. He had the temperament of a battle-hardened veteran. He grabbed a ball of air with his right hand and directly squeezed it until it exploded. His right palm was more than twice the size of an ordinary person. He actually had 7 fingers, and each finger seemed to be surrounded by lightning. What? Lei Qizhi, ranked 2487th on the Monster Hero ranking. I didn't expect you to come too? Jin Shanxiong and Yang Hong exclaimed at the same time. Judging from their appearance, it was obvious that they were very afraid of this Lei Qizhi. The 4 sword cultivators exchanged glances with each other. Oh, it's just a coincidence, Lei Qizhi said sinisterly. Then, he used his eyes to constantly sweep across Xiao Han's face. Young Xiao Han, I've seen your matches. You're indeed charming for a while, but you're still too young. In front of us, you can't even withstand a single blow. Now, don't say anything and don't argue. Obediently surrender. That's the best. I'll also leave you with some dignity. I'll only bring you back to the Monster Hero Tower. I won't ask about other matters, and I won't deal with you. I won't attack you. Of course, if you don't know what's good for you, then you'll have to suffer some physical pain. The way Lei Qizhi looked at Xiao Han was as if he was looking at his prey. It was extremely disdainful. Ha! No way. Xiao Han was happy and fearless. He actually laughed out loud. I don't understand. We're all monster heroes. We're like brothers and communicate with each other. If we encounter a big demon that's hard to deal with, we'll form a team to hunt it down and help each other. Now that you've surrounded me, I wonder what's the matter? Oh. Xiao Han, you're just a rookie who has just become a monster hero. What qualifications do you have to talk about forming a team with us? Talking about equality? Talking about brothers and sisters? Jin Shanxiong said in a serious tone. Moreover, it's not that we want to make things difficult for you. It's that an ancient giant has issued a bounty to capture you and bring you back to the Monster Hero Tower to await punishment. Xiao Han, I've heard that you're a cunning and quick-witted person. However, in front of us, you'd better keep it to yourself. An ancient giant wants to capture me? When Xiao Han heard this, he finally realized what was going on. It seemed like it was Li Fanming's group that was causing trouble. Could it be that I killed Yu Ming and was discovered by Li Fanming? But that shouldn't be the case. When I killed Yu Ming and the other monster heroes, I didn't leave behind any flaws or traces. Ha! It's Li Fanming who wants to capture me, right? Yes, Li Fanming is ranked within the top 1,000 of the monster hero ranking list. He has a high position and power. I, Xiao Han, am just a rookie. But even so, Li Fanming doesn't have any reason to capture me for no reason, right? He's not an ancient giant, nor is he one of the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Tower. Xiao Han, don't try to argue. Those who do evil will bring about their own destruction. You have the ambition of a wolf. How dare you murder Yu Ming? Do you know your crime? Xiao Han, it's a big crime to murder a monster hero ranked within the top 5,000 of the Monster Hero ranking list. Even your 9 generations will be wiped out. Your sect won't be able to protect you. Now, you're a sinner. We'll take you back and wait for your punishment. If you resist, we'll kill you on the spot. 2 fierce and furious voices rang out. Then Nie Saner and Zhou Chuan came together. Xiao Han smiled awkwardly. Nie Saner, Zhou Chuan? He, you actually want to frame me, Xiao Han, with a groundless crime. That day in the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, you sold me to Tsang Yun. Isn't that a crime? As for me, I want to return to the Monster Hero Tower immediately. However, I'm not going to be taken back by you. I want to go back in a dignified manner. You said that I killed Yu Ming? Words don't have any proof. Show me the evidence. If there's no evidence, everything is nonsense. All of you, get out of here. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll beat you to death. Chapter 250. Xiao Han's words stunned the group of veteran heroes. He was too stubborn. He was surrounded by 9 of the top 4,000 heroes on the Monster Hero ranking, and yet he was still so stubborn. He was a rare weirdo. It should be noted that the 9 chivalrous swordsmen present were not only ranked highly on the chivalrous swordsman leaderboard and had reached the expanded acupoint realm. Furthermore, All of them had gone through mountains of blades, seas of fire, mountains of stone, and seas of bones. They had killed demons and schemed against other chivalrous swordsmen. None of them were simple. All of them were proud and arrogant. There were more than 5 million heroes in this world. For these people to be ranked in the top 4,000, they must have had many fortuitous encounters, turned misfortunes into blessings, and were extremely lucky. They were geniuses among geniuses. Otherwise, they would not have been able to reach this stage. A rookie who had just become a monster hero, and his true chi cultivation was a mess, dared to roar in front of such a group of people without batting an eyelid. This was crazy. The expressions of the 9 demons changed drastically. Even the seemingly lazy and aloof devil hero Yang Hong had a rare murderous look in his eyes. Moonlight rolled around his body, giving off a strong pressure. Monster hero Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes narrowed and glowed. Looks like this kid needs to be taught a lesson. Waves of true chi surged like the tide, locking down the entire area and trapping Xiao Han. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, making it impossible for Xiao Han to escape. However, under such circumstances, Xiao Han was calm. His face was calm, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He had always been a man of strong character. He would not give in easily. He had always dared to fight and fight. Now that he had a fortuitous encounter and his battle power had increased, he would not hold back. Instead, he was tempted. He wanted to attack fiercely. On one hand, he wanted to test his current battle power. On the other hand, he wanted to show these veteran heroes that he was not a pushover. Xiao Han. Nye San was enraged by thunder and lightning. He glared at Xiao Han with his eyes wide open. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge us here? We know what you're capable of. It wasn't even worth mentioning. Oh, that's right. You were thrown into the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial City's totem dwelling. I don't know what kind of crafty plot you used, but you actually managed to escape. You even dared to bathe the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial City in blood. You must have had some fortuitous encounter. That's why you are acting so arrogantly in front of us. How childish. There are 9 of us here, and all of us are at expanded acupoint realm. Among them, there are also masters ranked in the top 3,000 on the hex ranking list. It will be a piece of cake for them to deal with you. Humph. Lei Qiji coldly snorted. Lightning was brewing in his eyes. Between his eyebrows, there seemed to be a world of lightning hibernating. Puny ant. You think you can bully me just because you have a high ranking? It didn't make sense. It was still the same sentence. All of you scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. Xiao Han flicked his fingernails. Shut up. You plotted to murder Yu Ming. This is a heinous crime. You still dare to boast here? You're completely courting death. Zhou Chuan roared furiously. Nonsense. You said that I killed Yu Ming. Show me the evidence. Xiao Han's eyeballs moved slightly. Xiao Han thought. If the other party really had the evidence that he killed Yu Ming, they would not be wasting time here. They would come to capture him directly. Moreover, the higher-ups of the Hex Hero Pagoda might even send people to capture him. Therefore, Xiao Han asked for the evidence. How stubborn. Zhou Chuan and Nye Saner's expressions froze. That's right. They really couldn't bring out any direct evidence. After all, before Yu Ming died, he only sent out a message saying that the culprit who murdered him was Xiao. As for who Xiao was, he didn't have the time to say it. In this world, there were many martial artists with the surname Xiao. On the Hex ranking list, there was no lack of Hex heroes with the surname Xiao. Even among the ancient giants, there were also people with the surname Xiao. Whoever dared to say that it was Xiao Han who killed Yu Ming? If Yu Ming had died a breath later, he might have been able to say the name of the murderer in one breath. Now, Zhou Chuan and Nye Saner's original intention was to use words to scare Xiao Han so that he would admit defeat. Then, they would forcefully bring Xiao Han back to Li Fanming and torture him until he confessed. At that time, it didn't matter if Xiao Han was the real murderer or not. He would not be able to escape death. However, Xiao Han was stubborn. He didn't fall for it at all. Looking at Zhou Chuan and Nye Saner's expressions, Xiao Han knew that they couldn't bring out any evidence. All of a sudden, Xiao Han was completely fearless. He no longer had any scruples. Let's not talk nonsense. Bring him back to Li Fanming first. Let's not argue about it. Let's split the 200,000 contribution points. In any case, it's a windfall. There's no need to ruin our relationship over this. Luo Huanshan of Mount Luyan's 4 heroes urged. The truth of this matter has nothing to do with us. We're just giving face to Li Fanming and earning some contribution points. Xiaohan, don't force yourself. Let's go back to the Devil Hero Pagoda first and confront Li Fanming face to face. Lian Xiao of the 4 heroes of Mount Luyan said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Xiaohan looked up to the sky and laughed. From your tone, it seems that you're confident that I, Xiaohan, will die. You've gone too far. According to my temper, I would definitely fight to the end with you. However, now that I'm a devil hero and you're devil heroes, I'll hold back a little. It's the duty of a devil hero to hunt demons. It's unreasonable for us to fight each other with our lives. How about this, let's fight. If I can win, all of you will get lost and stop bothering me. Don't accuse me of anything. If I lose, I'll go with you. If you say that I'm the real murderer of Yu Ming, I'll admit it. How about that? This time, Xiaohan also learned his lesson. If he really fought and killed 1 or 2 of these chivalrous heroes, once they sent out the message before they died, he would really be in serious trouble. He might really be punished by the higher-ups of the Chivalrous Hero Tower, and the loss outweighed the gain. He might as well arrange a fight. If someone died, he would be tracked down. He also had an explanation. You want to fight with us? Let's decide the winner by force? The 9 veteran swordsmen looked at each other. Then, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. He's too arrogant. He's so arrogant. He's so young and has just become a devil hero, but he's so arrogant. Looks like his brain is indeed flooded with water. He's seriously ill. The group of senior devil heroes all laughed mockingly. In their eyes, Xiaohan was nothing more than a nouveau riche who came from a poor family but had many fortuitous encounters and rose in a short time. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, stirring up trouble everywhere and offending people he couldn't afford to offend. Everything he did was courting death. Naturally, they would not take Xiaohan seriously. Hee. Xiaohan. How do you want to fight? Jin Shanxiong asked eagerly. How about this? One-on-one or a group fight? It's up to you. Xiaohan smiled. What does one-on-one mean? What does a group fight mean? Yang Hong sneered. One-on-one means that among you, choose anyone to fight me one-on-one. We'll decide the winner in one fight. If it's a group fight, it means that you all come at me together and I'll finish you all at once. Xiaohan smiled innocently. Make your choice quickly. I'm in a hurry to get back to the Devil Hero Pagoda. Don't waste time. How dare you? Hearing Xiaohan say one-on-one and group challenge with a straight face, this group of veteran heroes was so angry that they jumped up and down. They had never been provoked like this by such a rookie. Interesting. Suddenly, Lei Qizhi took a step forward. His aura was extremely fierce. There was lightning rolling on the surface of his body, and the sound of thunder was like a tide. Xiaohan, since you're courting death, you can't blame others. Oh? You're called Lei Qizhi, right? Why you want to fight me one-on-one? Xiaohan smiled. I thought you would choose a group fight. Xiaohan, don't be so glib. Since you're the one who suggested a one-on-one fight, you can't blame me for bullying the weak. Moreover, when we fight, don't be afraid and don't think about escaping. Of course, you have no chance to escape in front of me. Also, I, Lei Qizhi, usually don't fight, but when I do, I will go all out. If there are any injuries during the fight, don't blame others. Don't expect your sect or the Devil Hero Pagoda to avenge you. You asked for it. Life and death are decreed by fate. If you're killed by me, it's because you're not as good as others. You only have yourself to blame. I don't want the 200,000 contribution points. Today I'll kill you. You're a very annoying person. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to think straight. Very well. Xiaohan also took a step forward. If I remember correctly, Lei Qizhi, you're ranked 2487 on the Devil Hero ranking list. Among this group of Devil Heroes, you're ranked the highest. It's best if you stand out and fight me one-on-one. To me, you're the best choice. You can make a show of strength. You. Don't worry. If I'm killed by you, I deserve it. I won't send a message to my sect or the Devil Hero Pagoda. However, if you're killed by me, it's your fate. You can't blame me. After saying that, Xiao Han took a few steps forward and walked towards Lei Qizhi. All of you move away. This ignorant madman is still wet behind the ears. His mouth is very annoying. He made me really angry. Now, I want to take his life with my own hands. All of you move away. Lei Qizhi was full of killing intent. Heh. Lei Qizhi is angry. Forget it. Let's all move away. Jin Shanxiong shook his head and laughed. He took a few steps back. Yang Hong thought for a few breaths and took the opportunity to move away. The 4 heroes of Mount Luyan also moved away. This. Big brother Lei Qizhi. Big brother Li Fanming said he wants him alive. This. Do you think we should just cripple him and leave him alive? Yes, Big brother Lei Qizhi, you can ravage him and cripple him, but leave him alive so that we can report to Big brother Li Fanming when we return. Zhou Chuan and Ye San are said at the same time. Shut up. Lei Qizhi's anger soared to the sky. Today, I won't give face to anyone. I've said it before. If I don't kill this kid, I won't be able to think straight. Today he will die for sure. This. Zhou Chuan and Ye San were speechless. However, Lei Qizhi's cultivation and ranking were much higher than theirs. They didn't dare to say anything. Everyone retreated, leaving a large space for Xiao Han and Lei Qizhi to fight. This Xiao Han is dead for sure. He might be killed instantly. Lei Qizhi was ranked 2487th on the Devil Hero ranking. He was definitely not an ordinary person. He opened 58 acupoints in his body and expanded them 8 times, which was 33 times. His true qi was as deep as the ocean and immeasurable. Moreover, he cultivated the thunderous great true qi, and was born with the bloodline of thunder. He could communicate with the thunder and lightning in the sky. No calamity would befall him and he would live a peaceful life with great luck. As long as he opened 2 more acupoints and expanded them 2 more times, he would have the chance to enter the top 1500 of the Devil Hero ranking. If he went 1 step further and condensed his true qi into talismans, he would be qualified to compete for the position of the ancient powerhouse. How could a small fry like Xiao Han be a match for Lei Qizhi? They are not on the same level. It will definitely be an instant kill. There's no doubt about it. Yes, Lei Qizhi is so angry that he didn't even give face to Li Fanming. He didn't even want the 200,000 contribution points. He will definitely use a killing move. He is not playing with Xiao Han. It would be strange if he didn't kill him instantly. The devil heroes who were watching were also discussing. Ignorant kid. He will die immediately. Thunderous great true qi. Suddenly, Lei Qizhi's right hand grabbed towards Xiao Han's head. A large area of space suddenly turned into a world of thunder and lightning. Flashes of lightning were like snakes, dragons, and dragons. They rolled and rolled, choosing their targets to devour. The sound of thunder swept across, destroying people's organs. The 7 fingers of Lei Qizhi's right palm turned into 7 huge ancient thunder mountains, crushing toward Xiao Han. Waves of thunder and lightning swept out. The entire space was torn apart by the thunder and lightning. It collapsed, dismembered, and caved in, turning into a dense electric light. Behind Lei Qizhi, a vast and boundless world of thunder and lightning appeared. His will shocked the ages, shook the heavens and earth, and destroyed all living things. Xiao Han. It is a worthy death for you to die in the hands of I, Lei Qizhi. Aren't you known for having a tough body? Today, I will destroy your body. I will destroy your bones. What the F***ck, you scolded the one next door. World-destroying demon saber. Suddenly, Xiao Han's left arm flashed with a demonic light. All the demonic energy contained in the 93,000 demonic meridians was sucked dry. Pooh! A demonic and beautiful saber light flashed out from Xiao Han's hand. This saber was poignant, beautiful, sad, desperate, and heartbreaking. It was a beauty that surpassed any secular world. Its speed was hundreds of times faster than the speed of sound. Demonic aura soared into the sky. Yin and Yang were reversed, day and night were indistinguishable, and the heavenly Tao was in chaos. The entire world seemed to have sunk into eternal darkness. There was no day, only night. Xiao Han's world-destroying demon saber had 93,000 demonic meridians as its foundation. Its power had already surpassed Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. The demonic aura was murderous, and it sucked away all the vitality in the world. The light was distorted, and the thunder and lightning attack and the world of thunder and lightning were all absorbed, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that Lei Qiji's body was directly pulled by the demonic saberlight, as if it was about to be sucked into the saberlight. No! Lei Qiji let out a heart-wrenching scream. Shockingly. Bang! Lei Qiji's arms exploded, and his flesh, bones, and skin scattered in all directions. Roar! Lei Qiji let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his figure retreated rapidly. In a breath's time, he turned into a ray of lightning and disappeared without a trace. After destroying both of Lei Qiji's arms, the world-destroying demon saber finally dissipated. One move. Xiao Han actually defeated the person ranked 2487th on the demon hero ranking with one move. Of course, this saber was the condensation of all the demonic aura in Xiao Han's body. He used all of his strength and did not hold back. However, it was not enough to kill Lei Qiji, and only made him retreat with serious injuries. However, this result was enough for him to be proud of. The whole place was in absolute silence. I've said it before. Wouldn't a group fight be better? But you guys just had to fight one-on-one. Hee hee, who else wants to come up? Xiao Han smiled bitterly. Moreover, he quickly took out a few heavenly desolate demon fruits from his storage ring, and quickly replenished his demonic aura. His eyes swept across the rest of the demon heroes, looking down on the world. Chapter 251. Qinglin Demon Emperor's natal demonic skill, the apocalyptic demonic saber, was indeed brutal. This demon emperor had killed countless demons with this slash, leaving their corpses scattered across thousands of miles. In the past, when Xiao Han's demonic power was not as strong as Qinglin Demon Emperor's, the slash was still immature and shallow. But now, Xiao Han's demonic power had surpassed Qinglin Demon Emperor's. When he used the apocalyptic demonic saber again, he managed to kill a veteran demon warrior who was ranked 7th on the demon ranking with just one slash. The demon warrior's arms exploded, and he fled in a sorry state. It was too powerful, too domineering. Xiao Han hovered in the air and looked down at the world. He completely revealed the spirit and aura of a great expert. He had developed a kind of atmosphere and a subtle sense of control. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The remaining demon warriors were all dumbfounded as if they had facial paralysis. Their throats even let out the sound of owls. The next moment, good, good, good. Xiao Han, you are indeed powerful. You are a genius, a young hero. We are no match for you. Impressive. You have cultivated to this level at such a young age. It is really shocking. You will definitely be famous in the future. Sooner or later, you will occupy a place on the demon ranking. Sorry for offending you. Let's go. The 4 heroes of Mount Luyan did not say anything. They burned their true qi and turned it into 4 rays of golden gung qi. The sword radiance traveled 1,000 miles and they escaped in the blink of an eye. It's a demonic technique. Xiao Han, you have gone astray. I will complain to the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower about this. Let's see how you deal with it then. Xianxia also used his strongest movement technique and escaped. I will not get involved in this. But Xiao Han, remember, evil is self-destructive. You have cultivated demonic techniques and abandoned yourself. You will definitely be punished. Yang Hong also flashed past. Xiao Han, you are dead meat. As long as you dare to return to the Demon Hero Tower, there will naturally be people who will deal with you. Humph. This demonic power is comparable to that of a high-level demon emperor. It is not something that humans can control. In order to obtain power, you have gone berserk. You will become the public enemy of all demon warriors. Everyone has the right to punish you. Take care of yourself. Nie Saner and Zhou Chuan also roared fiercely, then used everything they had to flee for their lives. In the blink of an eye, the group of demons who had surrounded Xiao Han in a menacing manner and were shouting to kill him fled as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Xiao Han didn't chase after him. Forget it, I won't chase after these guys. After all, they were all villains, so it was unreasonable for them to chase after him relentlessly. However, if they provoke me again in the future, they'll either be crippled or dead in my hands. Xiao Han smiled. Afterwards, he materialized his true chi again and released the spirit turtle, continuing on his way. When I was fighting Garen in the Hex contest, I used the world-destroying demon blade. It seems that no one came to question me or make things difficult for me. It seemed that I had nothing to worry about. He would return to the Xianxia Tower and collect the 1 million contribution points first before deciding on his next move. Or continue to accept missions, or use these contribution points to visit the various secret cultivation rooms in the Xianxia Pagoda to see if I can make a breakthrough in the cultivation of true chi. The spirit turtle turned into a streak of light and flew straight out of the great wilderness. Xiao Han didn't plan to visit the villagers and Princess Mo Hen for the time being. On the one hand, Xiao Mingqiu had already left the ancient village. On the other hand, Xiao Han had made many strong enemies. If people knew that he had a great relationship with the ancient village that stood aloof from worldly affairs, it might bring disaster to the ancient village, a paradise. 3 days later, Xiao Han finally flew out of the great wilderness. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han didn't rush back to the Pure Rain sect. Instead, he went straight to the Xianxia region. Xianxia Tower. The 5th floor. The mission issuance area. This was a misty space filled with treasure clouds and red light. The artistic conception was very profound. It was beautiful and spectacular. In the void, there were many announcement boards floating like fireflies. They were full of spirit chi and glistened like an immortal board. There were many demons here, using their spiritual waves to scan each announcement board and choose the mission that was suitable for them to complete. The person in charge of the mission issuance area on this floor was a middle-aged man in linen. He had a terrifying aura and his whole body was surging with golden light. There were suns and moons floating in his eyes. At this moment, the middle-aged man in linen stood with his hands behind his back straight like a javelin. At this moment, pang! A huge announcement board suddenly exploded in the void. It was colorful. The light was intense. It was a spectacular sight. A paragraph of text suddenly appeared. Mission 1. Kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. 2. Destroy the Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit Forest planted by the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor in the Heavenly Dragon Empire of the Great Wilderness. Mission status. Completed by unranked demons. Xiao Han completed alone. Any reward. OC 10,000 contribution points. As soon as the news spread, all the chivalrous heroes on this level were stunned. None of them moved at all. Their eyes were fixed on the void, and they were lost in thought. Ha 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 ha, came from their throats. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed their throats. The middle-aged man in linen was also dumbfounded. He even seemed to have lost his wits and was speechless. The originally lively and noisy environment suddenly quietened down. Everyone was suffocating. After 100 breaths of time. What? The mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has been completed? Oh my god. This is really unbelievable. I heard that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor hid in the Heavenly Dragon Empire of the Great Wilderness and took a treasure to conceal his demonic aura. Several demons died in the Heavenly Dragon Empire one after another. Even Li Fanming, who was ranked on the Demon Hero ranking, had to return in defeat. This mission was almost considered to be impossible to complete. In fact, there were even rumors that a few powerful figures couldn't bear it anymore and were preparing to leave the mountain. Now, the mission has actually been completed. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has been eliminated? Who did it? To be able to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, it must be one of the top demons. It might even be one of the top demons. No! Didn't you see? It was Xiao Han who killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. You should be familiar with the name Xiao Han, right? He's the biggest dark horse of this year's demon selection. He suddenly rose up and crushed everything in his way to become a demon. He's said to have a bright future. I didn't expect him to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor as soon as he became a demon. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. This person is really a demon. What? Xiao Han? That young man? Impossible. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is a high-level demon emperor. Among the demons, His bloodline is noble and there's a possibility of mutation. His combat power is comparable to the demons on the demons ranking. Moreover, once he mutates, he can compete with some of the demons. Such a great demon can shatter mountains and rivers with a roar. How can he be killed by a rookie like Xiao Han? It's impossible. Nonsense. The demon token will record the true situation of the mission immediately and send the mission information back to the demon tower within a certain period of time. In the endless years, there has never been a mistake in the mission information. All right. Don't be so noisy. Something big. This is a big thing. I'm going to report this to the higher-ups immediately. There's going to be a peerless genius among the human demons. Heaven and earth. He killed a high-level demon emperor who might have mutated as soon as he became a demon. It's rare. In that case, Xiao Han has the quality to become an immortal. Is there going to be another immortal among the human race who will never die? No. I'm going to report this directly to the higher-ups. The middle-aged man in linen roared hysterically. He had lost control of his emotions. On the highest floor of the demon tower. On this floor, there was a group of old antiques with powerful auras. They were all senior demons who used to be famous in the world. However, they had all retired and even gave up their positions on the demons ranking. They were in charge of some internal affairs in the demon tower, which was considered a carefree life. In the recent years, on a whim, this group of seniors had actually gathered infants with superb physiques and bloodlines from all over the 4 regions in the Grand Wilderness, and then they nurtured them with great care, allowing them to create a group of extraordinary geniuses that were renowned throughout the ages. After their efforts, they had selected the best from this group of talents to participate in this year's demon trial. They were going to amaze the world. Among them, there was a genius named Garen, who was believed to be a peerless genius who would become an immortal in the future. He had a bright future. However, all of this was completely destroyed by a young man called Xiao Han. Garen had died. All the contestants in the demon domain were either dead or dead. The rest were all eliminated. This caused the group of ancients to lose all face, and they'd practically lost all standing and reputation. In the huge demon tower, they didn't dare to look up after being criticized. Naturally, they hated Xiao Han and the people related to Xiao Han to the bone. At this time, Li Fanming, why did you come to us? An old antique looked at Li Fanming indifferently. Li Fanming stood in the hall, neither servile nor overbearing, and smiled. Seniors, I have a matter to report. I'm sure that all the seniors here will be very interested in this matter. Oh, what's the matter? It's related to Xiao Han. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. I, Li Fanming, also know that if it wasn't for Xiao Han, the disciples of all the seniors would have already become Hex heroes. 3 to 5 years later, they would definitely be ranked on the Hex hero ranking. Especially Garen, it would only be a matter of time before he becomes a giant or even an eternal giant. But, because of this Xiao Han, all of the plans of the seniors became nothing more than an illusion. Ha! The hatred that the seniors have towards Xiao Han, I'm afraid that even if you use the waters of 3 rivers and 5 lakes, it would still be difficult to wash it off, right? Li Fanming said unhurriedly. At the mention of Xiao Han's name, this group of antiques was furious. The runes in their eyes flickered and light surged, as if they were going to turn the hall upside down. Li Fanming, don't keep us guessing. What do you want to say? Just say it, an old antique said coldly. What do you know about Xiao Han? Well, seniors, you have been holding back. I think you are waiting for an opportunity. Once you get hold of Xiao Han's weakness, you will definitely step on him and make him doomed eternally. Now, I will tell you a piece of news. Don't wait anymore. It's time for revenge. Say it. Say it. In the wilderness, Xiao Han used a powerful demonic technique to severely injure Lei Qiji, who is ranked 2487th on the demon ranking. What? Xiao Han can defeat Lei Qiji? Li Fanming, are you joking? How is that possible? Seniors, please don't doubt me. This information was sent to me by a few of my subordinates at the first possible moment. It is impossible for there to be any mistakes. It is absolutely true. Li Fanming smiled. Li Fanming, what do you want us to do? Humph. Li Fanming's tone became completely cold. Since ancient times, there have been thousands of human demons. Each of them had their own adventures and trump cards. Among them, there are many demons who have studied demonic techniques and even mastered demonic powers. But as far as I know, there are no demons who can use demonic techniques and demonic powers to such an extent as Xiao Han. Xiao Han's true chi cultivation is trash, only at the 4th level. All of his trump cards are related to the demons. Therefore, I have great doubts about this person. Even if he isn't a spy for the demons, he must be closely related to the demons. My words don't carry much weight, so I can't report this directly to my superiors. Seniors, please take this opportunity to report this matter. Let the superiors investigate Xiao Han. Investigate to the end. After a pause, Li Fanming lowered his voice. Everyone, the human race and the demons have always been irreconcilable. We are mortal enemies. Xiao Han's current demonic power is equivalent to that of a high-level demon emperor. Once the superiors investigate him, even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. Even if it is proven that he isn't a spy for the demons, he won't be able to bear the consequences. I also have some grudges against Xiao Han. I want to take this opportunity to make Xiao Han suffer. I wonder if any of you are interested? These old antiques looked at each other and exchanged glances. Yes, this is an opportunity. Then, let's collectively complain to the superiors. That's right, we, the group of old antiques, will fight to the death with that thief Xiao Han. We won't let go of even the slightest opportunity. We'll make him suffer. Li Fanming, don't worry. We'll report this matter now. The news you brought is really satisfying. Thank you, seniors. Southern Region. Sect. Sect leader, Dong Feng Qin, and Feng Ling were walking in the garden. Sect master, junior brother Xiao Han's 2 wives have adapted to the life of our pure maiden sect and are well behaved. However, they seem to be depressed all the time. They must be worried about junior brother Xiao Han, Dong Feng Qin said with concern. Junior brother Xiao Han has been in the great wilderness for a few months. I don't know if he has encountered the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. A few days ago, junior brother Xiao Han sent us a message to tell us that he is safe. However, we won't be at ease as long as he doesn't return. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is extremely dangerous. Junior brother Xiao Han was also full of pride and bravery, and he dared to fight and fight. Now, what I'm most worried about is that junior brother Xiao Han hasn't given up on the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I've sent a message to Xiao Han many times to ask him to come back, but... Sect leader was angry, but there was worry in his deep, vast and misty eyes. At this moment, sect leader's expression changed drastically and his body trembled. What? How is this possible? His jet-black eyes were wide open. He had completely lost his composure. What's going on? Sect leader? Elder, what's wrong with you? Dong Feng Qin and Feng Ling were both shocked. They had never seen sect leader lose control of his emotions in their lives. Sect leader's body trembled violently and he fell into a state of madness. He couldn't control himself. After a dozen breaths, he said with a trembling voice. Something big happened. Xiao Han killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. According to the news from the Yaoxia Pagoda, Xiao Han completed the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor alone. Ah! Hearing that, Dong Feng Qin and Feng Ling almost fainted. They felt dizzy and could not stand properly. Chapter 252. Xiao Han was eager to return home. He rode the spirit turtle and flew out of the wilderness like a meteor. He then crossed the north region and the west region, and then the south region. He was about to reach the pure land of this world, the Devil Hero region. In a few hours, I will fly into the territory of the Devil Hero region. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the turtle shell and slowed down a little. He flew at a steady pace and was very calm. In his mind he was constantly thinking, let's go straight to the Devil Hero Tower. I have completed the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, which will definitely cause some shock. After all, I've just become a Devil Hero, and I've already killed a high-level Demon Emperor at its peak. It's fine if I don't make a name for myself, but once I make a name for myself, I'll probably become famous. However, these were all illusory, like fleeting clouds. The most important thing is to get the contribution points. With so many contribution points, I can go to those strange secret training rooms that the clan leader mentioned. It was said that there was a hyperbolic time chamber, a gravity chamber, and an illusory secret cultivation chamber. Interesting. Just thinking about it makes me feel interesting. I will send a message to the clan leader and the others now and ask them to go to the Devil Hero Tower. After I receive the contribution points, I will treat the clan leader and the other senior brothers well and let them enjoy themselves in the rest area. He. The rest area of the Devil Hero Tower has a top-notch environment. Xiao Han was very excited. He took out the Devil Hero token and turned on the communication function. However, as soon as Xiao Han turned on the communication function, he first received a message. Xiao Han? It was a strange voice that Xiao Han had never heard before. It was a man's voice, and his tone exuded a sense of indifference and superiority. Who are you? I don't seem to know you. Also, I didn't add you in the communication bar. Why can you talk to me? Xiao Han immediately replied with a message. He was full of doubts. Soon, the unfamiliar voice transmitted a message to him. Oh. Xiao Han, a few months ago, you posted a mission in the Devil Hero Tower's mission release area, right? You want to find a devil hero who is proficient in the reincarnation divine fire to treat the poison on your friend's face. You haven't forgotten about this, have you? Oh. Yes, I posted this mission. Yes. I am looking for a hero that is proficient in reincarnation god fire. Friend, do you know reincarnation god fire? Xiao Han immediately became excited. The sores on Ah Chao's face were incurable. The only way to restore Ah Chao's appearance was to use the reincarnation divine fire to burn the scars on his face. The scar on Ah Chao's face was really scary. It was too hideous and disgusting. It made one's hair stand on end when one looked at it. It was very uncomfortable. However, Ah Chao was Xiao Han's best friend. The two of them were as close as brothers. Xiao Han was determined to help Ah Chao recover his handsome appearance. Xiao Han did not dare to forget about this at all times. Yes, I'm untalented, but I happen to cultivate the divine reincarnation flame, the voice said slowly. Moreover, from his tone, it was as if he had Xiao Han in his grasp. Xiao Han, as far as I know, there are not many heroes that cultivate the reincarnation god fire in the entire Xianxia region. It's as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Moreover, even if you cultivate this martial art, I'm afraid you won't have the leisure to help your friend cure his hidden illness. I, Huang Taiyuan, want to make friends with you, Xiao Han, so I reluctantly accepted this mission. Xiao Han understood the meaning of the song. This Huang Taiyuan said a lot of nonsense. It was nothing more than a rare commodity. He wanted to ask for a sky-high price. Heh, it's okay. Friend Huang Taiyuan, I, Xiao Han, am not a stingy person. How much do you want? You can tell me. If it's not beyond my range, I'll accept it. Is this enough for a friend? Xiao Han sent a message. Ha. Interesting. Huang Taiyuan laughed dryly. All right, Xiao Han, about the matter of the reward, let's talk about it face to face. How about this? I have time now. I'll wait for you in the Celestial Dragon Town, outside the Xianxia region. You can rush over immediately. No problem, right? After we meet, everything can be discussed. Okay. I'll reach the Celestial Stone Town in about 4 hours. We'll talk face to face then, Xiao Han answered very straightforwardly. All right, Xiao Han, I'll wait for you. Huang Taiyuan smiled again. Both sides ended the communication. It seems that this Huang Taiyuan is definitely going to extort me. He wants to extort money from me. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. However, it's just to let him treat senior brother Ah Chao's injury on his face and release a little reincarnation divine fire. It'll be done effortlessly. How much can he extort from me for such a simple matter? Even if he's asking for an exorbitant price, tens of thousands of contribution points should be enough. If I kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, I'll get tens of thousands of contribution points. It's not a big deal to be extorted by him. As long as it can cure the hidden illness on senior brother Ah Chao's face, it's worth it. Xiao Han's heart was full of anticipation as he muttered to himself with a smile. Senior brother Ah Chao, you're worried that you'll continue to be so ugly and picky in this life. However, I will definitely not leave you be. Watch carefully, this time, I will make sure that you'll have an end to your bitterness and happiness. From now on, you'll be able to raise your head and not be looked down upon by others. Xianxia region. It was an elegant restaurant. In a private room by the window. In the private room, there were a total of 7 men sitting around a square table. All of them had sharp gazes, their bodies were glistening, and their true chi was smooth and flawless. Among them, there were 3 acupoint expansion realm experts whose bodies were as deep as the sea and their true chi was strong and surging like dragons. The leader of the group was a man in his 30s. He was short and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, giving off the impression that he was cunning and intelligent. Between his eyebrows, flames rose. These flames formed a hexagonal star, shooting up in a crisscross pattern. The star flames scattered in all directions, like thousands of golden bugs dancing in the sky, or like fireworks on a New Year's Day. It was a beautiful sight. Brother Huang Taiyuan, how did it go when you spoke to Xiao Han? Another acupoint expansion realm expert asked the short man. The short man was Huang Taiyuan, who had accepted the mission given by Xiao Han and cultivated the reincarnation divine fire. Heh. Xiao Han seems to be in a hurry. It's obvious that someone close to him is suffering from an illness and needs my reincarnation divine fire to treat him. Huang Taiyuan laughed sinisterly for a few times, and within his eyes, a plan was brewing. He looked unfriendly. Big brother Huang Taiyuan, are you preparing to extort a large sum of money from Xiao Han? It wasn't easy for me to cultivate the reincarnation divine fire. I obtained this mystic technique in the cave. You all know that I cultivated an ice-type mystic technique. In order to cultivate the reincarnation divine fire, I had to disperse my own mystic technique. Dispersing one's mystic technique is also a kind of torment, and the pain is not something that outsiders can understand. Furthermore, I recultivated my true chi and cultivated the reincarnation divine fire. It took me a cycle of 60 years to reach the beginner level. It was so difficult and full of ups and downs. How can I help Xiao Han for nothing with this mystic technique that I cultivated so hard? I'm not an idiot. Huang Taiyuan laughed coldly. That's right. A young man dressed in purple robes, who was elegant and suave, agreed. Brother Huang Taiyuan is right. Brother Huang is ranked first on the Devil Hero ranking and is also a top figure. In the Holy War a few years later, Brother Huang's ranking will definitely move up a bit. Right now, it's Xiao Han who needs Brother Huang's help. He is a newcomer who hasn't even made it onto the Devil Hero ranking, so he should take out some contribution points and treasures to accept Brother Huang. Even if it's just a friendship, he won't be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the news that Xiao Han killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has almost spread. Once he returns to the Devil Hero Tower, he will be able to earn tens of thousands of contribution points. The young man in purple robes narrowed his eyes. Tens of thousands of contribution points. He's now very rich. It's not easy to find this opportunity. Who else can we blackmail if not him? This is not appropriate. Immediately, a devil hero shook his head. Brother Huang, think about it. Xiao Han can even kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I'm afraid we won't be able to suppress him even if we join forces. Moreover, he might retaliate and slap us in the face. In my opinion, it's okay to blackmail him, but we can't do it too harshly. Huang Taiyuan tapped the table with his knuckles and said while thinking. The news that Xiao Han killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has spread like wildfire. Many devil heroes are talking about it. Basically, everyone thinks that it's impossible for Xiao Han to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Think about it. Although Xiao Han performed extremely well in the Devil Hero trial and became the biggest dark horse, he's still too inexperienced. He won't be able to do much. In terms of true chi cultivation, it's a mess. Although his physical body is strong, it's only a few million ding at most. It's just brute force and he won't be able to do much. He also knows some demonic techniques, but he's not a demon. Hence, it's a big problem for him to replenish his demonic power. He only knows 3 tricks that are more than enough to deal with those below the expanded aperture realm. However, it's not enough to deal with those at the expanded aperture realm. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is a high-level demon emperor that's about to mutate. His combat strength is above most expanded aperture realm cultivators. How long has it been since Xiao Han became a devil hero? It's only been a few months. How could he kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Even if he's talented, it's impossible for him to increase his combat strength to such a level within a few months. Humans can be monstrous, but they can't be that monstrous. So, after intense discussions, Many devil heroes came to a conclusion. It's impossible for Xiao Han to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. In that case, how do you explain Xiao Han completing the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Everyone's gaze was on the eloquent Huang Taiyuan. Some people said that the eldest disciple of the Pure Cloud sect, Xiao Mingqiu, left the sect with Xiao Han and went to the Great Wilderness. Who is Xiao Mingqiu? He's a powerhouse on the Devil Hero leaderboard. He could seal the Demon Emperor with one arrow. Xiao Han is extremely favored in the Pure Cloud sect. Hence, it's very likely that a super expert like Xiao Mingqiu first injured the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and handed him over to Xiao Han to kill him. He helped Xiao Han achieve his goal and made him famous. Brother Huang, that makes sense. Every word you say is a gem. I've already arranged to meet Xiao Han in the Celestial Dragon Town outside the Devil Hero domain. Let's go there together now. After meeting Xiao Han, we'll see how strong he is and see if he's strong enough. If he's really strong, I won't extort him. Instead, I won't take a single cent from him and treat his friend for free. That way, he'll owe me a favor. However, if I find out that Xiao Han is just an empty shell, I'll extort him. Hehehe. Didn't he kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? I don't want anything else, including contribution points. I just want him to hand over the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal. Hiss! Brother Huang, you have a big appetite. You're actually coveting the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal. That kind of high-level Demon Emperor crystal can be exchanged for more than 10,000 contribution points. The other devil heroes gasped. All in all, it's better to move forward. Although the world is big, there are very few martial artists who are good at the divine reincarnation fire. I happen to be one of them. I'm a rare commodity. The initiative is in my hands. I'm now advancing step by step and steadily killing Xiao Han. I won't be at a disadvantage. Let's go to the Celestial Dragon Town. The group of devil heroes left the restaurant under Huang Taiyuan's lead and went straight to the Celestial Dragon Town outside the Devil Hero domain. Chapter 253. Xiao Han was anxious about a Chao's illness for many years, so he rushed to the town in a hurry. The Celestial Dragon Town was adjacent to the Xianxia region. It was a pure land where there were no demons. The sky was clear, and the fragrance of rouge flowed in the air. Xiao Han walked in the Celestial Dragon Town and looked around. There were many buildings made of agarwood in the town. They were exquisite and extremely beautiful. Those who walked in the town were all Xianxia. However, most of them were below expanded acupoint realm, and their auras weren't too powerful. Xianxia reckoned that most of them weren't ranked on the devil ranking board, and they weren't ranked at all. There were a lot of Xianxia in this world. There were about 5-6 million of them. Those who could get a place on the Xianxia leaderboard were, after all, very few. However, in the Celestial Dragon Town, there were many expanded point realm experts, but they were few in number. Every one of them was worshipped by the other low-level Xianxia. It seems that I have to get a place on the Xianxia leaderboard. The higher the ranking, the better. If I get a high ranking, I won't get the respect of other Xianxia, but at least there won't be so many trash provoking me, right? Xiao Han suddenly thought. If there's a chance, I must get a place on the Xianxia leaderboard. If I can use demonic techniques, it shouldn't be a problem to get a place on the leaderboard. Xiao Han. It's Xiao Han. That's right. I've seen the video of this year's Xianxia trial. That person is Xiao Han. A young hero. Xiao Han, the hero who killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and has been in the limelight recently? He looks travel-worn. He should have just returned from the wilderness. Let's go and take a look. It'll be best if we can befriend him. Xiao Han's appearance caused a commotion in the town. A large number of low-level Xianxia swarmed over like a tide. A few expanded point realm Xianxia immediately turned their attention to Xiao Han. They observed and evaluated him with interest. However, they didn't rush up to him because of their status. Xiao Han? A white-clothed girl blushed and played with the corner of her clothes while mustering her courage. Xiao Han, can we be friends? Xiao Han, I heard that you killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. You're really powerful. You are indeed a young hero. Now that I've seen you in person, I finally know that you, Xiao Han, are as fast as lightning and have an extraordinary aura. Xiao Han, let's be friends. I'm Ma San Yu. Currently, I don't have a ranking on the monster ranking list, but I'm a promising young man. I'm very motivated, and I'll make a name for myself sooner or later. Be friends with me. Xiao Han. Let me introduce my younger sister to you. Xiao Han, I have an elder sister who is extremely charming. I wonder if you're interested? Xiao Han, you are so talented. In the future, you will definitely be an overlord that will shock the world. You will shine brilliantly. You will be my boss. For a moment, Xiao Han was surrounded by 3 layers of people. The densely packed low-level chivalrous spirits flattered him and sang his praises. It was extremely corny and made Xiao Han's hair stand on end. He said hurriedly, "Do you guys know that I killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? It's been spread out for a long time." A slender young man said non-stop. Brother Xiao Han, you're now an influential figure. You've become the focus of the entire chivalrous region. How did you manage to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Can you tell me about it? You're a genius. Quickly tell me about the process of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Don't worry, I've always been eloquent. I'll definitely exaggerate it for you. I'll give a speech everywhere and make your name even more famous. Spread it far and wide. Sweat. This is not necessary. I killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor by luck. It's a stroke of luck. There's no way to stop it. How should I put it? When I killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, he was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. There's really nothing much to say. Luck. If it were you guys, it would have been a piece of cake for you to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor under those circumstances. Xiao Han finally understood the true meaning of the saying, a man is afraid of fame just as a pig is afraid of being fat. Hence, he lied to them and tried to get rid of these overly enthusiastic fellows. Everyone, please make way, I still have important matters to attend to. Xiao Han, luck is also a form of strength. No matter what, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor died in your hands. I'm afraid others don't have your luck. A loud and clear voice rang out. Immediately after, a tangible aura swept towards Xiao Han. The low-level heroes surrounding Xiao Han all stepped aside and looked in the direction of the voice. Huang Taiyuan? Xiao Han recognized the voice. It was the voice of the person who had just sent a message to him, claiming that he had accepted the mission he had issued. It was the voice of the person who was proficient in the reincarnation divine flame. Xiao Han also looked over. Xiao Han saw a total of 7 people walking toward him. Among them, 3 had bodies as deep as the ocean. Xiao Han could not figure out their cultivations. At the very least, he was at Aperture Expansion Realm. The leader had black hair that fluttered in the wind. Although he was short, his entire body contained an indescribable aura. Although he did not show his power, the low-level demons around him all retreated. In a short period of time, everything was silent, making him the only one in the world. He stood out from the crowd, extraordinary and refined. In between his eyebrows, a strange flame was brewing. It was more dazzling than fireworks, but it was obvious that it was not an ordinary true fire. Reincarnation Divine Flame? This is the Reincarnation Divine Flame? Xiao Han was stunned. Immediately after, he quickly made an evaluation of Huang Taiyuan. This person is undoubtedly at Aperture Expansion Realm, and not an ordinary one at that. His cultivation is not inferior to that Lei Qiji. Logically speaking, there should be many people on the demons ranking. They are fresh troops to kill demons and have endless potential. What a coincidence. Treating senior brother Ah Cho actually attracted such a powerful person. But it's okay. Although his aura is strong, I, Xiao Han, am not necessarily afraid of him. I just have to be careful. While Xiao Han was observing and evaluating Huang Taiyuan and the others were also analyzing Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Han had only sealed the power of his flesh shell, and his true qi cultivation was exposed. The quality of his Jin qi wasn't very high either. It was only at Duan 4. It was sloppy and ordinary, and it was easy to see with a single glance. Oh, level 4 true qi? He opened 36 true qi points, a rookie among rookies. That's right. Maybe his flesh shell is different from ordinary people, but for us martial artists, Cultivating true qi is the way to become an immortal. Everything else is unorthodox. This Xiao Han is obviously putting the cart before the horse. Now that I have seen him with my own eyes, I don't think that he is a good person. Garen's death was really unjust. He was actually killed by such a person. What a pity. That's right, Brother Huang. Hearing about Xiao Han is not as good as seeing him in person. This Xiao Han is indeed a little unbelievable. Actually, looking up, down, left and right, no matter what, I can't relate him to anyone. Amazingly talented, and other similar words were linked together. Could it be that he really lives up to his reputation? I also think that he couldn't have killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. This person's aura is too ordinary, and he looks silly. He doesn't look like a shrewd person, but more like a country bumpkin. What he said just now is probably the truth. When the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was seriously injured, he happened to bump into him and killed him with one strike. Once and for all. Huang Taiyuan and the others were also using the evil hero token to communicate telepathically. Finally the two sides met. Hello, Xiao Han. Huang Taiyuan said indifferently. Xiao Han did not move and smiled faintly. My friend Huang Taiyuan, my friends, hello. Xiao Han, you're the one who issued the mission to find the evil hero who is proficient in the divine reincarnation fire true qi to treat the poison on your friend's face, right? Huang Taiyuan squinted at Xiao Han. Yes, I'll have to trouble my friend Huang Taiyuan to help me with this matter. We're all evil heroes, and we'll take care of each other. However, my friend Huang Taiyuan, don't worry. I'm Xiao Han, and I'm not a reckless person who doesn't understand etiquette. As for the reward, I'll definitely satisfy you. Ha 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 ha, no problem, no problem. Huang Taiyuan said with a fake smile. All right, let's find a restaurant and discuss this matter while drinking. After saying that, Huang Taiyuan exchanged glances with the other evil heroes. Xiao Han immediately understood that Huang Taiyuan was not a person who was easy to talk to. This person was cunning and intelligent, and he had an expression that liked to take advantage of others. Xiao Han was not willing to deal with such a person, but for the sake of senior brother Ah Chao's hidden illness, Xiao Han could only force a smile and feign civility. Soon, Xiao Han, Huang Taiyuan, and the others came to a private room in a restaurant. My friend Xiao Han, you've become famous after killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Come, let's toast to you. Huang Taiyuan raised his cup. Huang Taiyuan's friends also pretended to raise their cups and wanted to get close to Xiao Han. Xiao Han became anxious and reluctantly drank a cup of wine with these people. My friend Huang Taiyuan, let's talk business. About my friend's injury on his face, It's okay. It's still early. Let's talk slowly. My friend Xiao Han, the few of us sincerely accept you. Huang Taiyuan waved his hand and interrupted Xiao Han's words. My friend Xiao Han, please don't take offense to what I said, but your true qi cultivation base is indeed a little inferior. Currently, your true qi cultivation base is only at level 4. Among the millions of evil heroes in the entire evil hero world, I'm afraid you're at the bottom. My aptitude is poor. I've cultivated for as long as the others, but I've achieved very little. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Another cave expansion realm evil hero's eyes were filled with arrogance. In that case, Xiao Han, how did you kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Did you just rely on the strength of your body? That's unbelievable. I've said it just now. When I killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, he was already at his limit. I was just lucky. Xiao Han said anxiously. Did Xiao Mingqiu help you kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Huang Taiyuan stared at Xiao Han. Xiao Han was really annoyed by the pestering. It was impossible for him to tell a group of irrelevant and annoying people how he was imprisoned in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial City's totem habitat, how he devoured pure-blooded sky dragons and pure-blooded Swanni, how he risked his life to kill Azure Dragon Xiao Han, and how he killed him. Therefore, Xiao Han casually agreed. How do you know that it was my big senior brother Xiao Mingqiu who helped me? Yes, that's what happened. Senior brother Xiao Mingqiu's godly arrow was invincible. He injured the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor with one arrow, which allowed me to kill him easily. Are you all satisfied with what I've said? All right, let's get down to business. Everyone, what price do you need to pay to heal my friend's injury? I don't like to beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. My friend Huang Taiyuan, how many contribution points do you need to be willing to help? Name a price, and we'll negotiate. Ha ha ha. As I expected, it was Xiao Mingqiu who helped me. Huang Taiyuan was relieved. Then he raised his eyelids slightly. Xiao Han, you have to know that it's extremely rare to find a hero who is good at the reincarnation divine fire in the entire world of heroes. I found the reincarnation divine fire in a cave. It's rare to see a swordsman with a fortuitous encounter like mine. Let's put it this way. Other than me, Huang Taiyuan, who can heal your friend's injury, other heroes who are stronger than me might not be able to heal him. Heh. How much do you want? Xiao Han's face darkened slightly. Huang Taiyuan looked at Xiao Han meaningfully. Xiao Han, I admire you very much. I want to be friends with you so that we can take care of each other in the future. How about this? I don't want the contribution points. However, since you killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, can you lend me the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal for a few days? Xiao Han was instantly enraged when he heard that. His expression changed slightly, and the tattoo on the demon monarch's palm on his left arm moved slightly. It emitted a dangerous aura. Xiao Han, what's with that expression? Why are you showing us such an expression? The other Acupoint Expansion Realm cultivator said sternly. Xiao Han, you have to understand the situation. You're the one who needs our help, not the other way around. Moreover, Brother Huang has made it very clear that only Brother Huang can heal your friend's injury. There's no other way. Now, you're refusing to lend me the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal for a few days? Then, there's no room for negotiation. Brother Huang, let's go. Bang! Suddenly, Xiao Han slammed the table, and the wine cups and plates on the table were shattered into pieces. Your wishful thinking is really brilliant. Blackmail people? Blackmail me, Xiao Han? How dare you ask for my Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal? Are you trying to bully me because I don't have a temper? Xiao Han's face turned ashen as he stood up. Huang Taiyuan, whether you agree or not, you have to heal my friend's face. If you agree, everyone will be happy. If you don't, I'll beat you until you agree. It's fine if I, Xiao Han, don't cause trouble, but someone actually dares to offend me? It's fine if you're some ancient powerhouse, but you're just a few small fries. How dare you? Do you believe that I can break your limbs at any time? A murderous aura burst forth from Xiao Han's body. His aura, which had previously been harmless, suddenly became majestic. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Chapter 254. Xiao Han flew into a rage. When he met Huang Taiyuan, Xiao Han had already expected that he would be extorted by Huang Taiyuan. At that time, Xiao Han thought that Huang Taiyuan was asking for an exorbitant price and that it would at most be tens of thousands of contribution points. However, he did not expect Xiao Han to ask for the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal. This was simply going too far. He had completely treated Xiao Han as a sucker. This was intolerable. Huang Taiyuan and the others were also shocked. They hadn't expected that Xiao Han would turn hostile so quickly. Not only did he roar at them, but he also threatened to kill them. His killing intent was so strong that Huang Taiyuan were shocked. Bang! Huang Taiyuan slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Several of his chivalrous hero friends also took advantage of the situation and stood up, their faces all ferocious. They had observed Xiao Han for a while. They felt that Xiao Han was too ordinary and there was nothing special about him. His aura was too mediocre. He was only able to kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor because of Xiao Mingqiu's help. If Xiao Han's battle prowess was truly outstanding, his aura was vigorous, and he could move like the wind with lightning, then it would be fine. They could just bear with it and talk to Xiao Han politely. However, Xiao Han was just a good-looking but useless embroidered pillow, deceiving the world to gain fame, so there was no need for them to be polite to Xiao Han. Xiao Han. I, Huang Taiyuan, accepted the mission you issued out of goodwill, and did not hesitate to consume my hard-earned true qi to heal your friend. Not only did you not appreciate my kindness, but you also spoke ill of me and made a false countercharge. What is the meaning of this? Huang Taiyuan pointed at Xiao Han and laughed viciously. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Xiao Han, you're unruly and arrogant. You think that you've had some fortuitous encounters. Do you want to behave atrociously? Your true chi cultivation is a mess and you're worlds away from the expanded acupoint realm. With your aptitude, you'll need decades or centuries to reach the expanded acupoint realm. Everyone knows that everything is just empty talk if you don't reach the expanded acupoint realm. You probably relied on your connections in the sect, Xiao Mingchu, Wu Bo, and so on to swindle people. Save it. If you really think you're capable. I'd like to see how powerful you are. Another cave expanding realm fiend. He also couldn't stop sneering. Xiao Han. You probably thought that in the Hex Hero trials, you defeated the group of young people from the Hex Hero region. You think you can rule over an area just because of that? Ha 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 ha. What a joke. To tell you the truth, those little bastards, including Garen, are nothing more than a bunch of good-for-nothings. A silk pants raised by a group of old antiques. How arrogant. How could he be compared with us, who fought with our fists and kicks? Ever since we were young, we've been diligent in our cultivation, slaying demons and eradicating devils. We've been tempered into steel. It's no big deal for you to defeat those good-for-nothings. Only by defeating us can you call yourself a genius. How about it? Do you dare to play with us? If you are defeated by us, let's play with that Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal for a few days. What do you think? Do you have the guts? If the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal were to be exchanged for contribution points in the Xianxia pagoda, it would definitely be worth millions of contribution points. Its value was much greater than the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Therefore, Huang Taiyuan and the other swordsmen were going all out. They had to get the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal no matter what. They were completely blinded by greed. Xiao Han didn't move. He rolled his eyes a few times and sneered. I heard that it's strictly forbidden to fight among swordsmen. How do you want to fight? Do you want to go to the Xianxia pagoda to apply for a fight? Ha 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 ha, are you scared? Are you scared now? Weren't you very impressive just now? Huang Taiyuan said disdainfully. Let me tell you, as long as you don't kill anyone, it's okay to play with the rules between swordsmen. Don't worry, we won't kill you. We'll just teach you a lesson and polish your edges so that you can learn to be tactful and judge the situation. In the future, when you go out, you'll know how to behave and how to be reserved. This is also a good thing for you. Let's fight in this celestial dragon town. How about it? Huang Taiyuan's attitude was completely aggressive. He almost didn't allow Xiao Han to object. It was as if he wanted to kill Xiao Han. Ha ha! You can play with the rules? Xiao Han burst out laughing. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Han, our ranking on the list of swordsmen is neither high nor low, and you don't even have a ranking. We can just fight casually, and the higher-ups don't have the time to care about us, another swordsman shouted impatiently. Oh. In that case, that's exactly what I want. It saves me from having to worry about anything. Since you want the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal, come and get it with your real ability. However, don't refuse to treat my friend's injury after I defeat you. You're also famous people on the list, and I don't think you'll go back on your words. Xiao Han stretched his body. Let's go. Let's fight in the back mountain of the Celestial Dragon Town. Finish it quickly. Hee hee. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal is mine. Huang Taiyuan flicked his sleeves and went down the restaurant with a few swordsmen. Xiao Han followed closely behind. They all went down the restaurant, and all of them were full of murderous intent as they walked toward the back mountain of the Celestial Dragon Town. Xiao Han's face was gloomy, and Huang Taiyuan and the others were livid. They all looked unfriendly. Along the way, many low-level swordsmen began to discuss with each other. Xiao Han? That's Huang Taiyuan, ranked 2598th on the list of swordsmen. He was also a hero and an arrogant person. Xiao Han and Huang Taiyuan are together? No, why are they so aggressive? It seems like they have a grudge against each other. Wait, they didn't say a word and went to the back mountain. Are they going to fight? Let's follow them. Why? Are we going to watch a fight? Let's go. I haven't seen such a fierce fight for a long time. One of them is a genius who has been in the limelight recently, and the other is a senior swordsman. If they really fight, it'll be a good show. It'll be a waste not to watch. The behavior of Xiao Han, Huang Taiyuan, and the others not only attracted a large number of low-level swordsmen, but also a few cave expansion state swordsmen in the celestial dragon town. Therefore, Xiao Han and the others walked in front of them. A large group of swordsmen followed behind them. When they arrived at the back mountain, there were already hundreds of swordsmen behind them. There was a huge empty space in the back mountain. It was 100 acres of flat land. Xiao Han, let's fight here. Since you're so arrogant, I, Huang Taiyuan, will teach you a lesson. Huang Taiyuan licked his lips. I told you to finish the fight quickly. That's right. But don't worry, I won't kill you. After saying that, Huang Taiyuan stood on the empty ground. His true qi surged, and countless reincarnation divine fire surrounded him, making him look dreamy. Huang Taiyuan crooked his finger at Xiao Han. Come on, Xiao Han, let's fight. Don't be afraid. After saying that, Huang Taiyuan was in high spirits. He glanced at the swordsmen who were watching. Then, he pretended to speak in a loud voice. Xiao Han, you're still young. You're still young. Your headstrong and self-opinionated personality will only make you suffer. Fight with me. It's nothing. At most, you'll suffer some superficial wounds. You'll learn from your mistakes. You won't be so arrogant when you go out. It's better than being killed by the enemy or eaten by the demons, right? I'm teaching you a lesson, not bullying you. You have to be clear about this. After he said that, the onlookers were in an uproar. He's really going to fight? Huang Taiyuan's words are so high-sounding. He said that he's going to teach Xiao Han a lesson. This Xiao Han is really a restless person. Recently, he became famous after killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Now that he's back, he's going to fight Huang Taiyuan, who's ranked 2598th on the swordsman leaderboard. This person really likes to be in the limelight. At this moment, Xiao Han walked into the empty ground slowly. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. He looked at Huang Taiyuan and said, Huang Taiyuan, there are 7 of you. Including you, there are 3 acupoint expanding realm cultivators. How about this? I'll save myself some trouble. The 3 of you can come at me together. As for the other 4 who are at level 5 true qi, I'm not interested. After he said that, the onlookers were dumbfounded. Wasn't he a little too arrogant? He actually dared to say that he wanted to fight 1 against 3. A Duan 4 Jinqi newbie was challenging 3 expanded point realm experts at the same time. This was simply a miraculous event that was rarely seen throughout history. After all, no one had witnessed Xiao Han killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor with their own eyes. Just as everyone had analyzed, there might be something fishy about it. Besides, Xiao Han admitted that he was lucky to have killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Yet, the sight of Zhang Xian facing off against 3 acupoint expansion realm cultivators happened right before the eyes of the spectating demonic heroes. This caused many people to think that Xiao Han was being too reckless and overestimating his own capabilities. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. I think you're hopeless. He's seriously ill. The other 2 acupoint expansion realm cultivators who came with Huang Taiyuan couldn't help but take a step forward. One of them was like a peerless sword hidden within its sharpness, wanting to slay everything in its path. His entire body released a majestic sword intent, giving him the demeanor of a grandmaster of the way of the sword. Hu Xiaofeng, ranked 3222nd on the Monster Warrior leaderboard. One of the spectating demonic heroes called out his name. The other one had a full forehead and great ambition in his eyes. His zhenqi was like a huge river, creating huge waves one after another. Zhou Donglai, ranked 3401 on the Monster Warrior leaderboard. The 3 acupoint expansion realm cultivators glared at Xiao Han, preparing to attack. At this moment, all right, let's fight. If I, Xiao Han, want you to lose, you will lose. Suddenly, Xiao Han let out a ferocious roar. The next moment, an obscure wave of demonic aura shot up into the sky. Demonic aura lingered, imprisoning for eternity. In an instant, 3 ancient demonic talismans came crashing down. These 3 ancient demonic talismans were ancient, mysterious, and contained the terrifying power to seal people, ghosts, immortals, and gods. Sky Demon God Seal. Xiao Han directly drained the demonic energy in his 93,000 demonic meridians and used them to create 3 talismans, shrouding his 3 opponents. Fast, accurate, ruthless, sparing no demonic energy. End the battle quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 monster warriors, Huang Taiyuan, Zhou Donglai, and Hu Xiaofeng, did not even have time to react before they were sealed. Huang Taiyuan was sealed for 2 breaths. Zhou Donglai was sealed for 4 breaths. Hu Xiaofeng was sealed for 4 breaths. Xiao Han did not hesitate to attack. Furthermore, he had been hiding his strength well and admitted that the Green Dragon Demon Emperor was injured by Xiao Mingchu, so he went to pick up the slack. This made Huang Taiyuan and the others think that Xiao Han was very weak. Therefore, they did not guard against him and fell into his trap. Roar! Xiao Han let out a shrill roar and charged at Huang Taiyuan, tearing through the air. The power of his flesh shell surged like thunder, and he slapped Huang Taiyuan in the face. Pooh! Huang Taiyuan felt as if he was struck by lightning. Blood splattered everywhere, and all his teeth were broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He landed heavily on the ground and kept coughing out blood. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Donglai and Hu Xiaofeng were also slapped to the ground. Their bodies were bent over, twitching and moaning in pain. Xiao Han had slapped 3 monster warriors in one go. His moves were clean and precise, and the whole place was silent. You are just a few useless people. How dare you try to blackmail me? Xiao Han's lips curled up. He was indescribably arrogant. However, since we are all monster warriors, I will show you mercy. I will only let you suffer a little. Otherwise, I will beat you to death or cripple you. Chapter 255. Xiao Han first used the Sky Demon Investiture technique to seal his opponent's Zhenqi and movements. Then, he used the power of his flesh shell to send his opponent flying. The combination of demonic arts and the power of his flesh shell complemented each other perfectly. The 3 expanded Acupoint Realm demon heroes were all respected figures in their own regions. In the secular world, they were worshipped by the commoners. However, in the blink of an eye, they were knocked to the ground by Xiao Han. They didn't even have the chance to resist. Everyone was shocked. The low-level heroes, as well as the few expanded Acupoint Realm heroes, who had been chattering non-stop a moment ago, had all shut up. All of them were staring at Xiao Han, dumbfounded, as though they had seen a ghost. Heh! I've said it before. If you want to extort me, I'll beat you up. Xiao Han harumphed and walked towards Huang Taiyuan, who was wriggling on the ground like a maggot. Xiao Han had a good grasp of his strength when he knocked down Huang Taiyuan and the other 2. He wouldn't kill or cripple them. At the very most, he would only make the 3 expanded Acupoint Realm demon heroes temporarily lose their ability to fight. Of course, they would still suffer physical pain and bone pain. However, the expanded Acupoint Realm demon heroes had vast amounts of Zhenqi. Even though their flesh shells weren't as strong as the barbarians of the Great Wilderness, they could still use their Zhenqi to temper their bodies. Xiao Han walked to Huang Taiyuan's side. He bent down. All of Huang Taiyuan's teeth had been shattered, and his entire body was spasming. Snot and tears flowed from his nose, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Blood frothed at the corner of his mouth, and a gurgling sound came from his throat as he spoke in a feeble voice. Xiao Han, you, what else do you want to do? You are actually so powerful. I miscalculated. Xiao Han, don't do anything rash. Please don't kill me. It's not easy for me to cultivate to this level. I was wrong this time. There will be places where you will appear in the future. I will definitely disappear. How about it? I've completely given in to you. Please let me off. Huang Taiyuan's heart was filled with bitterness. Initially, he wanted to make a plan before taking action. He thought that Xiao Han was just a conceited and arrogant person. That was why he was certain that he would defeat Xiao Han. He was prepared to extort the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal. But unexpectedly, Xiao Han actually killed the 3 expanded Acupoint Realm cultivators in an instant. It didn't matter what methods he used. An instant kill was an instant kill. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, Huang Taiyuan was an experienced cultivator. He knew that if it wasn't for Xiao Han's mercy, the three of them would already be cold corpses. At this point, Huang Taiyuan finally believed that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor should have been killed by Xiao Han. It was impossible for him to have been killed by someone else. Huang Taiyuan cursed in his heart. Pretentious! This kid is too pretentious. Xiao Han is too pretentious. If this kind of person goes out, I don't know how many people will die from his schemes. I am convinced this time. This guy is destined to be a formidable character. I will be defeated by his hands. I can Xiao Han will spirit Xiao Han is Luo Qi. Is in the future, wherever he is, I'll just have to avoid him. In this life, I won't be his enemy. Xiao Han Demon Hero Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Xiao. And one of, clan, Xiao Han of. Xiao Realm Cultivators. One of Xiao of them. Of. Our common enemy is the Demon Clan. I'm not interested in killing each other. I hate it. Huang Taiyuan, my friend, when you are free, can you make a trip to the southern region Fire Beacon Empire's Pure Cloud sect? There is a person called Ah Cho in the outer sect of the Pure Cloud sect. He is a good friend of mine. Senior Martial Brother Ah Cho has a hidden illness on his face. He has a poisonous sore. I need to use the reincarnation divine fire true qi to burn off Senior Martial Brother Ah Cho's poisonous sore. Hearing this, Huang Taiyuan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He had completely survived the disaster and quickly interrupted Xiao Han. All right. Xiao Han, I will go to the Pure Cloud sect tomorrow to treat your friend Ah Cho's face. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me, Huang Taiyuan. There won't be any slip-ups. If I can't treat Ah Cho's face, you will blame me. How about that? I will leave tomorrow. Good. That's for the best. Thank you, my friend Huang Taiyuan. Don't worry. I will not mistreat you. Tens of thousands of contribution points is not a problem. Xiao Han smiled. I don't dare. I don't dare to ask for a reward from you. Huang Taiyuan said in fear. I won't take a single cent. I won't take a single cent. After negotiating with Huang Taiyuan for a while, Xiao Han stood up and left the immortal dragon town. He walked towards the Devil Hero region. Countless low-level devil heroes were intimidated by Xiao Han's imposing manner. They automatically made way for Xiao Han. Everyone held their breath. After Xiao Han left, some of the devil heroes started to whisper to each other. Amazing! Too amazing! He killed without hesitation. In just one move, he killed 3 experienced expanded point realm devil heroes. He is a genius. From what I can see, there will be a promising young man on the devil hero ranking. However, it seems like Xiao Han used a demonic technique. His demonic strength is comparable to a high-level demon emperor. I wonder if this is against the rules. Devil Hero Pagoda. The top floor. There was only one room on the top floor of the Devil Hero Pagoda. The thick metal door was tightly shut. Countless ancient characters and talismans were engraved on the metal door. There were also star veins extending on the metal door. All kinds of strange phenomena could be seen. There was a holy light as vast as the sea. There were even traces of immortal qi. It was supreme. If anyone looked at the door for a long time, they would feel a suction force that would suck their soul into a vast and mysterious world. Strands of destructive aura lay dormant within the door, and it caused the heavens and the earth and the universe to tremble before it. No one could go against it. It was as if there was a group of ancient gods inside the door. A group of old antiques knelt outside the door, trembling in fear as if they were walking on thin ice. All of them kept quiet out of fear. Although they were separated by a metal door, these old antiques were still suppressed by the terrifying aura inside the door. They held their breath and did not dare to breathe too loudly. My lords, this is the strongest young man in this year's selection competition, Xiao Han. This is an anomaly. He actually used demonic magic wantonly and fought with many evil heroes. Moreover, I heard that his demonic power is not inferior to that of an advanced demon emperor. This is the first time in the history of our human clan. This is rarely seen in the history of the human clan. My lords, the human clan is the human clan, and the demon clan is the demon clan. It is absolutely impossible for the human clan to master the secret methods and skills of the demon clan so perfectly. Xiao Han's World Annihilation Demon Saber is on par with Demon Emperor Qing Lin. This is extremely unimaginable. I hope that all of you can understand it. This is not because Xiao Han has a grudge against us and we are taking revenge on him. It's related to the rise and fall of the entire human clan. We all suspect that Xiao Han is a spy of the demon clan. One of the old-timers reported in a pained voice. Inside the metal door, there was silence for dozens of breaths. Then, a godlike voice came out. All of you leave. We will deal with this matter. Yes, yes, yes. The group of old antiques left one after another. Inside the metal door. It was an extremely mysterious space. It was almost boundless. In this space, there were continuous divine mountains and illusory palaces. Powerful spirit storms were rolling and sweeping. There were even strands of immortal qi and intertwining immortal talismans. Divine lights that were rarely seen in the history of the world were bursting out everywhere. Wind, cloud, thunder, water of the yellow spring, eternal divine wind, space cracks, all of them appeared. It made people feel that those in this space shouldn't be mortals, but immortals. Divine light surged, and mist rolled. In this space, there were more than a dozen spirit storms that were as powerful as ancient giant gods. They were squirming and releasing some power of rules and laws. They were just spirit storms, but no physical bodies could be seen. Xiao Han, what do you think? A faint voice was heard. This voice alone was enough to shatter the void. If it was a little louder, it would definitely change the wind and clouds and cause a catastrophe. It was almost an invincible voice. Indeed, there was no trace of a physical body. There were only a dozen spirit storms talking wantonly and saying what they wanted. The aura of these spirit storms was just like that of the great ancient gods and immortals, shocking the world and destroying the 9 continents. Moreover, the aura of these spirit storms was high and mighty, and it didn't show any human emotions. At every moment, it revealed the combination of the heavenly Tao, rewarding good and punishing evil, and enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. All kinds of rules were set by one hand and controlled by the other. The development of things has deviated from what we imagined. No, to be serious, there has been a huge deviation, another spirit storm said in a serious tone. We all watched Xiao Han's battle against Garen in the Hex Hero preliminaries. At that time, Xiao Han's demonic power could only be said to be ordinary, about the same as that of a low-level demon emperor. But now, Xiao Han killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor was a high-level demon emperor, and he had a mutated bloodline. How could he be killed by Xiao Han? Another spirit storm joined in. According to the information we have, Xiao Han defeated a senior hex hero in the Great Wilderness with one move. The demonic power he displayed was already that of a high-level demon emperor. In other words, this young man improved from a low-level demon emperor to a high-level demon emperor in just a few months. As soon as he said that, the dozens of spirit storms in the entire space fell silent at the same time. After a few hundred breaths. His progress is too fast. From a low-level demon emperor to a high-level demon emperor, it only took a few months. Such a monstrous growth rate was rarely seen in the demon clan. Even those creatures with the bloodline of the demon clan emperor can't grow so fast. Humph. Could it be that Xiao Han will mutate his bloodline and control the demonic power of a mutated demon emperor? Then, he will go through a second mutation, an ultimate mutation, and finally possess the destructive demonic power of the demon clan emperor? If that's the case, it looks like we're nurturing a tiger that will invite disaster. Our judgment may be a little off. I didn't expect Xiao Han to be able to control such a huge amount of demonic power in such a short time. Now, it seems that we have to kill him in the cradle. We can't let him continue to grow. Yes, the world is ever-changing. Throughout history, there have been many catastrophes that eventually led to disasters because of small things that didn't attract enough attention. The collapse of an ant's nest. Even a small ant's nest can cause the collapse of a dam. Well, I support killing Xiao Han now. That's what I mean too. Xiao Han has returned to the Devil Hero domain and is heading to the Devil Hero Tower. He's probably going to get some contribution points after killing the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Let's order a few of the top 1,000 powerhouses on the Demon Warrior leaderboard to take action. Okay. I'll pass on the order now. It was better to nip the trouble in the bud than to nip it in the bud, so that there won't be any big mistakes in the future. Among the dozens of spirit storms, 6 of them unanimously decided to kill Xiao Han. Wait! Another spirit storm kept expanding and wriggling, and the immortal talisman kept flickering as if it could explode at any time. What nonsense! Xiao Han is only about 20 years old, but he can already kill an advanced demon emperor alone. Moreover, in the Hex Hero preliminaries, he was brave and resourceful. This kind of genius is hard to come by in tens of millions of years. But now, instead of attaching importance to him, you want to kill him? What kind of logic is that? Bull*T logic. If you do this, the human race will go extinct sooner or later. We'll be killed by the demons sooner or later. Yes, tell me, in the entire history of the human race, has there ever been a 20-year-old teenager who killed an advanced demon emperor alone? Definitely not. It's not easy for the human race to have an unprecedented genius, but he was killed just like that. You guys can bear to do it, but I can't. So what if Xiao Han used demonic techniques? All the paths lead to the same destination. As long as Xiao Han is loyal to the human race and takes killing demons as his responsibility, there won't be a problem. We shouldn't kill him. In my opinion, we should focus on training him instead. This will allow him to improve even further. Yes, Xiao Han might have had an internal conflict with many demon warriors and injured some of them, but he killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, which is enough to make up for his mistakes. I don't think there's a problem. To put it bluntly, Xiao Han didn't do anything out of line, but he was executed for no reason. It's infuriating. In this way, the Demon Warrior Pagoda will lose cohesion and the people will be divided sooner or later. Among the dozen or so mental storms, 6 of them opposed Xiao Han's execution. At this moment, there was a dispute among the supreme mighty figures about how to deal with Xiao Han. They had different opinions. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became tense. Boom! Runes intertwined, thunder roared, lightning flashed, the sun and the moon rose and fell, and a huge mental storm let out an angry roar. Ridiculous! Do you expect Xiao Han to become the future leader of the human race? That's a joke. How stupid. According to the intelligence, Xiao Han's demonic power was boundless, but his true qi cultivation was trash. Now explain to me why a human's true qi cultivation is a mess, but his demonic power and demonic techniques have improved by leaps and bounds. Why is that? There must be a reason behind this abnormality. In my opinion, Xiao Han is a spy for the demon race. He must be executed. His soul must be destroyed. He'll be doomed eternally. Bull*T. Divine light surged, the mountains and seas roared, and the entire space trembled. It was also an extremely powerful mental storm. If Xiao Han is a demon spy, why would he kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor? Injuring oneself to gain the confidence of the demon race. This is the demon race's trick of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of the demon race. Sacrificing a high-level demon emperor will allow Xiao Han to gain our trust. How ambitious! Xiao Han must be executed. There's no other possibility. Xiao Han must die. Forget it, let's send an ancient giant to kill Xiao Han with a flick of our fingers. Who dares to kill Xiao Han? An ancient giant? I'll say this first. If any ancient giant dares to make a move, I'll kill his entire family. Xiao Han can't be killed. Kill! We must not kill him. The group of top figures of the human race actually had an internal conflict and quarreled with each other. Chapter 256. In this vast and mysterious space, more than a dozen extremely powerful spiritual storms. At the highest floor of the Xianxia Tower, there was a serious difference in their opinions. They even broke out into a fierce quarrel that was rarely seen. In the entire space, more than a dozen golden suns burst out. The blazing light burst out and rumbled, shocking the universe. There were 6 mental storms that agreed to destroy Xiao Han. There were exactly 6 mental storms that wanted to protect Xiao Han, no more, no less. They argued endlessly. There was even a feeling that a big fight was about to break out. At this moment, enough, all of you, shut up. In this space, there were a total of 13 mental storms, which seemed to represent 13 ancient gods. Among them, 12 mental storms formed two camps, opposing each other on how to deal with Xiao Han. However, the 13th mental storm kept silent. Only when the two sides were arguing endlessly did the 13th mental storm make a sound. The 13th mental storm had the most terrifying aura. It expanded like the core of a planet, and violent airflow surrounded this mental storm. Every airflow was faster than the speed of light, and every airflow burst out with a long roar, shocking the heavens and earth, like a dragon or a crane. This mental storm that was like the core of a planet seemed to have established a mysterious connection with the universe. Dense brilliance radiated from this mental storm. Rays of great power that could collapse the sky and destroy the ages were wriggling. Countless holy lights and all kinds of runes intertwined like rainbows. This caused this mental storm to have an aura that dominated the universe, and it even gave people a feeling of immortality. Finally, there was a burst of sound in this mental storm, and it made the other voices in the mental storm all shut up. A supreme and irresistible majesty suddenly bloomed. This caused the two sides that were arguing to shut up. Not only that, but after feeling the wrath of the 13th group, the other 12 groups started to feel uneasy and fearful. Pagoda Master. Please calm down. The Supreme Psychic Storm said harshly. Don't argue anymore. How can there be an internal conflict because of such a small matter? What a disgrace. You have cultivated for so many years, and you still can't hold it in? Facing the scolding of this mental storm, no one dared to refute or talk back. Regarding the matter of the youth Xiao Han, I already have a plan. It was impossible to kill Xiao Han directly. Yes, Xiao Han had indeed made rapid progress. From the demonic power of a low-level demon emperor to that of a high-level demon emperor, it had only taken him a few months. This was truly heaven-defying. If there were no accidents, many years later, Xiao Han would definitely look down on the world and become a supreme being. If we were to strangle this kind of world-shaking talent just because of a small sign, it would indeed be a reckless waste of God's gifts. Some of you are worried that Xiao Han is a spy for the demon race. If we allow him to grow, he will eventually harm the human race. This kind of worry is not without reason. However, everything is still firmly under our control. Xiao Han is a flame of hope, burning brighter and brighter, but we can extinguish this flame at any time. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. Even if Xiao Han possesses the demonic power of a great demon emperor, it would only take a single thought for us to eliminate him. Of course, when Xiao Han returns to the Xianxia pagoda this time, I'll personally release a spiritual wave to pry into the secrets of the demon clan hidden in him. If he's indeed a spy of the demon clan, I'll personally take action and clean him up. However, if he's not, then there's another story. Yes, the pagoda master personally observed Xiao Han and could see all his secrets at a glance. Whether he's a spy of the demon clan or not, he can't hide it from the pagoda master. Xiao Han entered the Xianxia domain from the celestial dragon town. He controlled his true qi and flew straight to the Xianxia pagoda. At the same time, Xiao Han had already taken out the Xianxia token and used the communication function to send a message to Wu Yu, Dongfeng Qin, and Feng Ling, sect master. Senior brother Dongfeng, senior brother Feng Ling, I'm about to enter the Xianxia pagoda. I've completed the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. In a very short period of time, Wu Yu replied to Xiao Han. Okay, Xiao Han, we already know about this matter. We're on our way to the Xianxia domain. We'll arrive soon. Xiao Han, you're very good. You've made the sect proud. I'm very happy. Wu Yu's tone was a little shaky. Okay, sect master. I'll go to the 5th floor of the Xianxia pagoda first to collect the contribution points reward for killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Xiao Han sent a message. Not long after, Xiao Han finally flew to the Xianxia pagoda, which was known to be indestructible. It was lofty, enormous, ancient, elegant, magnificent, and stretched on for a few thousand kilometers. It emanated a scholarly aura, and it carried the aura of civilization and enlightenment. It caused the heavens and the earth to be filled with strands of righteousness, and it simply aroused respect in the hearts of all. Xiao Han landed in a square in front of the 1st floor of the Xianxia pagoda. There were many Xianxia standing in groups of 3 to 5 in the square, communicating with each other. Some of them were walking out of the Xianxia pagoda in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to do something. The Xianxia that appeared near the Xianxia pagoda all had an extraordinary aura. Their bodies were full of true qi, and they were surrounded by divine light and precious clouds, making it difficult for people to see through them. However, they were definitely powerful figures who were famous in the mountains and rivers. At this moment, when the Xianxia saw Xiao Han, their eyes were burning with curiosity. Some even blurted out, "Xiao Han, the young man who killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, Xiao Han, who has been in the limelight recently. That's right, it's this kid. Good lad." It seemed that he had rushed back from the great wilderness to collect the reward for the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. How many contribution points was it? A total of 10,000 contribution points. Moreover, the value of the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal and the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Corpse was far more than that. This Xiao Han has struck it rich. He has become a nouveau riche. Ha! I'm not some local tycoon. It's just a few million contribution points. I'll be able to enter some special secret cultivation room. There was nothing left. Or you can buy a few Xianxia secret manuals, but there won't be much left. Don't brag. This Xiao Han has just become a devil hero. He doesn't even have a ranking, but he has already earned millions of contribution points. It's already very heaven-defying. You can't say that. You'll definitely have to risk your life to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It's only natural for him to obtain millions of contribution points. Don't be jealous and jealous. Xiao Han did not want to become the focus of discussion, so he quickly lowered his head and rushed into the Wuxia pagoda. Then, at the teleportation area on the first floor, he spent 50 contribution points and teleported to the 5th floor of the Wuxia Tower. The floor where he received the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. On the 5th floor of the Wuxia pagoda. Mission release area. Treasure clouds and crimson light were surging. There were notices floating in the void like fireflies. Some of the devil heroes were scanning the notice with their mental energy in this area, looking for missions that were suitable for them. The manager of this floor was a middle-aged man in linen clothes. His aura was as strong as the sea, and his body was surging with golden light. There were suns and moons floating in his eyes, and he looked dignified. At this moment, he was pacing back and forth restlessly, mumbling to himself. Why isn't this kid coming to claim his reward yet? He seemed to be waiting for someone. At this moment, a ray of treasure light bloomed on this floor. There were ripples in the air, and a humanoid silhouette immediately wriggled. Someone had teleported to this floor. Ha! The middle-aged man in linen clothes stopped in his tracks and looked at the humanoid silhouette with an expectant expression. Many of the devil heroes who were browsing the missions on this floor also looked over immediately. They had lost count of the number of times they had repeated the same expression and action today. Finally, the humanoid silhouette solidified. It was Xiao Han. Ah! Xiao Han! The middle-aged man in linen clothes immediately shouted and walked towards Xiao Han excitedly. Good. Good. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Ah! You've been waiting for me for a long time? Xiao Han was stunned. He is indeed a promising young man. He can be said to be handsome and spirited. Not bad at all. I didn't expect that you would be able to complete the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor that so many experienced devil heroes couldn't complete. The middle-aged man in linen clothes' eyes were full of admiration. Even Li Fanming, who has been in the limelight in recent years, failed. Xiao Han, if there were more talented young people like you in the human race, sooner or later, the demon race would be completely driven out of this continent. All the devil heroes on this floor stared at Xiao Han deeply, which made him feel even more pressured. Well, actually, it was just a fluke, Xiao Han stammered. The middle-aged man in linen clothes looked at Xiao Han meaningfully and said in a low voice. I heard that Lei Qizhi was defeated by you in one move. That's not a fluke. Xiao Han, you're hiding your strength. Don't be too humble. All right, collect your contribution points. Give me your devil hero token and follow me. Okay. Xiao Han was only concerned about the 10,000 contribution points. At this moment, he was refreshed and quickly handed the devil hero token to the middle-aged man in linen clothes. The middle-aged man in linen clothes took the devil hero token from Xiao Han's hand, turned around and walked towards a shining house on this floor. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Corpse can also be exchanged for contribution points. They can be exchanged for 4 million contribution points. Well, Xiao Han was stunned. Then he mumbled. Senior, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Corpse. This. Oh right, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal has been shattered. It's not complete. I didn't bring it back, so I threw it away. You shattered the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in linen clothes was shocked. He turned around and looked at Xiao Han in shock. Xiao Han had a headache. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Corpse had been refined by Xiao Han, so he couldn't take them out. He was just about to think of an excuse to pass the buck. At this moment, boom! In the unseen world, a great spiritual wave suddenly swept down. It was just a wisp of spiritual wave, but it turned into a turbulent spiritual storm. It tore the empty space apart and enveloped Xiao Han. In an instant, Xiao Han felt that the world was spinning. Everything around him became dark. It was as if Xiao Han was the only person left in the world. Moreover, it was freezing cold. Snow was falling everywhere, making Xiao Han feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was freezing cold. Of course, Xiao Han understood that he was not sent to a dark and uninhabited world. There was no snow around him. Everything was a hallucination on the spiritual level. Xiao Han's spirit and soul could be said to be indomitable and impregnable. However, at this moment, they were easily affected and destroyed by a wisp of spiritual wave. It's too scary. Who is this? Right now, Xiao Han's whole body was trembling with fear. He didn't know about other things, but he knew very well that the person who triggered this psychic wave must be a big shot who could pluck the stars and grab the moon. Their true chi was boundless and invincible. If such a person wanted to kill him, it would definitely be a piece of cake. This aura is even more terrifying than that of the sect leader. Xiao Han was shocked. At the same time, this wisp of spiritual wave also made Xiao Han feel that if he was not careful, his body, will, soul, blood essence, and true chi would be ignited all at once. Then, he would be burned into ashes and would no longer exist in this world. This was a spiritual wave that could not be desecrated or resisted by others. The next moment, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes observing Xiao Han. Xiao Han felt as if every inch of his body was being seen through. His flesh, bones, skin, hair, blood, cells, true chi. Even his soul, everything was seen through. He couldn't even hide it. Xiao Han's heart beat faster. This situation was a bit like doing something wrong and being caught in the act. Suddenly, this pair of eyes, this spiritual wave, penetrated into the demon god's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. This spiritual wave directly penetrated into the demon god's palm tattoo and began to sweep through every demon vein. 9 demon veins were swept through one by one. The 4 demon emperor crystals had nowhere to hide. Beads of sweat began to appear on Xiao Han's forehead, but he couldn't resist. The difference between the two of them was really too big. This made Xiao Han a little suspicious that this wisp of spiritual wave was made by the legendary immortals. Otherwise, Xiao Han believed that he wouldn't be suppressed to this extent. Now, not to mention resisting, he couldn't even move his body or think a little bit. The spiritual wave of the strongest and supreme martial artist stayed on Xiao Han's left arm for more than 100 breaths of time. Then, it suddenly penetrated into Xiao Han's heart. Oh no! Xiao Han was horrified. Xiao Han's biggest secret was hidden in his heart. That demon egg. And the densely packed seals on the surface of the demon egg. On every seal, there seemed to be some martial arts secrets recorded. However, this spiritual wave seemed to have discovered that Xiao Han's heart was extraordinary. It was like a troop of iron and blood, marching straight into Xiao Han's heart. Xiao Han's heart was filled with fear. Xiao Han knew that the demon egg in his heart could fool most powerful people, but it definitely couldn't fool the owner of this spiritual wave. The only defense on the surface of Xiao Han's heart was the spirit turtle's true chi that shielded demon chi. However, in front of this spiritual wave, the spirit turtle's true chi was nothing. The spiritual wave penetrated the spirit turtle's true chi effortlessly. It was like entering an unstoppable state. That wisp of spiritual wave suddenly became extremely powerful. After penetrating the spirit turtle's true chi, it completely enveloped Xiao Han's heart. It was about to penetrate Xiao Han's heart. That demon egg was embedded in Xiao Han's heart. However, Just as that wisp of spiritual wave was about to pierce through Xiao Han's heart, a turbulent wave of demon qi suddenly surged out from the cracks of the demon egg. In that instant, the sky changed color. Rays of glass-like demon qi rolled out from Xiao Han's heart. A vast demon might surged into the sky, suddenly erupting with a peerless majesty, as if a god had suddenly awakened. With a single thought, boundless God's punishment descended. Everywhere in the void was trembling. That wisp of spiritual wave, under the assault of this terrifying demon qi, was actually forced to retreat, showing signs of collapse and destruction. The overwhelming demon qi was almost invincible, crushing that wisp of spiritual wave until it was finally destroyed. In other words, when that wisp of spiritual wave was about to enter Xiao Han's heart to see what was going on, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart released a godly demon qi from the cracks of the eggshell, destroying that wisp of spiritual wave, causing it to be unable to see what was going on inside the heart. For example, the demon egg in the heart was automatically protecting its owner, protecting Xiao Han. Of course, it was also a kind of self-protection. In the end, the wisp of demon qi returned to the cracks of the eggshell, and the densely packed seals on the eggshell trembled a few times. The spirit turtle true qi stuck on the surface of the eggshell hurriedly blocked the cracks. All the abnormalities disappeared from Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han was scared out of his wits. He wiped the sweat on his forehead, and his heart was filled with fear. It's over. The secret in the heart. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid that it's been exposed. Although that wisp of spiritual wave didn't manage to enter the heart and detect the demon egg and the seals, but the counterattack of the demon qi is enough to put me in danger. Oh no, what should I do now? Xiao Han, what's wrong? The middle-aged man in linen clothes frowned and asked. No, nothing. Xiao Han stammered. On the top floor of the Demon Hero Tower, there were 13 groups of invincible spiritual storms. Tower Master, how is it? Among them, 12 groups of spiritual storms revolved around the most blazing, magnificent, and powerful spiritual storm. Tower Master, you've already personally observed Xiao Han. What did you find? Is he a spy of the demon race? The most prosperous spiritual storm in the middle kept wriggling, but it didn't send any message or sound. All of a sudden, silence and silence occupied everything. After a few hundred breaths. What exactly is going on? Tower Master, could it be that you found something? Things have already exceeded our imagination. Finally, the powerful spiritual storm made a sound. It was extremely serious. However, if one listened carefully, one would find that in this supreme invincible voice, there was actually a heart palpitation that was rarely seen in the history. I've discovered something. The powerful spiritual storm seemed to be organizing his words. After a long while he finally said, a few scary things. Terrifying. This word caused the other 12 spiritual storms to wriggle and expand rapidly, and they all sent out waves of shock and confusion. Chapter 257. It was the master of the Monster Hero Pagoda who had scanned Xiao Han's vitality and secrets with his spirit wave. He was the supreme figure who had created the Monster Hero Pagoda. He was invincible. He was the most mysterious and powerful figure of the human race in the world. It was said that he had become an immortal long ago. On the highest floor of the Monster Hero Pagoda, the giant spirit storm that represented the master of the pagoda radiated aurora like the core of a star. After observing Xiao Han, he actually used the word, terrifying. Something that could make such a figure who could cover the sky with one hand in the mountain and sea prison, say, terrifying. That was really terrifying, enough to shock the world. Pagoda. Pagoda Master. Just what is going on? Please explain. The other 12 spirit storms were all panicking. Silence. A suffocating silence. After 100 breaths, I have observed young Xiao Han's skin, membrane, bone, marrow, essence, qi, spirit, blood, organs, and tendons. All of them are human. It can be said that Xiao Han is a pure human. In his blood, there is no filth and corruption of the demon race, the master said very seriously. It is a very basic common sense. The blood of our human race is absolutely different from the blood of the demon race. No matter how well a demon disguises himself, it is impossible to change his blood to human blood. Moreover, young Xiao Han is full of vigor and has a kind of righteousness that prevents all evils from invading. Hearing this, the spirit storms that were determined to kill Xiao Han were embarrassed. On the contrary, the spirit storms that wanted to protect Xiao Han were relieved. At this time, the master changed the topic. However, young Xiao Han has the secret of the demon race. I don't know what method he used, but in his left arm, he even refined the hand of a demon emperor, awakened 9 demon veins, and inlaid 4 demon emperor crystals of different sizes. Hiss! Awakened 9 demon veins? This lad really had the demonic power of a high-level demon emperor. Furthermore, in the demon realm, a demon emperor whose bloodline had not mutated could only produce 1 demon emperor crystal. However, Xiao Han had 4. In other words, he could release the demon emperor secret skill. This kind of combat power is the top among the high-level demon emperors. To be honest, Xiao Han is a high-level demon emperor now. Of course, the Tower Lord said that he is still a human in his bones, and he is full of righteousness. This is really contradictory. He is indeed a human, but his true chi cultivation is not good, but his demonic power and demonic magic are outstanding. He is a rare weirdo. Suddenly, the pagoda master's voice became extremely stern. However, the greatest secret of young Xiao Han is not the demon race great emperor's palm that his left arm has refined, but his heart. In Xiao Han's heart, there is a kind of demonic origin energy. This energy overflowed the heavens and the earth. Demons were kings, and nothing in this world could match them. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Even I can't see through the depth of this energy. This energy lay dormant deep within Xiao Han's heart. When my mental fluctuations were about to seep into Xiao Han's heart, that energy launched a brazen counterattack. It burst out from Xiao Han's heart, vast and demonic, boundless, raging like the wind and scudding clouds, shining through the ages. Even this Lord's wisp of spirit fluctuation was destroyed by this demon race's source energy. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard from the 12 mental storms. Pagoda. Pagoda Master. What kind of power is hidden in Xiao Han's heart? It can actually smash the Pagoda Master's mental fluctuations. There should not be such a horrible power in the mortal world. I can't see through it. This energy is fused with Xiao Han's heart. It protects Xiao Han's heart, making my mental fluctuations and thoughts unable to smoothly enter Xiao Han's heart. After the conversation, the scene fell into silence again. After a few hundred breaths, a spiritual storm said tentatively, Pagoda Master, you said that the demonic origin energy hidden in Xiao Han's heart belongs to the demonic race? Yes, the Pagoda Master muttered. He seemed to be thinking about something. Pagoda Master, if I may be so bold as to guess, could it be that there is a powerful expert of the demonic race who has reached some kind of agreement with Xiao Han? Could it be that a ball of demonic origin energy, which is above all living beings, was fused into Xiao Han's heart, allowing Xiao Han to effortlessly grasp all kinds of demonic techniques, awaken the demonic veins, cultivate demonic aura, and obtain demonic power? In other words, Xiao Han has already become a puppet of the demonic race? Just now, I have said that Xiao Han is full of righteousness. His essence, chi, and spirit are all very righteous. From top to bottom, there is not a trace of darkness or filth. This kind of person is unlikely to make a deal with the demonic race, and he should not be a spy of the demonic race. He has no ulterior motives. He is open and above board. There is even a trace of a clear conscience. The Pagoda Master said slowly. In that case, Xiao Han is not a spy of the demonic race. It is possible that he unintentionally obtained a ball of demonic origin energy. However, Pagoda Master, the ball of demonic origin energy hidden in Xiao Han's heart can even destroy your spirit wave and will. That is simply too heaven-defying. This person, Xiao Han, is like a ticking time bomb at all times. Once the ball of demonic origin energy in his heart has its own consciousness and wakes up, there is a possibility that it will possess Xiao Han's body and use Xiao Han's body as its home. At that time, a great demon will appear out of nowhere. Between heaven and earth, there will be a storm of blood, the yin and yang will be reversed, and even the heavenly Tao will be thrown into disorder. Pagoda Master, the consequences will be unimaginable. Pagoda Master, let me think about it. It is possible that even Xiao Han himself does not know about the evil and terrifying consequences of the ball of demonic origin energy in his heart. That ball of demonic origin energy is too powerful. If it wants to possess someone, it must choose a body that is equally powerful. Only then will it be able to complement each other. Right now, Xiao Han is still too weak and has a long way to go. If it were to possess someone at this time, Xiao Han's body will definitely explode. In that case, can you understand that the ball of demonic origin energy is waiting? Waiting. All the mental storms were aghast. Their thoughts raced as they continued to ponder and deduce. In other words, that ball of demonic origin energy has chosen Xiao Han and will help Xiao Han to become stronger. When Xiao Han is strong enough, he will meet the requirements of the ball of demonic origin energy to possess him. Then, something terrible was about to happen. The demonic origin energy will completely occupy Xiao Han's body and soul, causing Xiao Han to die and leaving behind a body controlled by a great demon, to bring disaster to the world. Your analysis is very reasonable. It is the same as what I have thought. The Pagoda Master said seriously. Pagoda Master, what do you think about this? Force the ball of demonic origin energy out of Xiao Han's heart. This way, we can not only eliminate the root of the disaster, but also save Xiao Han. After all, if this goes on, the stronger Xiao Han becomes, the more dangerous it will be for him. The more he will be possessed. No. The Pagoda Master said decisively. That demon clan's origin energy has already merged with Xiao Han's heart and is inseparable. It is inseparable and has become a part of Xiao Han's heart. Even if I do it myself and try my best, I won't be able to drive that ball of demonic origin energy out of Xiao Han's heart. One mistake and Xiao Han's heart will be broken and he will die. In other words, that ball of mysterious and evil demonic origin energy was somehow refined by Xiao Han? You can say that. Silence. Silence again. After a long time. Pagoda Master, make a decision now. He might as well destroy everything indiscriminately, directly killing Xiao Han. Xiao Han was blasted into pieces, his soul dispersed, and the demonic clan's origin energy in his heart also vanished. Once and for all. Of course, this was very unfair to Xiao Han. But it was better than sitting and waiting for death. If they waited for the great demon to take over the body, it would be a tragic scene where the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Even if they could kill the great demon, they would have to pay a terrible price. Who knew how many heroes and commoners would die in battle? Pagoda Master, don't be soft-hearted. How about this? After we execute Xiao Han, we will erect a monument for him so that everyone will know that he died for a righteous cause. Sacrifice for a noble cause. We can also write down Xiao Han's deeds and let them be passed down from generation to generation. We can build a cenotaph and a holy temple for him so that mortals can worship and worship him. How about that? We can even bury Xiao Han's body in the Devil Hero region so that many demons will worship him devoutly. In short, we'll make a grand arrangement for Xiao Han's funeral. Even we, the old antiques, who don't come out into the world, can come out and write funeral rites for Xiao Han. From now on, we will spare no effort to cultivate Xiao Han's sect. In this way, Xiao Han's death will be worth it. His death will be worth it. Yes. Xiao Han died for the safety of the entire human race. More important than a mountain. 4 of the 6 groups of spiritual storms that originally wanted to protect Xiao Han changed sides and agreed to execute Xiao Han. After all, the demonic origin energy in Xiao Han's heart was unbelievably powerful. It could wipe out the Pagoda Master's spiritual waves and will. This was unbelievable. It was better to nip the problem in the bud. They had to get rid of Xiao Han together. Sigh, that's so high-sounding. Xiao Han is innocent. Now that Xiao Han is cultivating the true body double cultivation, his lifespan has increased greatly. He might even have a chance to become an immortal in the future and seek immortality. He was young, high-spirited, and happy to repay kindness and enmity. His time was endless, and he could enjoy the wonders of life without end. How could he be willing to die for no reason? He would definitely be unwilling. Also, can we really have a clear conscience if we execute Xiao Han like this? There are no airtight walls. This matter will be leaked sooner or later. It's better to guard against people's mouths than to guard against a river. When that time comes, what can we use to block the mouths of the world? A spiritual storm said righteously. Pagoda Master, please think twice. Those who want to achieve great things don't care about trifles. You want to protect Xiao Han? You can't. If you want to blame someone, blame him for refining the mysterious demonic origin energy. To put it bluntly, Xiao Han wanted to rise to the top in one step, so he chose to take a shortcut. He gave up on cultivating true qi and went on to cultivate demonic arts in order to increase his combat power in a short period of time. In fact, he doesn't even know that he has already gone astray. What do you mean by going astray? Xiao Han killed Qing Lin Demon Emperor and Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Is that what you call going astray? No matter what, he had made a great contribution to the war. I can't just let him die in such a muddle-headed manner. Enough! Shut up! The Pagoda Master roared. Up until now, do you still not understand the situation? It's not a matter of whether we kill Xiao Han or not. The key is that if we kill Xiao Han directly, the demonic origin energy in his heart will definitely go berserk and cause a backlash. Even I don't have enough confidence to firmly suppress the demon clan's origin energy that hibernates in Xiao Han's heart. Once Xiao Han's body explodes, that mass of origin energy will counterattack. Even I can't predict what will happen. It might bring about a catastrophe. Xiao Han can't be killed so easily. Moreover, Xiao Han is a human, not a demon. It's indeed unreasonable to kill him. Shut up and let me think about it. 100 breaths later. How about this? All of you keep your mouths shut. Don't say a word about this and don't look for Xiao Han alone. Now, Xiao Han has just become a devil hero and hasn't obtained a place on the devil hero ranking. So, first let him participate in a ranking competition, let him compete for position, and then, let him complete that task. Ha! That mission. Could it be? Yes, let Xiao Han go to the demon metropolis and assassinate the greatest traitor in the history of the human race, Alchemist Yen. The Pagoda Master's tone became confident as if he had regained control of everything. The demon metropolis is the nest of the demons and the origin of the demon civilization. It's impossible for us to sneak in. Therefore, the mission to assassinate the traitor Yen is known as the most difficult mission in the history of the human race. Even the giants on the devil hero ranking can't complete it. Because the giants can't enter the demon metropolis safely. But Xiao Han is different. The demonic origin energy in his heart can make him disguise as a demon. It's possible to not be discovered. This makes Xiao Han the best candidate to complete this mission. The Pagoda Master paused. He sighed leisurely. Furthermore, if Xiao Han's identity is exposed by the demon clan in the demon metropolis and a great battle breaks out, once Xiao Han dies, the demon clan's origin energy hibernating in his heart will explode, causing an unimaginable disaster to the demon clan, severely injuring the demon race. It's the same death. Xiao Han's death in the nest of the demon race and his death in the devil hero region are completely different. If he dies in the demon metropolis, it won't affect us at all. Maybe it will cause great damage to the vitality of the demon race. At that time, we can take the opportunity to attack the demon metropolis and completely destroy the demon race in this world. The Pagoda Master is really wise. This is a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Remember before that, don't make things difficult for Xiao Han. And don't reveal anything in front of him. Even those giants on the devil hero ranking must be kept a secret. Don't let them know Xiao Han's secret. Now, go and arrange a ranking competition. Let Xiao Han get a ranking first. In this way, he will have the foundation to complete this mission and won't be suspected by other devil heroes. Yes. Chapter 258. The fifth floor of the Xianxia Tower. Now, Xiao Han felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although that extremely powerful spirit wave didn't manage to penetrate Xiao Han's heart and discover the demonic egg in his heart, the demonic aura that shot out from the gaps of the eggshell had crushed the spirit wave. It must have shocked the owner of the spirit wave. To be honest, Xiao Han's biggest secret had been revealed. What should I do now? It must be the higher-ups of the Xianxia Tower who are watching me. They've found some clues and will definitely deal with me next. I'm still young and can't compete with those giants. The situation can't be any worse for me. Could it be that I have to pack up and run away now? I'm not willing to leave like this. Besides, I'm afraid there's no place for me in this big world. It's not impossible for me to be chased by all the Xianxia in the world. Xiao Han was suffering. However, the middle-aged man didn't notice Xiao Han's abnormality and urged him. Xiao Han, what are you thinking? All right, get your contribution points. 10,000 contribution points is not a small number for a newcomer like you who just became a Xianxia. Hearing this, Xiao Han steeled his heart. Damn it, who cares? I'll get the benefits I deserve first. Since I'm already here, I'll just take things as they come. The spiritual wave just now seemed to be from an immortal. I can't run away if I want to. Even if I run to the ends of the earth, I can't escape death. It's better to take things one step at a time. I'll deal with it when it comes. Xiao Han was ready to risk it all. He immediately said, Okay, senior, I'll go with you to get my contribution points now. The middle-aged man in hemp garments smiled with gratification, and then he brought Xiao Han into a small room that was sparkling and translucent. Inside the room, there was a round stone full of immortal qi. Lines of data were rolling on the round stone, which was a spectacular sight. There were many markings on the round stone, dazzling Xiao Han's eyes. The middle-aged man held Xiao Han's Xianxia token and brushed it on a scale on the round stone. There was a sizzling sound. A string of data flowed into Xiao Han's Xianxia token. It's done. 1 million contribution points have already rolled into your evil hero token, Xiao Han. You can use your psyche to scan it now. There shouldn't be any mistakes, the middle-aged man in linen said with a smile as he returned the Xeno hero token to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you can use these contribution points on any floor of the Xianxia Tower. Oh! Xiao Han's mind wavered. He took over the Yin Chivalrous token and permeated his consciousness into it. Indeed, within the Yin Chivalrous token, it clearly showed that Xiao Han's contribution points had already exceeded 10,000. Phew. Senior, there's no problem. 1 million contribution points have already been displayed in Junior's Yen Xiao token. Xiao Han said gratefully. Thank you. Senior. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, you don't have to thank me. You deserve this. Young man, why don't you take on a few more missions to kill demonic monarchs and earn more contribution points? The middle-aged man said to Xiao Han in a half-joking, half-serious manner. You can even kill Azure Dragon Demonic Monarch. Ordinary high-level demonic monarchs are no match for you. TSK, you can hunt high-level demonic monarchs at the age of 20. You will definitely be famous in the future and shine brightly on the evil hero ranking list. By the way, you don't have a ranking on the evil hero ranking list yet, do you? You can try to apply for a ranking challenge. Generally speaking, a new evil hero must have 2 years of experience and pay 50,000 contribution points to be qualified to participate in the ranking challenge. However, you are really outstanding and powerful. Among the younger generation of evil heroes, no one can be compared to you. The higher-ups will probably make an exception for you and let you participate in the ranking challenge. Ah? Ranking challenge? Xiao Han was stunned. Yes, seriously speaking, a evil hero with a ranking is a evil hero that is truly recognized. The higher your ranking, the more privileges you have. When you go outside, you will not only be worshipped by everyone, but you will also be respected on the evil hero ranking list. No one will dare to look down on you anymore. Xiao Han, you don't have a ranking right now, so you can't avoid the harassment and provocation of some evil heroes. However, once you have a higher ranking, they won't even have time to hide from you. They won't come and cause trouble for you. The hemp-clothed middle-aged man said seriously. This. Xiao Han thought for a while, and silently nodded in his heart. That's right, if I get a decent ranking on the demon hero ranking board, then Li Fanming, Yu Ming and the other filthy demon heroes, I'm afraid they wouldn't even think about selling me out to the heavens. Lei Qizhi, Jin Shanxiong, and Huang Taiyuan wouldn't casually stick to me. As the saying goes, a man needs a face and a tree needs a skin. The ranking on the evil hero ranking list is equivalent to the face of an evil hero. Thank you for reminding me, senior. I've learned a lot, Xiao Han said sincerely. However, I want to be teleported to the 301-500th floor of the evil hero tower now. Oh? You want to rent a secret cultivation room? The middle-aged man smiled. Yes. Xiao Han nodded. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Han solemnly. Yes, even though you've killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, such a powerful figure of the demon race, you're still neither arrogant nor rash, and you're still cultivating diligently. Good, you're indeed an outstanding genius. Xiao Han, I'm sure you don't know much about the secret cultivation room. Let me tell you a little about it. Thank you, Senior. I'd like to hear more about it. Xiao Han nodded. The entire 200 floors of the 30,500th floor are all secret cultivation rooms. There are tens of thousands of secret cultivation rooms. Among them, there are many types. For example, if you cultivate an ice elemental true qi cultivation technique, you can choose an ice elemental secret cultivation room to refine your true qi. If you cultivate a fire elemental true qi cultivation technique, you can choose a fire elemental secret cultivation room. In the illusory secret cultivation room, you can roughly simulate the enemy you want according to your requirements. For example, a high-level demon emperor, a human cave expansion realm martial artist, or a human talisman transformation realm martial artist can be simulated according to your requirements and fight with them to improve your combat ability and accumulate some experience. The enemies and battles in the illusory secret training room are extremely realistic, and the degree of simulation is very high. Therefore, renting an illusory secret training room is not cheap. If you want to train your body, you can choose the gravity room. Among all the secret cultivation rooms, the time room and the space room are the best. For example, in the low-level time room, 10 days is equivalent to 1 day in the real world. 1 year in the time room is equivalent to 10 years in the real world, or even 100 years in the real world. Tisk, that's amazing. In other words, if you cultivate for 100 years in the time room, only 1 year might have passed in the real world. That's amazing. Xiao Han clicked his tongue. Hehe. Although it's magical, it's just a one-time room. The rental fee is hundreds of millions of contribution points. It seems that only the outstanding big shots of the ancient times, or even the big shots of the ancient times, would be able to enter the time room to train. Xiao Han, just tell me what kind of secret cultivation room you need. Oh right, your qi and blood are vigorous and the strength of your body is comparable to the barbarians of the great wilderness. I guess you will choose the secret cultivation room to train your body. How about the gravity room? This. Xiao Han thought for a while. Senior, to be honest, Junior's qi cultivation has been stagnant for a long time. It seems that Junior has reached a bottleneck. Junior also knows that cultivating qi is a great way to become a deity. Cave expansion realm, talisman transformation realm, Junior yearns for them. Therefore, Junior wants to make up for the deficiency in qi cultivation and choose the secret cultivation room to raise qi cultivation. Raise qi cultivation? The middle-aged man tapped his forehead with his finger. To raise qi cultivation, it's nothing more than to keep bursting your acupoints. And the key to bursting acupoints is 1's accumulation and foundation. 2 is the ability to sense true acupoints, and 3 is mental power. After accumulating enough, one would be able to keenly sense the existence of each true acupoint as well as the exact location. Then, one would be able to temper one's mental power until it is flawless, untainted, impenetrable, and as sharp as a sword. With that, one would be able to burst acupoints one after another. To cultivate qi, the first way is to go to the Illusion Realm Secret Cultivation Room. Through continuous simulations of actual combat, one would be able to stimulate one's acupoints in order to burst acupoints. However, the effect isn't very obvious. The second way is to go to the Spirit House. The main purpose of the Spirit House is to allow one to concentrate, hold one's breath, and merge all three into one. One's thoughts would become smooth and sharp, and one would be able to sense the location of one's acupoints more clearly. Furthermore, the Spirit House can greatly temper one's mental power, which is very effective for bursting acupoints. Furthermore, training in the Spirit House is also very beneficial for martial artists who possess sword intent and blade intent. Is that so? Not only can it increase the success rate of bursting acupoints, it can also temper blade intent. Alright, I choose the Spirit House. Xiao Han immediately decided. Xiao Han, go straight to the 429th floor. There are 1,500 spirit houses there. Go take a look and see if there are any vacant ones that you can rent. The middle-aged man in linen clothes laughed heartily. Xiao Han, you go ahead. I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Thank you for your advice, Senior. Xiao Han nodded and stepped out of the house. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Xiao Han saw Wu Fu, Dongfang Qin, and Feng Ling appearing on this floor. The three of them had traveled thousands of miles from the southern region's cloud sect to rush here. Xiao Han felt a surge of warmth in his heart and hurriedly went forward to welcome them. Sect Master, you're here. Senior Brother Dongfang. Senior Brother Feng Ling, you're here too. Good lad. You actually managed to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. You're really something. Dongfang Qin gave Xiao Han a bear hug. Junior Brother Xiao Han, your battle prowess has improved by leaps and bounds. After eldest senior brother, our Pure Cloud sect has once again seen the emergence of an awe-inspiring demon hero. In the southern region, no one can look down on our Cloud sect in the future. Good junior brother. Xiao Han, seriously speaking, you're even braver than senior brother in the past. Feng Ling's words were concise and his eyes were full of praise. Damn. Senior brothers, I don't even have a place on the demon hero leaderboard. Eldest senior brother is a giant throughout the ages. I dare not compare myself to eldest senior brother. I'm far from him. Xiao Han said repeatedly. Heh, Xiao Han, in the future, your achievements will surpass Ming Chu. Wu Fu stared at Xiao Han. I never expected you to be able to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. That's a heaven-defying feat. I'm proud of you. The entire Cloud sect is proud of you. Sect Master, you're too kind. Xiao Han hurriedly said. At this moment, Xiao Han almost told Wu Fu that he was scanned by the mental wave just now. However, after thinking about it, he held back and did not mention it. Sect Master, I want to go to the spirit house to cultivate now. Oh. Xiao Han, you want to burst your acupoints to increase your true qi realm, right? Wu Fu looked at Xiao Han with admiration. Yes, cultivating true qi is the right way. Let's go, I'll accompany you to take a look. Chapter 259. In the Xianxia Tower, when Xiao Han met with Wu Yu and the others, he was flustered. His confusion was slightly calmed down. Moreover, that spiritual wave disappeared in an instant. It didn't try to probe or invade Xiao Han. Instead, it disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace behind. This made Xiao Han's tense nerves relax a little. Although he was still anxious, he did not show it on his face. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Xiao Han was ready to be teleported to the first floor of the Xianxia Tower. There were many spirit houses there, which could help Xiao Han break through his acupoints and improve his true qi cultivation. Xiao Han, let's go, that's right. It's time to pay more attention to your true qi cultivation. Don't put the cart before the horse. You are cultivating the flesh shell and demonic techniques. It's time to correct it. Wu Yu accompanied Xiao Han and teleported to the 429th floor. This floor seemed to be an independent space. It was hazy and divine light was faintly discernible. Moreover, there were talismans floating in the entire space. It was a pure white talisman seal. It was very holy and had a kind of jade and ice-clear feeling to it. It made people feel like there was snow in the sky. On both sides of the space, there were thousands of secret rooms neatly arranged. Moreover, standing in this space made Xiao Han feel as if he was bathing in the snow. His entire mind was completely empty. His state of mind became very calm and peaceful. His observation and spiritual sense gradually became sharper. The impurities in his soul seemed to have been washed away. This place is really amazing. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved. Xiao Han, this floor is filled with the spirit room. Look, the talismans all over the place are actually heart-cleansing talismans. Just by standing here for a while, it can calm a person down and prevent them from going crazy. Wu Hu smiled at Xiao Han and explained patiently. Oh. Xiao Han nodded. At this moment, an aurora flashed in the distance. It was very dazzling. Then, in this aurora, a slender figure of a woman appeared. This woman slowly walked towards Xiao Han and Wu Yu. Xiao Han took a closer look and saw that the woman was about 16 years old. She had a beautiful face and an ethereal temperament. She wore a star-shaped hairpin and a plain silk robe. Her entire body exuded a noble and pure aura. This kind of aura caused people to feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. Hello, Elaine. Crow greeted the woman with a smile. Big Brother Crow. I haven't seen you for many years, and you're even more elegant than before. The woman smiled sweetly. Yes, Xiao Han, this is the manager of this floor's House of Psyche, the fiendish hero Elaine. Back in the day, she was also an all-powerful figure who had killed countless demons. On the fiendish hero ranking, she was also one of the strongest. But now, he has given up his ranking and retired to the Xianxia pagoda, Wu Li said to Xiao Han. Hello, Senior Elaine, Xiao Han said politely. Xiao Han knew that although this woman looked young and in her prime, her actual age was definitely over 100 years old. Oh, Xiao Han? He's the biggest dark horse in this year's fiendish hero trial. Besides, he's been in the limelight recently because he killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Elaine was also extremely polite to Xiao Han. It's all a fluke. Senior, please excuse me, Xiao Han hurriedly said. Heh. Elaine took a deep look at Xiao Han and then smiled at Crow. Congratulations, Big Brother Crow, for having a successor. There's a genius in the sect. Crow smiled and did not deny Elaine's words. Elaine did not beat around the bush and directly said to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you probably came here to cultivate in the House of Psyche, right? Let me tell you simply. There are a total of 3 levels in the House of Psyche on this floor. They are to increase one's spiritual touch by 1 time, 10 times, and 5 times respectively. 1 time, 10 times, 100 times. Xiao Han thought for a while and understood. Without a doubt, if one could increase one's spiritual touch by 10 times, the probability of exploding one's acupoints would be greatly increased. Elaine continued. Xiao Han, listen carefully. To cultivate in the House of Psyche with 1 time, you need to pay 50,000 contribution points. To cultivate in the House of Psyche with 10 times, you need to pay 500,000 contribution points. To cultivate in the House of Psyche with 1 time, you need to pay 5 million contribution points. Currently, the House of Psyche with 1 time, 10 times, and 100 times are all vacant. It's up to you to choose. Ah, it's so expensive. Xiao Han was shocked when he heard that. The House of Psyche with 300 times can even reach 5 million contribution points for a day's rent. This is unimaginable. Junior brother, it's not considered expensive. Dong Fengqin immediately explained. Sometimes, there's a bottleneck in breaking through acupoints, and there's no progress for many years. However, once you enter the House of Psyche, there's a 70 to 80% chance of breaking through the bottleneck. Think about it. For one's mental sense of touch to suddenly increase by kc times, it is equivalent to the success rate of breaking through one's acupoint suddenly increasing by several times. I know that there was an ancient powerhouse on the monster hero ranking board. Back then, when he was trying to break through from expanding acupoint realm to talisman shaping realm, he was about to burst open his 61st acupoint. He tried for 30 years, but to no avail. In the end, he entered the House of Psyche with kc times. After 10 days, he broke through the bottleneck and broke through the 61st acupoint. His chi transformed into a talisman and he reached the heavens in a single step. A few years later, he successfully entered the ranks of ancient powerhouses. So that's how it is. Xiao Han understood and mumbled. Cultivating in the House of Psyche for 10 days would require a total of 10,000 contribution points. That's a huge sum of money. However, contribution points are worldly possessions. Spending 10,000 contribution points to advance from acupoint expanding realm to talisman transforming realm is worth it. As long as one has contribution points on hand, anyone would be willing to use them to advance in their realm. But I only have 1 million contribution points right now, Xiao Han blurted out. Shame on me. I thought that 10,000 contribution points would be enough for me to spend freely. But now, I realize that I don't have enough to make ends meet. It's really shabby. 10,000 contribution points can allow you to cultivate in the House of Psyche with 1x amplification for 20 days and 2 days in the House of Psyche with 1x amplification. Young man Xiao Han, what's your choice? Elaine asked with a smile. Xiao Han, 1 million contribution points can allow you to purchase a passable Zhenqi cultivation technique manual. However, your realm is too low, so you won't be able to cultivate it immediately. Wu Li smiled. Let's see if you are willing to spend 10,000 contribution points to stay in the House of Psyche with 10x amplification for 2 days. The House of Psyche only increases the possibility of you breaking through your acupoints. It doesn't mean that you will succeed. The rise of your Xianxia cultivation still depends on your foundation and accumulation. Once your foundation and accumulation are sufficient, you will most likely be able to break through your acupoints by raising your spiritual touch. On the contrary, if your accumulation is insufficient, raising your spiritual touch will be useless. That's right. I have only opened 36 acupoints now. If word of this gets out, people will laugh their heads off. Forget it, I won't care so much anymore. I'll take a gamble. The House of Psyche with 1x amplification might not be very effective. I won't go. I'll spend 10,000 contribution points to cultivate in the House of Psyche with 10x amplification for 2 days. Xiao Han made his choice in an instant. Xiao Han, have you made your choice? Think it through. Elaine smiled. Senior Elaine, I'll rent a House of Psyche with 10x amplification for 2 days. Xiao Han said seriously. All right. Give me your Devil Hero token. I'll deduct 10,000 contribution points. Elaine extended her slender hand. Xiao Han passed the Devil Hero token to Elaine. After completing the relevant procedures, Elaine returned the Yen Chivalrous token to Xiao Han and gave him a key carved out of crystal. Xiao Han, go ahead. House of Psyche number 765. Thank you, Senior Elaine. Xiao Han grabbed the crystal key and turned to Wu Li and the rest. Sect Master, Senior Brother Dong Feng, Senior Brother Feng Ling, I'll be going now. It's fine. Xiao Han, cultivate well. We'll wait for you in the resting area. We'll contact you when you come out of the House of Psyche 2 days later. Wu Li patted Xiao Han's shoulder lightly. Go cultivate. Yes. Xiao Han nodded heavily. After bidding farewell to Wu Li and Elaine, Xiao Han held the crystal key in his hand and found the House of Psyche. House of Psyche number 76. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Han opened the door with the key and stepped in. In an instant, the door closed automatically. It was a small house of only 10 square meters. In the middle of the house, there was a futon. Other than that, there was nothing else. In the small house, white talismans fluttered down. These talismans were the size of a palm. They were like flying reeds and sacred leaves, mighty and majestic. Moreover, as soon as he entered the house, Xiao Han felt that his spirit was getting brighter and brighter. It was as if a knife was placed on a whetstone and was constantly being sharpened. It's really amazing. Once I enter this House of Psyche, it's like it's a completely different world from the outside. Here, my perception has been greatly enhanced. It's even like I've developed a magical sixth sense. Xiao Han was amazed. Soon, Xiao Han walked to the futon in the middle of the house and sat down on it. Xiao Han sat with his legs crossed. He looked at his nose and his nose at his heart, like an old monk in meditation. The futon was where the most talismans were. A string of talismans fell from the sky and wrapped around Xiao Han's body. The talismans were like snowflakes, merging into Xiao Han's cerebral cortex. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's mental power became sharp and penetrating. It was as if the sun was shining high in the sky. His entire brain seemed to have turned into a blue sky with white clouds. It was clean, without any dirt or shadow. His entire world was intoxicated with peach blossoms and boundless fragrance. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's spirit was brightened. The minute changes in his body, such as his heartbeat, blood circulation, cell division and production, the contraction of his pores, the change in his body temperature, the movement of his internal organs. All of these were clearly reflected in Xiao Han's mind, as if he was looking at the lines on his palm. There was even a ball of blazing light coming out of Xiao Han's brain, forming a halo that covered Xiao Han's head. This was the spirit halo that was emitted when one's spirit was raised to a certain level. Under the cover of the spirit halo, Xiao Han's reaction speed, thinking ability, and sensing ability all rose steadily. It was to the extent that every little thing that had happened in the past flowed before Xiao Han's eyes like a trickle of water, allowing him to easily recall many insignificant things that had long been forgotten in a corner of his mind. Xiao Han was completely immersed in the wondrous state where his spirit sense was raised by 10 times. But very quickly, Xiao Han gathered his thoughts. All right. Don't indulge in it and waste time. Hurry up and cultivate. 1 million contribution points only allowed me to cultivate here for 2 days. It's really expensive. I can't afford to waste even a minute. Cultivate. Cultivate. Just now, sect leader said that the most important thing to explode one's acupoints is to rely on one's foundation and accumulation. Only after accumulating enough and using strong spirit power to break through the blocked acupoints can one break through the true acupoints. Do I have enough accumulation? Senior brother Xiao Mingchu said that the stronger the body, the easier it is to explode acupoints. I devoured a pure-blooded Swanee and a pure-blooded heavenly dragon, and my body strength reached 14 million ding. Is this enough? I've experienced many tough battles and hovered between life and death. I participated in the Devil Hero trial and narrowly escaped death. I fought against Demon Emperor Qing Lin and killed him. I fell into the habitat of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's totem and almost died in the stomach of a beast. I encountered the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, and in a situation where I had no chance of winning, I turned defeat into victory and killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. I defeated an expanded Acupoint Realm Devil Hero with a single move. I, Xiao Han, have roamed the world and killed mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Is this enough? In an instant, the location of the 37th true acupoint was accurately sensed by Xiao Han. Open! Using his saber intent as a guide, Xiao Han triggered his strengthened spirit power and struck the 37th true acupoint. The 37th true acupoint was suddenly opened. The beautiful sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon could be heard from within Xiao Han's body. The 38th true acupoint. The 39th true acupoint. The 40th true acupoint. The location of the 3 true acupoints suddenly appeared. Open, open, open. Xiao Han prepared for a moment before breaking through the acupoint. Puff, puff, puff. It opened continuously. The 41st true acupoint. This was a hurdle. Once the 41st true acupoint was opened, it would mean that Xiao Han had ascended from level 4 true qi to level 5 true qi. Every true acupoint was a bottleneck, a brand new world, a natural moat. It was the hardest to break through. Xiao Han closed his eyes and the spirit power in his brain shone brightly as he silently prepared. After a few dozen breaths. Level 5 true qi. Break. Open the PH true acupoint for me. The enormous spiritual fluctuation was like a torrent of water, fiercely crashing down. Boom. The first time he tried to break through the PH true acupoint, Xiao Han felt that his saber intent and spirit power had come into contact with a solid barrier. The attack had failed. It was unable to blast open this barrier. I can clearly feel the barrier of level 5 true qi. Now that I have a target to break through, it doesn't feel like I'm trying to break through randomly. Alright, again. Boom. The second time he tried to break through the acupoint was also a failure. Could it be that I, Xiao Han, have not accumulated enough? Continue. I don't believe I can't break through. The third time. This time, Xiao Han's spirit was filled with determination. Courageously advance. Forcefully crush. Boom. His spirit power rolled like thunder and his saber intent was like a tide. Like a million lions, he rushed towards the 41st true acupoint. Chapter 260. In the 10x room of vigor numbered 765. Xiao Han's entire head glowed with a dazzling radiance. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when one's mental energy reached a certain level. Right now, Xiao Han's mental energy combined into one. His aura was boundless and sharp, as he attempted to forcefully open the 41st acupoint and ascend to the 5th stage of true qi. Xiao Han's mind was resolute. He would die 9 times without regrets. He held his breath and attempted to open the 41st acupoint for the 3rd time. At this moment, the word failure did not exist in Xiao Han's mind. He had the conviction that he would win. Boom! This conviction turned into a surging torrent that forcefully opened the acupoint. In addition, the mental energy in his brain grew stronger and stronger. Within his strong body, blood and qi boiled, laying a solid foundation for the next acupoint opening. Inside the spirit house, some of Xiao Han's body cells, which were normally inaccessible to his mental power, were now filled with mental power, constantly nourishing his body's vitality. Open! I, Xiao Han, am at the 5th stage of true qi. Xiao Han roared like a wild beast. It was like a giant hammer hammering down on the 41st acupoint. Rumble. Finally, following Xiao Han's roar, the 41st acupoint opened. In an instant, Xiao Han's entire aura had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His mental energy had reached a whole new level. In terms of true qi cultivation, he had reached a whole new level. The 5th stage of true qi. 41 acupoints opened throughout his body. He could store even more true qi. Furthermore, his state of mind, thoughts and reaction speed had greatly improved as well. Streams of qi shot out from Xiao Han's 41 acupoints. Xiao Han's sleeves fluttered, and his black hair fluttered despite the absence of wind. His surroundings were filled with the aftershocks of true qi. Phew! I finally succeeded. I have reached the 5th stage of true qi. However, I knew that the 5th stage of true qi was nothing special. Seriously speaking, this was also a foundation for breaking through to the 6th stage of true qi. To pave the way for the expanded acupoint realm. To truly open the 51st acupoint. To start expanding the acupoint. In terms of martial arts. Only then would one be able to completely open up a whole new world, allowing one to become a whole new person. Alright, there's still time. I will continue to explode my acupoints. I believe that with my accumulation, my true qi cultivation will not stop here. Continue cultivating. Xiao Han calmed his heart and tossed the small joy of successfully ascending to the 5th level of true qi to the back of his mind. His entire person became indifferent to both praise and humiliation. He continued to work hard and continued to burst his acupoints. However, after reaching the 5th stage of true qi, every subsequent acupoint that Xiao Chen tried to break through became much more difficult. It was no longer as easy as before, as if he was breaking through a hot knife through butter. Xiao Han failed dozens of times when trying to break through the 42nd acupoint. Fortunately, he was a patient person, and he was unyielding. In the end, he managed to break through the bottleneck and open the 42nd acupoint. Xiao Han was fully immersed in cultivation, not daring to slack off or be half-hearted. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 2 days had passed. The right to use the House of Psyche was only left with a few hours. However, at this moment, Xiao Han had already broken through 50 acupoints in a swift and fierce manner. Peak of the 5th stage of true qi. He was just a single step away from reaching the expanded acupoint realm, the Dan 6 Dan Jinqi realm. As long as Xiao Han broke through the 51st acupoint, he would be able to do it for the first time. However, Xiao Han knew himself best. When he tried to break through the 51st acupoint, he was met with setbacks time and time again. Every attempt ended in failure. Furthermore, this kind of failure was not by a narrow margin, but a complete failure. A complete and utter failure. This was a kind of hopeless failure. In fact, every time he failed, Xiao Han would feel a sense of wholeheartedly accepting of his defeat. Finally, Xiao Han stopped breaking through his acupoints. Looks like my foundation and accumulation have been completely exhausted. The oil is dry. Because when I was trying to break through the 51st acupoint, I was in a state where I had no direction and no confidence at all. It was like a blind man floating in the vast ocean, filled with boundless fear and helplessness. It seemed that from the 50th acupoint to the 51st acupoint, it was only a step away. However, when one reached this step, one would know how difficult it was to take this step. This step was a heavenly chasm. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, like finding a needle in a haystack. Now, Xiao Han understood in his heart. However, he was not the least bit depressed or aggrieved. He could not blame the heavens or anyone else for this. It was because he had not accumulated enough. In the entire world of chivalry, there were not many expanded acupoint realm chivalry. Those who could reach the expanded acupoint realm were all overlords and all-powerful. On the chivalry ranking, they would definitely be ranked within the top 5,000, or even the top 4,000. Top of the world. Even Dong Fangqin and Fang Ling, who held high positions in the same sect, were not able to reach the expanded acupoint realm. This was enough to prove that it was indeed rare for someone to ascend from Dan 5 Dan to Dan 6 Dan. If Xiao Han succeeded in breaking through so easily, it would not make sense. My accumulation has been exhausted, and not a single drop is left. I will not break through the 51st acupoint now. When I go out to train and accumulate more foundation, I will come back to break through the acupoint. Even if I were to enter the 100 times spirit room now, it would definitely be a waste. Without foundation, no matter how strong my spiritual sense is, I will not succeed. Forget it. Xianxia decided to stop cultivating his Zhenqi. To be able to cultivate to the pinnacle of Zhenqi 5 Dan, from opening 36 acupoints to opening 50 acupoints, was already a huge improvement. Let's not waste the remaining time. I will polish my saber intent. Xiao Han's body did not move an inch. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. An invisible but substantial saber chi rushed out from Xiao Han's body. Although there was no saber in his hand, the unrestrained release of saber intent made Xiao Han's entire aura become fierce and domineering, as if it could pierce through everything. The air around Xiao Han's body. Zigzag ripples were cut out. Once the saber intent was released, it was like a peerless evil dragon had appeared out of nowhere, tyrannical and arrogant. Xiao Han had an intermediate saber intent. However, after the Southern Region qualifier of the Hex Hero trial, Xiao Han had hardly used his saber intent. It was not to say that the intermediate saber intent was not strong. Strictly speaking, a mid-stage saber intent was already enough to make one's name known throughout the land. However, the intermediate saber intent also depended on the cultivation of true qi, as well as the strongest saber arts and saber techniques. Xiao Han's true qi was too weak, so that the intermediate saber intent could not exert much power. Xiao Han had become a chivalry against other chivalry. Or when he was a demon emperor, his true qi was thin and his true qi realm was low, so that the intermediate saber intent could not cause any pressure to the opponent. After all, the higher the true qi realm, the stronger the defense, the faster the thinking and reaction speed, and the smarter the brain. Xiao Han's true qi foundation was not strong enough. Even with the intermediate saber intent, his opponent could easily dodge or even destroy the saber intent attack. For Xiao Han, to make the saber intent one of his trump cards again, there were two ways. One was to improve the true qi realm, practice advanced saber arts, and then integrate the intermediate saber intent into every move. The second was to comprehend the saber intent of the Great Accomplishment stage. The saber intent of the Great Accomplishment stage could generate natal saber qi in the body. This saber qi was purely a combination of spiritual strength and soul strength. It could kill people with a thought, completely ignoring the difference in levels and the amount of true qi. It could kill people of a higher level as easily as drinking water or eating. A natal saber qi could kill the enemy within 1,000 miles. Even the space crystal wall could be directly cut. This was the so-called breaking the void. The saber dominates the world, and the 6 paths are all destroyed. I have to slowly practice the saber art, and then integrate the saber intent into every move perfectly. This will take a lot of time. I might as well try to comprehend the saber intent of the Great Accomplishment stage. Xiao Han had his own plan in mind. However, the saber intent was invisible. It was extremely difficult to comprehend the saber intent of the Great Accomplishment stage. One could not follow the diagram, but could only rely on a moment of enlightenment. It was something that could only be encountered. But Xiao Han had a trick. Xiao Han had obtained a secret skill on a seal on the surface of the demon egg. 7-fragment saber technique. This 7-fragment saber technique was the supreme secret of the saber Dao. Among them, the 4th move of the 7-fragment saber technique. Emotion-shattering move. The 5th move. Desire-shattering move. Once these 2 moves were cultivated to perfection, the saber intent of the Great Accomplishment stage would be comprehended. This was something to follow. 7 emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, love, evil, desire. 6 desires. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind. After shattering the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures, Xiao Chen casually chopped out with his saber, forgetting about the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures, forgetting about victory and defeat, forgetting about honor and disgrace. He poured out all his energy, battle intent, and saber intent in an instant, making this saber strike flawless and pure. It would reach the realm of transcendence. Its power would be tremendous. One could become a sage and go against the heavens. One could also produce natal saber qi in one's body, which was the great accomplishment of the saber intent. In his previous cultivation, Xiao Han had only shattered the joy and anger of the 7 emotions, as well as the eyes and ears of the 6 desires. After that, he did not move forward. Now, while he was in the spirit house, His mind was flawless and sharp. Xiao Han could continue to cultivate the 7-fragment saber technique and try to shatter the 7 emotions and 6 desires. In an instant, a stunning saber glow appeared around Xiao Han's body. There were also faint saber lights and sword shadows, and a murderous aura. The saber chi that lingered around Xiao Han's body suddenly burst out with a hearty shattering sound. The sorrow of the 7 emotions was shattered by Xiao Han's mind. Immediately after, the music of the 7 emotions was shattered. The nose and tongue of the 6 desires were shattered one after another. Xiao Han's saber chi, saber force, and saber intent all rose. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's reaction speed, spiritual sense, perception, and judgment all froze and slowed down. The talismans that were falling like snowflakes in the spirit house disappeared in an instant. All the superimposed effects on his mental strength disappeared. Xiao Han was beaten back to his original state. The halo of mental strength that was released from his brain also dimmed and extinguished. 2 days had passed. Xiao Han's cultivation time was over. Phew! Xiao Han let out a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. A stunning saber light flashed, like a bolt of cold lightning in the dark night. In the next moment, Xiao Han stood up and stretched. He retracted his aura and concealed his saber chi and saber intent. 2 days of cultivation have passed without me noticing. I'm really reluctant. In these 2 days, not only did my true chi cultivation reach the peak of the 5th stage, I also opened 50 true acupoints. Moreover, my 7-fragment saber technique has also improved tremendously. I'll head out now and accumulate my contribution points properly. The more, the better. The next time I enter the House of Vigor, I'll attempt to break through the 51st acupoint. Furthermore, I'll shatter the remaining love, evil, and lust out of the 7 emotions, as well as the body and will out of the 6 desires. That way, I'll be able to produce my natal saber chi and comprehend saber intent to greater success. In terms of cultivation, Xiao Han's goal was very clear. He was not going to ride a horse blindly. Xiao Han let out a mouthful of turbid air and left the spirit house. On the 29th floor of the Xianxia Tower, the environment was comfortable and fragrant. It was a quiet and pleasant resting area. In one of the private rooms, Wu ***, Dongfeng Qin, and Feng Ling were sitting in the private room. They were smiling and chatting. 2 days have passed. Junior brother Xiao Han should be coming out of the spirit house and ending his cultivation. This time, junior brother Xiao Han is mainly cultivating his true chi in the spirit house to increase his true chi realm. I wonder how many true acupoints have been opened in junior brother Xiao Han's body. Sect Master, what do you think? Dongfeng Qin looked at Wu *** curiously. Feng Ling also looked at Wu ***. Wu *** pondered for a while and smiled. There's no harm in making a guess. Xiao Han's body was as strong as the sea. In the Hex Hero preliminaries, he had overcome many obstacles and obtained the toughening of his mind and spirit. The battle with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor had even transformed his soul and greatly stimulated his life potential. It could be said that Xiao Han had accumulated a lot. Now, these accumulations would burst out all at once and feed back to Xiao Han. It would be very beneficial. Before Xiao Han entered the spirit house, he had opened 36 true acupoints in his body. After cultivating in the 10-time spirit house for 2 days, I guess that Xiao Han has at least opened 10 acupoints. In other words, he should be in the middle stage of True Chi Stage 5 now with 46 true acupoints opened in his body. This Sect Master, the 41st true acupoint is a threshold. Moreover, from 41 to 50 true acupoints, the difficulty of opening each acupoint will increase. I conservatively estimate that junior brother Xiao Han should have opened 43 true acupoints. Feng Ling said solemnly. I'm very optimistic about junior brother Xiao Han. I'll be more optimistic and guess 1 more acupoint than Sect Master. Junior brother Xiao Han has opened 47 true acupoints. Dongfeng Qin said happily. That's not possible. Feng Ling frowned slightly. All right, Xiao Han has sent a message to me that he has come out of seclusion. Now, let's ask this kid to come over. Let's see with our own eyes how far he has cultivated. Is it 43, 46, or 47? Ha ha ha. Wu *** stood up. It seemed that he would have to go through some twists and turns. But I'm not in a hurry. With enough accumulation, success would naturally follow. Without enough accumulation, no matter how hard one tried, it would be useless. A blind man trying to light a lamp is a waste of wax, Xiaohan said calmly. Yes, expanding acupoints is no small matter. Don't be impatient. Wu Yu gestured for Xiaohan to sit down. They sat down again. Xiaohan, Dongfeng, Feng Ling. The three of you are currently at the pinnacle of Duan 5 Zhenqi, and you have opened 50 acupoints. Expanding acupoints is a matter of urgency. Now, all of you listen up. Crow's tone also became serious. The three of them held their breaths. In this world, there are many martial artists who cultivate true qi. A portion of them can reach the pinnacle of Duan 5 Zhenqi, but to take the next step, to open the 51st acupoint and start expanding acupoints, they are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Now, I will tell you that what you need to do now is to accumulate. Desperately accumulate. Through endless battles to hone your spirit, and spirit, through endless amounts of sacred medicine to nourish your body and meridians, meditation, enlightenment, fighting with demons, studying martial techniques, and so on. All of these are accumulations. You might be able to successfully accumulate before expanding acupoints, or you might not have any hope for your entire life, Wu Yu said with assurance. This process of accumulation is extremely important. It affects the result of the first expansion. In the expanded acupoint realm, the first expansion, which is also the opening of the 51st acupoint, is especially important. Frankly speaking, after reaching the expanded acupoint realm, the result of the first expansion could directly determine one's future prospects. Without a doubt. If the first acupoint expansion could only expand by 1 or 2 times, then the second, third, and even the 10th acupoint expansion would not have much of an improvement. It is impossible to expand the acupoint by 1 time and 10 times the second time. On the other hand, if the first expansion exceeds 10 times, then the second, third, and even the subsequent expansion will not be too weak. Sect leader, I understand. The first expansion can determine one's future achievements. Xiaohan understood. Then, sect leader, if the first expansion exceeds 10 times, then you are practically a genius, right? If the first expansion exceeds 10 times, then you are a genius among geniuses. You are destined to shine brightly in the future, and your name will shake the world. Wu Yu nodded seriously. When Ming Chu first expanded his acupoint, it was only 7 times, not more than 10 times. But Ming Chu was already an outstanding figure in the entire Yaoxia world. In this 10-year holy war, if Ming Chu is willing to participate, then his ranking will move up. Wu Yu smiled slightly. Xiaohan, I have told you that in this world, if a martial artist can expand the acupoint by more than 50 times in the expanding acupoint realm, he is already a genius and can be called a king. If it can reach 80 times or 90 times, then it is absolutely heaven-defying. Furthermore, according to my sect's experience, the second expansion is almost always weaker than the first. The third expansion is also almost always weaker than the second. Each expansion is weaker than the previous one. Therefore, I will say that the first expansion is very important, and it can determine one's future achievements. The more times the acupoint is expanded, the more benefits you will get when qi is condensed into talismans. Deciding the number of acupoints for the first expansion depends on your current accumulation. You must accumulate enough to break through the 51st true acupoint. Don't break through rashly. If you accumulate enough to barely meet the requirements to break through the 51st true acupoint, even if you break through, it is only 1 or 2 times, which is meaningless. You are destined to be a stepping stone in the expanding acupoint realm. Do you understand? Wu Yu said solemnly. Understood. Dongfeng Qin and Feng Ling exchanged glances. They nodded at the same time. Phew, sect leader. Fortunately I did not blindly break through just now, otherwise, as you said, even if I break through the 51st true acupoint, it will be in vain. If the first expansion is only 1 time, then every subsequent expansion will be worse than the previous one. When I reach the peak of the expanding acupoint realm, I can only expand 10 times at most, which is really meaningless. It will make people laugh at me. Well, from now on I will slowly accumulate. At all costs. I must strengthen my foundation. Only when I have enough capital will I break through the 51st true acupoint. Hehe. Let's see if I can be on par with eldest senior brother in the first expansion. Xiao Han, based on your current situation, as long as you are calm and accumulate well, it is not impossible to surpass the beginning of Ming Dynasty. Who knows, you might be able to achieve 10 times the number in your first attempt. In the history of the entire Xianxia world, you will be one of the best. At that time, the higher-ups of the Xianxia Pagoda will definitely do their best to cultivate you. 10 times. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of hope. Junior brother Fong Ling, let's not be too lazy and accumulate well. Well, from tomorrow onwards, we will work together to take on missions and participate in all kinds of life and death battles with the demon clan. Although our aptitude is not as good as junior brother Xiao Han, as your senior brother, we can't fall too far behind, right? Ha 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 ha. Dong Fengqin laughed out loud. There was no jealousy in his expression. Yes, we should all work hard. If we don't reach the expanding acupoint realm, this life will be in vain. Feng Ling's eyes were firm. You guys work hard. Wu Xiao smiled and nodded. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the private room. Brother Wu Xiao, are you here? A man's voice with an ethereal charm sounded outside the private room. Mu Zishi? Wu Xiao's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but stand up. With a wave of his sleeve, the door of the private room opened. Brother Mu, rare guest, really rare guest. Immediately, Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling also stood up at the same time. Junior brother Xiao Han, the person who came is Mu Zishi, a tyrannical figure on the demon hero ranking. He is only one step away from the ranks of the ancient giants. His cultivation is unfathomable. In his life, he has encountered countless fortuitous encounters and killed countless demon clan. His luck is overwhelming and he is a legend. In the 4 regions, all living beings have even built many holy temples and burned incense to worship Mu Zishi. This person is on par with our sect master. Dong Fengqin quickly reminded Xiao Han in a low voice. Such a powerful person? Xiao Han couldn't help but stand up. At this moment, Xiao Han looked up and saw a middle-aged man in thin clothes walking in calmly. There was a faint wind blowing out from every pore of this person's body. His body seemed to contain infinite light. The light was so bright that people would feel dizzy if they took a few more glances at him. In his eyes, there was an ancient divine light, and there were runes overflowing with immortal qi. His every move was like a god descending to the mortal world. Amazing. This spirit and bearing. A great master. A true great master. I wonder how many times stronger he is compared to that Li Fanming. Xiao Han was secretly impressed. Brother Wu, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Ha 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 ha. The person who came, Mu Zishi, shook hands with Wu Li. The two of them looked at each other, and there was a strong sense of friendship in their eyes, as if they had been through life and death together. Brother Mu, please sit. Wu Li did not say much. It was as if there was no need to say anything. Mu Zishi did not stand on ceremony and sat down casually in the private room. However, even though he was just casually sitting there, it was as if he was sitting in the throne room. His aura and majesty revealed his unfathomable strength. Sit down. Wu Li nodded slightly to Xiao Han, Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling. They all sat down. Suddenly, Mu Zishi looked at Xiao Han. Brother Wu, this is the young Xiao Han? Your pure rain sex genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. He rose to power and even killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. He's in the limelight for a while. This matter has spread throughout the entire Yaoxia Tower. Everyone is amazed. Mu Zishi's eyes were very powerful. With just a glance at Xiao Han, he seemed to have seen through Xiao Han's weight, explosive force, speed, heartbeat and all kinds of vitality. His mental power was very strong and had a penetrating power. He could almost easily see through Xiao Han's life force, even his internal organs, as if he was looking at the lines on his palm. However, he did not find anything unusual in Xiao Han's heart. Frankly speaking, although Mu Zishi was powerful, he was still a lot weaker than the spirit wave that wanted to rush into Xiao Han's heart. It was almost like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, he had already been scanned by the extremely strong spirit wave. Now, facing the much weaker spirit wave of Mu Zishi, Xiao Han was naturally able to deal with it calmly. Xiao Han even smiled at Mu Zishi. Mu Zishi was moved. This bearing. Mu Zishi was shocked. Brother Wu, this young man is amazing. He is only at the 5th level of true qi, but he can actually be as calm as water when facing my gaze. Amazing. Too amazing. Xiao Han, you should also prepare to expand your acupoints, right? Yes, accumulate well. Yes, senior, Xiao Han hurriedly said. He was also embarrassed. If he had not been baptized by a stronger spirit wave, Xiao Han would definitely not be able to maintain a calm state of mind when facing Mu Zishi's godlike light. Mu Zishi took a deep look at Xiao Han, then looked away and started chatting with Wu Li. Brother Wu, I have already given up my ranking on the demon hero ranking and will no longer roam the world. I am now in the Xianxia Tower and am responsible for some trivial matters such as running errands and passing messages. Ha ha ha. Mu Zishi smiled. However, it is also a good opportunity to cultivate and accumulate well. Oh? Brother Mu, you actually gave up your ranking? In this 10 years sacred war, you could have tried to become one of the eternal giants. Why are you so dispirited at this time and even gave up your ranking? Wu was slightly stunned. Ha ha. Brother Wu, it doesn't matter. I can take back this ranking at any time. It is not that I have lost my ambition, but I am just a little tired. Mu Zishi shook his head and laughed. I understand. Wu Li thought for a few seconds and laughed. It seems that Brother Mu is confident to become one of the eternal giants, so you gave up your ranking so that you can completely relax and rest the fatigue in your heart. If I'm not wrong, Brother Mu is preparing to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, stepping into the ranks of the eternal giants in one go. Good, good. Brother Mu is not only not dispirited, but also planning before taking action. I have misunderstood. Ha ha ha. I will not participate in this 10 years sacred war. I will accumulate strength and wait for the next time. Mu Zishi did not deny it. After a pause, Mu Zishi looked at Xiao Han again. Brother Wu, this time I came here, firstly to catch up with Brother Wu, and secondly, I have something to discuss with Xiao Han. This matter is also the intention of the higher-ups, and I am responsible for passing the message. Wu, Dongfang Qin, Feng Ling, and even Xiao Han himself were shocked. This Mu Zishi was a powerful character who stepped into the ranks of the eternal giants. He was a top figure among the eternal giants. Why did he specially come to find Xiao Han? Moreover, he kept saying that this was the intention of the higher-ups. What did the higher-ups mean? Chapter 262. Xiao Han's heart tightened when he heard that Mu Zishi was here to convey some instructions from the higher-ups. Uneasy. Torturous. Could it be that the powerful spiritual fluctuation from before has seen through the great secret lying dormant in my heart? So, in order to deal with me, it sent this Mu Zishi, a giant throughout the ages, to capture and suppress me? In an instant, Xiao Han felt as if there was a thorn in his back. He was restless, his body tensed up, and his essence, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. The demon the arch tattoo on his left arm trembled and twitched. His fighting spirit began to rise in his heart. Once things changed and the truth was exposed, Xiao Han would definitely not sit and wait for death. At that time, he would fight with his life on the line and see if he could kill his way out of the Yaoxia pagoda. Xiao Han looked at Mu Zishi indifferently. Senior, what instructions do you have for me? Mu Zishi seemed to have noticed the change in Xiao Han. He was slightly stunned and immediately smiled. Xiao Han, it's not that I'm looking for you. The elders want me to pass a message to you. Mu Zishi paused and smiled at Wu Yu. Brother Wu, I'm just in charge of some trivial matters now, running errands for the old antiques of the Elders Guild. Brother Mu, what message does the Elders Guild want you to pass to Xiao Han? Wu Yu tapped his fingers on the agarwood table and said calmly. At the same time, Wu Yu glanced at Xiao Han from the corner of his eyes, signaling him to stay calm and not panic. Mu Zishi smiled and said, Brother Wu, to be honest, you and I are both heroes of the older generation. In this life, We have experienced many legends and met countless people. Out of all the new heroes, have you ever seen a youth like Xiao Han who has surpassed the ancients and the present? As soon as he became a hero, he dared to take on the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. His courage and insight are unparalleled. Moreover, he was able to successfully kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I think Xiao Han must have used some strategies to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. He might even have turned defeat into victory and sought survival in the midst of death. I've never seen such a brave and resourceful genius before. I'm afraid Brother Wu has never seen one before, right? One of a kind, Crow said directly. Xiao Han stared at Mu Zishi without blinking, trying to read her expression. If anything happened, Xiao Han would go berserk. However, Xiao Han realized that Mu Zishi was praising him instead. Moreover, his tone was extremely sincere, without the slightest hint of pretense. This caused Xiao Han to be a little puzzled. Why are you nagging? Why are you only praising me? And Mu Zishi continued. Brother Wu, to tell you the truth, the elders are full of praises for Xiao Han and hold him in high regard. Xiao Han's performance in this year's Hex Hero Preliminaries was very appealing to the elders, which made them think highly of Xiao Han. Xiao Han's success in killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor made the old men applaud him. Oh, are the higher-ups preparing to groom Xiao Han? Wu Xiao laughed. Mu Zishi smiled but said nothing. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you've only been a fiendish hero for a few months, so you don't have a ranking on the fiendish hero ranking. Right. Huh. Xiao Han was stunned. Yes, I know. There are millions of fiendish heroes in this world, but only 10,000 of them can get a ranking. To be able to get on the fiendish hero ranking is a matter of fame and glory. It is an honor. However, I'm not experienced enough to compete for a ranking on the fiendish hero ranking. But I yearn for it. I also want a place on the fiendish hero ranking. Ha ha. Mu Zishi nodded with a smile. How ambitious. Feng Ling blurted out. Are the higher-ups going to make an exception and allow Xiao Han to participate in the Fiendish Hero Ranking Challenge? Ha 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 ha. Mu Zishi laughed loudly. According to the rules, every new Fiendish hero must serve for 2 years and pay 50,000 contribution points before they can participate in the ranking challenge. This rule has been used until now and has never been changed. No matter how enchanting, how pretentious, and how monstrous he was, the elders would not change the rules for him. But Xiao Han broke this rule, causing the elders to no longer abide by the rules and agreed to let Xiao Han participate in the Fiendish Hero Ranking Challenge in advance. Xiao Han, are you interested in challenging once? Once you succeed, you can get a ranking on the Fiendish Hero Ranking. And I can tell you that this is a relatively high ranking. It depends on whether you have ambition or not. Now the opportunity is in front of you. Xiao Han frowned and thought about it. The higher-ups of the Fiendish Hero Tower want me to participate in the Fiendish Hero Ranking Challenge. What are they planning? Didn't that powerful mental fluctuation already notice the abnormality in my heart? Why didn't they punish me immediately, but instead seem to want to cultivate me? What kind of crafty plot was hidden in this? It's really worth pondering. Wu Yu, Dongfeng Qin, and Feng Ling looked at Xiao Han at the same time. Senior Mu. I don't know anything about the Fiendish Hero Ranking Challenge. I have never heard of it. I don't know what the situation is. Xiao Han hesitated. Brother Mu, what is the ranking this time? Don't keep me guessing. Just say it in one breath. Wu Yu looked at Mu Zishi. Okay, Mu Zishi nodded. It's like this. Last month, the famous Fiendish hero, Hai Chengtian, who was ranked 1,650th on the Fiendish Hero Ranking, voluntarily gave up his ranking and retired from the Fiendish Hero Tower. Currently, he is on the 488th floor of the Fiendish Hero Tower, responsible for managing the secret training room. In other words, the 1,650th place on the Fiendish Hero Ranking is now vacant. Those who are ambitious can compete for this position. If Xiao Han is willing to participate in this Fiendish Hero Ranking Challenge, once you successfully break through, you will directly get a ranking 1. Xiao Han, what do you think? A ranking within 2,000 is already in the upper reaches of the entire Fiendish Hero Ranking. It is relatively close to the ancient giants. To be able to get this ranking is definitely not a small matter. It is definitely a glorious thing for the sect. In the future, in the secular world, there will be people who will build temples for you and worship you day and night. Even in the entire fiendish hero world, you will be respected. After a pause, Mu Zishi continued to talk incessantly. There was no lack of incitement in his tone. Of course, Xiaohan, you may not care about empty reputation. However, when you get this ranking, there will be many real benefits. Let me tell you, the top of the fiendish hero ranking has a lot of privileges. You can enter many secret realms and ancient country ruins that ordinary fiendish heroes do not have access to. You can participate in missions to hunt mutated demon emperors. You can even form teams to participate in large-scale battles to encircle the great demon emperor. Every month, you can get a portion of contribution points. Well, you don't need to complete any missions. The higher-ups will directly allocate you a lot of contribution points. You can also use this ranking to buy vital energy secret manuals, various maps, intelligence, and even enter the secret cultivation room to get some discounts. Are you serious? Not only will there be a fixed monthly reward of contribution points, but you can also get discounts and save contribution points for doing anything in the Fiendish Hero Tower? Xiaohan was dumbfounded. Xiaohan, it's like this. Before this, you did not have a ranking, so I never mentioned this kind of thing to you. In case you get distracted. Now that Brother Mu has said it like this, I won't hide it anymore. Once you enter the top 200 on the Fiendish Hero ranking, you will have many privileges and preferential treatment. It is not something that ordinary fiendish heroes can compare to. Wu Li also nodded in agreement. For example, a ranking of 1650 will receive 200,000 contribution points every month. You can get it for free. Moreover, you can buy secret manuals and maps in the Fiendish Hero Tower, precious medicine, divine weapons, and enter all kinds of secret cultivation rooms at a 20% discount. That works. Xiaohan was surprised. All in all, it is a matter of both fame and fortune. Mu Zishi continued to instigate and instigate. Xiaohan, the higher-ups made an exception to give you this opportunity. You have only become a fiendish hero for a few months, and you have already obtained a heaven-sent opportunity to become famous. Brother Wu and I do not have such good luck. Back then, we both struggled for more than 10 years before we had the opportunity to compete for such a ranking. Xiaohan, in fact, I personally think very highly of you. I also hope that you can create this immortal miracle, unprecedented, and within a year of becoming a fiendish hero, you will jump from being unknown to the top of the fiendish hero ranking. This kind of feat can be called a legend and will definitely be recorded in history. Oh! Xiaohan licked his lips. His mind was spinning, and all kinds of thoughts came one after another. Could it be that the higher-ups of the Fiendish Hero Tower have discovered my secret and really want to get rid of me, so they found such a reason to let me participate in the ranking challenge, but in this challenge, they planted a chess piece to suppress me? What a good plan. You can kill me in a justifiable and unbeknownst to a ghost. Xiaohan, this is an opportunity. However, I do not want you to make a hasty decision. You must not be reckless. Think carefully. Wu Dong said seriously. Participating in this kind of ranking challenge, the possibility of death is very low, but there is also competition, which can be called cruel competition. Once you fail, you may leave a psychological shadow, or even a mental demon, which will cause you to be unable to recover in the future. The mortality rate is very low? Xiaohan was puzzled. Yes, junior brother Xiaohan, think about it. Those who are qualified to compete for this ranking are all senior fiendish heroes with unparalleled merits, and they are all respected in their own areas. For our fiendish hero world, the death of one is an irreparable loss. Therefore, competition is competition, and the higher-ups will not allow death. As much as possible, we must prevent the contestants from falling into the sand and losing their lives. Junior brother Xiaohan, if you are confident, why not participate? This is a rare opportunity. Think about it, if you get a ranking of 1650, in the future when you go out in the pugilistic world, take out the Fiendish Hero token, and countless fiendish heroes will bow down to you, wouldn't that be very impressive? Ha 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 ha. Indeed, a ranking of 1650 was already very, very high. However, Xiaohan's heart was in turmoil. If they want to torture me, why let me participate in a ranking competition with a low mortality rate? This is not right. Seeing that Xiaohan was hesitating, Wu Dong asked. Xiao Han, are you not confident? If you really don't have enough confidence, then forget it. It's okay if you don't participate. There will be opportunities in the future. It's not that I don't have confidence. Xiao Han hesitated for a few breaths, and then opened his mouth to ask. Senior Mu, I wonder what realm this senior fiendish hero who was originally ranked 1650 is at? Without a doubt, he is at the expanded acupoint realm. This junior would like to ask, how many times did he expand his acupoints, and how many times did he expand his acupoints? Or, has he already turned his true chi into true talisman and reached the talisman transformation realm? Also, how many people are participating in this ranking competition, and who are they? I hope that Senior Mu can tell me one by one. Xiao Han, it seems that you are already tempted by these questions. Ha ha ha, not bad. Knowing oneself will win 100 battles. Alright, I'll tell you one by one. Mu Zixi eyes were filled with praise and admiration. Young people, it's good to be brave and diligent, and to dare to fight and fight. It's not good to be a coward. Xiao Han, since you dared to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, it's impossible that you don't dare to participate in this ranking competition. Chapter 263. Yes, Xiao Han was indeed tempted by the Devil Hero Ranking Challenge. Let's not talk about the benefits of winning this ranking. Now that Xiao Han had opened 50 acupoints, he was about to take the crucial step of breaking through to the 51st acupoint and step into the expanded acupoint state. To expand acupoints, he needed to accumulate. He needed to go through Mountain of Blades and Sea of Fire. He needed to transform in the face of death, and he needed to develop his life potential as much as possible. Cultivating true chi was the way to go. Xiao Han knew that if he wanted to go further on the path of cultivation, or even become an immortal in the future, he had to make great progress in the cultivation of true chi and kill everything in his way. Cultivating true chi was not like cooking tea, admiring flowers, singing to wine, riding on a crane, but a path of no return. It was a path of no return. One had to overcome all obstacles, constantly kill the demons in one's heart, eradicate the demon race, and wander between life and death. In the end, one had to break through all illusions and seek the truth to prove one's Tao. Therefore, for Xiao Han, the Hex Hero Ranking Challenge was not just a simple ranking, but also a chance to hone his skills. To be able to compete with many senior Hex heroes, to be on an equal footing, and even to be the champion, was a huge accumulation in itself. If he wanted to expand acupoints well, he couldn't do without this accumulation. This Hex Vigilante Ranking Challenge is a competition for the 1650th place. It's definitely much more valuable than the Hex Vigilante Preliminaries. It's totally different. Xiao Han knew. However, Xiao Han also suspected that the higher-ups of the Devil Hero Pagoda made an exception for him to participate in the Devil Hero Ranking Challenge. They might want to eliminate him, or even suppress him. Dig out his heart and dissect his abdomen for research. The situation was extremely dangerous. However, from another perspective, the other party was a higher-up of the Devil Hero Pagoda and was suspected to be an immortal. Dealing with such a colossus that could suppress the universe and cover the heavens with a single hand was simply like a child's play. Therefore, even if Xiao Han refused to participate in the Devil Hero Ranking Challenge, the other party would come up with other plans and schemes. Running away was not a solution. Instead of worrying every day and being on guard day and night, it would cause distracting thoughts in his heart. It might even breed a terrifying demon in his heart. It was better to face it calmly. Deal with it as it comes. Life was short, like a mayfly's dream. There was no room for so many schemes. There was no room for so much forbearance. Fighting with all his might was Xiao Han's Tao. Senior Mu, please tell me about the strength of the Senior Devil Hero 1650 on the original Devil Hero ranking list, as well as the situation of the Devil Heroes who are participating in the competition for this ranking. Indeed, this junior's heart palpitated with eagerness, and I also wanted to obtain this ranking. He officially made a name for himself in the world of chivalry. Xiao Han looked at Mu Zixi and said, "It's time to raise the prestige of our pure maiden sect." Good, Xiao Han, listen well. Mu Zixi looked at Xiao Han with great approval, her words overflowing with praise. The person who originally occupied the 1650th spot on the Devil Hero ranking was the famous Devil Hero Xianxia. This person was extremely brave and talented. He had long occupied the top 2,000 of the Monster Hero ranking list. He had also killed high-level monster emperors and had made great contributions. He cultivated the mountain and sea fist scripture. With the mountains as the scripture and the sea as the latitude, his fists were like falling stars, engulfing the 9 prefectures and destroying everything. He was a tough character to deal with. In terms of the true Qi realm, it was no small matter. He was at the peak of the expanded meridian realm, expanding his meridians 10 times, opening 60 true meridians in his body, expanding them 46 times. The volume of his true Qi was majestic. Even the mountain and sea prison could not compare to him. All these years, I heard that Xianxia was accumulating his strength. He wanted to transform all the true Qi in his body into true talismans, break through the 61st true meridian, and step into the talisman transformation realm. From what I can see, Xianxia's situation is very similar to mine. He looked like he wanted to give up his ranking and retire from the Devil Hero Tower, but in reality, he wanted to let go of his burden, his honor, and go all out to achieve the talisman transformation realm. Moreover, many people know that Xianxia had already touched the threshold of transforming true Qi into true talismans. Although he did not break through the last layer of window paper, his combat strength is close to that of a normal talisman transformation realm. He is indeed a powerful person. He is ranked within the top 2,000 of the Devil Hero ranking list. He deserves his reputation. Feng Ling sighed deeply. After listening to Mu Zixi introduction, Xiao Han could roughly guess the combat strength of this Devil Hero, Xianxia. The pinnacle of the expanded meridian realm, expanding acupoints by 46 times. He is an expert among experts. His true Qi is as deep as the ocean, and the cultivation technique he cultivates is definitely a top-notch cultivation technique. If I were to fight him, I would definitely be tortured to death by such a powerful person with brute force. I might only stand a chance if I use demonic techniques. If I want to defeat him, I might have to use my trump card, the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique, Green Dragon Possession, Xiao Han continuously evaluated in his heart. Senior Mu, in other words, the senior devil heroes who are competing with me to fill this vacancy must have combat strength close to Xianxia's. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the confidence to compete for his ranking, Xiao Han guessed. Yes, those who are not strong enough to participate in this ranking challenge are asking to be humiliated. It can be said that those who covet Xianxia's ranking must be senior devil heroes who have made great achievements in cultivation in recent years and think that they are qualified to replace him. All of them are arrogant and unruly people. According to the information I have, apart from you, Xiao Han, there are a total of 15 senior devil heroes who have signed up for the competition. They are all arrogant and are determined to get the 1650 ranking, Mu Zixi said while looking at Xiao Han. 15 senior devil heroes? In other words, including me, there will be a total of 16 people participating in this Devil Hero ranking challenge. Among the 16 people, only one will be able to get the 1650 ranking of Xianxia. Xiao Han also understood. 1 in 16 chance, Wu Li muttered as he tapped his fingers on the agarwood table. Xiao Han, it is different from the Devil Hero trial. Once you participate in this Devil Hero ranking challenge, your opponents will not be useless. The 15 opponents are all experienced devil heroes who have walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Their lives are filled with legendary experiences, and each of them has their own fortuitous encounters and their own unique skills. They kill the devil clan as if it is nothing to them. They are experienced, and the older they get, the more determined they become. They are all great figures who have been famous throughout history and illuminated the 9 states. They can also start their own sects and become grandmasters. Each of them is not easy to deal with. You have to face a total of 15 people like this. Indeed, it is very difficult. 1650, such a ranking is not so easy to get, Feng Ling also reminded Xiao Han. Xiao Han, senior brother Dongfeng and I are also not ordinary people. We have been devil heroes for a long time, but our ranking is outside the top 5,000. For us, a ranking like 1650 is out of our reach. We don't even dare to think about it. Xiao Han, it is extremely difficult for you to compete for such a high ranking. Although you are a genius in your life, your luck is like a rainbow. However, I'm still lacking a little in terms of maturity and experience. Brother Mu, those 15 people. What is their background? Wu Li asked. Brother Wu, I am not very clear about the specific details. I have not received the list of participants yet. However, as far as I know, among the 15 participants, 12 of them are within the top 2,000 of the Devil Hero ranking. Only 2 of them are outside the top 2,000. The remaining one has no ranking. Mu Zixi tone became extremely serious at the end. In fact, if there is no accident, among the 15 participants, the most dangerous and terrifying one happens to be the one without ranking. No ranking, but the most terrifying. Xiao Han was puzzled. Heh. Mu Zixi looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, I don't have a ranking right now. I know. In other words, a devil hero who originally had a good ranking, like Senior Mu, gave up his ranking. Now, he wants to come back and make a comeback. Therefore, he covets the position of 1650. He wants to regain his ranking. Xiao Han woke up from a dream. Who is this person? Wu Li's voice also became serious. It is a mystery for the time being. However, this person's original ranking was within the top 1500. Mu Zixi said word by word. Hiss. Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling gasped at the same time. The devil hero within the top 1500, after giving up his ranking and retiring for a period of time, couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to come out. He wanted to first obtain a ranking of 1650, then catch up and take back his previous ranking, or even climb up and go further. This kind of person is indeed very dangerous. Dong Fengqin said dumbfoundedly. There is actually such a person? Xiao Han licked his lips. In his heart he thought. However, if I directly compete with such a dangerous person, once I step on him, I will gain an indescribable accumulation. The benefits of expanding the acupoints are very great. Knowing that there was such a person participating in the ranking challenge, Xiao Han's heart not only did not have too much worry and fear, but also a little excited. His fighting spirit began to rise. His blood and qi surged. In addition to this formidable opponent, I know that there is also the Great Sun Son of Heaven. Mu Zixi spoke again. The Great Sun Son of Heaven is also a devil hero with infinite potential. On the devil hero ranking, he is ranked 1701. In the southern domain Blazing Sun Empire, he personally created a sect, the Sun God Palace. It has spread its branches and developed into a powerful force in the Blazing Sun Empire. Before this, the Great Sun Son of Heaven expanded his acupoints 9 times, 43 times. However, these few months, he did not come out of seclusion. After many years of accumulation, he officially broke through the 60th acupoint. He said that in the 10th time, he would strive to increase the capacity of his true qi to 50 times. 3 days ago, the Great Sun Son of Heaven came out of seclusion. He had successfully broken through the 60th acupoint and completed the last expansion. Now, I am afraid that he has already begun to transform his true qi into true talismans, trying to ascend to the talisman transformation realm in one fell swoop. The Great Sun Son of Heaven? Xiao Han was shocked. He also wants to participate in the competition for the 1650th rank? Then how many times has his acupoint expanded now? He did not expand his acupoint by 50 times as he wished, but expanding it by 47 times is enough to look down on all the other heroes. Mu Zixi smiled. The Great Sun Son of Heaven is very ambitious. After coming out of seclusion, he immediately wants to compete fiercely and snatch the 1650th rank. In fact, on one hand, he wants to verify his combat strength, on the other hand, he wants to make a name for himself, and on the other hand, it is to pave the way for him to ascend to the talisman transformation realm. It is also considered as accumulating. Probably, the Great Sun Son of Heaven does not care about this ranking, but wants to use this competition to gain enough accumulation. Xiao Han, the current situation of the Great Sun Son of Heaven is similar to yours. You want to pave the way for the expansion of acupoints, to accumulate the foundation. The Great Sun Son of Heaven is to pave the way for the talisman transformation. The Great Sun Son of Heaven? Hehe. Good, very good. It seems that I, Xiao Han, and him have really met on a narrow path. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with faint hatred. Xiao Han, could there be some enmity between you and the Great Sun Son of Heaven? Mu Zishi was slightly stunned. To be honest, back then, Junior's strength was not good enough, and I was threatened by the great son of heaven many times, and was even almost captured by him. Moreover, in this year's Monster Hero selection, in the Southern Region preliminary competition, Junior even personally killed the proud disciple of the great son of heaven, Crown Prince Hua Lai. It can be said that Junior and the great son of heaven have a deep hatred. He once humiliated Junior, regarded me as an ant, and wanted to trample me to death. That year, Junior made a vow that one day, I will make him pay back double. Heh. I didn't expect there to be such a story. This also made this year's Monster Hero ranking competition more interesting. Haha. Xiao Han, are you going to participate or not? This is the decision. Mu Zishi teased, and immediately looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han couldn't help but look at Wu Yu. Xiao Han, you make the decision yourself. However, according to your temperament, you should already have a choice, right? Wu Yu smiled, held up the teacup, and lightly took a sip of the fragrant tea. Yes, Sect Master. Disciple already has a plan. Xiao Han licked his lips and looked at Mu Zishi. Senior Mu, since the Elder Guild specially asked you to inform Junior of this matter, it seems that the higher-ups also want Junior to participate. Since things have come to this, Junior has no reason to refuse. Alright, Junior will participate in this Monster Hero ranking competition, compete for the 1650th rank, and compete with 15 competitors. This is a rare opportunity to accumulate strength. Junior does not want to miss it. Chapter 264. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Han finally agreed to participate in the Devil Hero Ranking Challenge and compete with 15 senior Devil Heroes for the high ranking of 1650. Good. Heroes come from young. Xiao Han, I didn't misjudge you. Hearing Xiao Han's quick answer, Mu Zishi's eyes were also filled with relief, and his eyes were burning with anticipation. He even looked like he was going to watch a good show. Those old men in the Elders' Council also hope that Xiao Han won't refuse and waste this great opportunity. In reality, those old men have repeatedly expressed that in this ranking challenge competition, they will not let Xiao Han die. Even if you cannot defeat the other competitors and obtain this ranking in the end, you will definitely not lose your life. You can rest assured about this. Just go to the competition with peace of mind. Be brave and strive for the top. Brother Mu, I want to see how you can be a busybody. Wu Li laughed involuntarily. Mu Zishi also smiled. To tell you the truth, Brother Wu, in recent years, there has been no sensational event in the whole Devil Hero world. Life is really peaceful. Finally, Xiao Han, like a god descending to the world, has the opportunity to create a rare miracle. I am also very eager to witness this miracle. I want to witness this miracle with my own eyes. Brother Wu, throughout history, there has never been a young Devil Hero in his 20s who can be ranked within 2000 on the Devil Hero ranking list. Now Xiao Han has this possibility. Xiao Han is not only challenging this ranking, but also challenging history and challenging the record. Once he succeeds, it will be a great achievement that will be famous for thousands of years. Hearing Mu Zishi's words, Xiao Han also did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, looking at his attitude, Xiao Han did not feel that Mu Zishi had any hostility or conspiracy against him. Perhaps, Mu Zishi still does not know that my secret has been targeted by the Devil Hero Tower. There is no other way. Now I can only advance step by step. Xiao Han thought to himself. Xiao Han, I'll be taking my leave now. Prepare yourself. 5 days later, this year's Devil Hero Ranking Challenge will officially begin. Mu Zishi stood up, nodded to Xiao Han, and gave him an encouraging look. I will send the detailed information of the 15 competitors to you as soon as possible. What? The competition will start in 5 days? Isn't this too hasty? Xiao Han was surprised. Well, Xiao Han, the Hex Hero Ranking Challenge has been prepared for a long time. I didn't take you into consideration. The higher-ups aren't going to make an exception to let you participate in the competition. However, after the news of you killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor reached the Xianxia Pagoda, the higher-ups were shocked and decided to let you participate in the competition at the last minute. 5 days might be a bit of a rush, but sharpening a spear at the last moment is better than nothing. I'm still optimistic about Xiao Han's chances of creating a miracle. Ha ha ha, alright, I won't say much. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Brother Wu, I will take my leave first. With that, Mu Zixi left swiftly. Xiao Han, I knew that with your temperament, you would definitely participate in the competition. You even dared to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. What else do you not dare to do? Wu Yu laughed. Sect Head, this is also an important accumulation for me before I attempt to reach Expanding Aperture Realm. Xiao Han nodded his head. Junior brother Xiao Han, this ranking challenge is more than 10 times more dangerous than the Hex Hero Selection Challenge. You will be facing a group of real experts, so you have to fight steadily. Don't be greedy. Fortunately, the death rate of the ranking challenge is very low. Throughout history, there are very few cases of participants dying. Just like what you said, treat it as a training and accumulation. Dongfeng Qin said with a serious face. Xiao Han, I hope that you can continue to create miracles this time. Feng Ling encouraged him. Yes, I will be careful. Xiao Han nodded his head heavily. Xiao Han, I noticed that when you were facing Mu Zixi at the beginning, your emotions were a little out of whack. You even revealed a very obvious battle intent. What exactly happened? Suddenly, Wu Mu lowered his voice and asked. This. Sect Head, it's nothing. Maybe I was too nervous. Xiao Han didn't want to reveal that his secret was discovered by the higher-ups of the Xianxia Pagoda. Oh. Wu Yu took a deep look at Xiao Han, then looked away and took a sip of tea. Xiao Han, remember, no matter what happens, the Pure Cloud sect is your home. I will protect you. Hearing this, Xiao Han was touched. Thank you, Sect Head. Alright, Xiao Han, you only have 5 days to prepare. You should stay in the Xianxia Pagoda and adjust your state. You don't have to return to the Pure Cloud sect for the time being. Do you need to enter the House of Vigor again for cultivation and enlightenment? I can give you some contribution points. Wu Yu said seriously. Dongfeng Qin smiled. Yes, junior brother Xiao Han. The Hex Hero ranking challenge is approaching. Don't go back and forth. Just stay in the Xianxia Pagoda. Don't worry too much about your 2 wives. They are very comfortable with life in the Pure Cloud sect. Once you obtain this extremely high ranking as a devil hero, you can go back in glory and marry them. That would be perfect. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid they wouldn't even dream that they would marry a top devil hero in this life, right? Ha ha ha. Ha. Senior brother Dongfeng, you must be joking. What wedding night? I have never thought about it. Xiao Han was embarrassed. Immediately, Xiao Han raised his head and said to Wu Yu. Sect Master, for me to have you give me contribution points, this disciple feels very apologetic. It's okay. Now is a critical moment. Xiao Han, if you can get this ranking, I will be very pleased. The entire Pure Cloud sect will be glorious. Moreover, it can also improve the status of the Pure Cloud sect in the Beacon Fire Empire and even in the entire southern region. Wu Yu said decisively. Alright, Xiao Han, you can stay in the House of Vigor for the next 5 days. That's good. I will also take the opportunity to refine my saber intent. Xiao Han no longer refused. The 33rd floor of the Xianxia Pagoda. The resting area. In a private room. The Great Sun Emperor and the Dragon Bone Saint Saber were sitting at an agarwood table, talking to each other. At this moment, the Great Sun Emperor's aura was strong. Compared to the past, his spirit and aura were on another level. A blazing sun rose from the top of his head, illuminating the 9 continents. With his body as the center, countless strange phenomena appeared. Within the blazing true qi, countless fire dragons, fire phoenixes, fire tigers, fire crows, and fire cheilants were born and destroyed. It was a marvelous sight. With a slight movement of his body, the wind and clouds gathered. From every pore on his body, a terrifying sound of volcanic eruption could be heard. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, a blazing sun appeared from the body of the Great Sun Emperor. Each of the blazing suns shot out rays of holy light, bathing his body and nourishing his body. Rings of light appeared around the body of the Great Sun Emperor. Within these rings of light, there were runes dancing like spirits. Holy light, sky, blazing sun, fiery trees, silver flowers, and all kinds of rivers, oceans, heavenly palaces, and divine mountains. Auspicious air rose and auspicious clouds shrouded the sky. It made the great Sun Emperor look like a celestial being, high and mighty. The Emperor of the Great Sun just sat there calmly, exuding the demeanor of a supreme expert who was impervious to all sorts of favors and humiliation. If someone were to stand beside him, they would definitely feel an intense pressure, as though a mountain range was pressing down on them, gushing over forcefully. Good. After 10 times, the acupoints had expanded 47 times. Great Sun, this result was enough to bring to the stage. Now you can prepare to break through to the talisman transformation realm. The talismans formed by the true acupoints with 47 times capacity will definitely be wondrous and strong. After I expanded my acupoints 10 times, the capacity of my true acupoints only reached 43 times, and I finally completed the talisman transformation. Great Sun, your foundation is stronger than mine. Once you transform into talismans, your strength will definitely be above mine. The Dragon Bone Saint Blade sighed. The Emperor of the Great Sun snorted indifferently. His eyes were filled with ambition and satisfaction. I wanted to pursue perfection, to expand my acupoints by 50 times and build a strong foundation. However, I am still lacking. Of course, expanding my acupoints by 47 times is indeed not a small matter. When I step into the talisman transformation realm, I will definitely catch up and greatly increase my ranking on the Devil Hero ranking. This time, my participation in the challenge for the 1650th place on the Devil Hero ranking is the first step to my rise. I can feel that my life has reached an extremely strong stage, shining brilliantly, and I am just a step away from the talisman transformation realm. If there are no accidents, after this competition, I will be able to accumulate enough to transform my true energy into talismans. Great Sun, your aura is indeed getting stronger. I also think that you will be able to get the 1650th place. The Dragonbone Saint Blade added. By the way, Dragonbone, after I came out of seclusion, I heard that Xiao Han has been in the limelight recently. What is going on? The Great Sun Emperor frowned slightly. Hearing this, the Dragonbone Saint Blade's expression froze, and it frowned deeply. Great Sun, Xiao Han's path of development is too abnormal. After he became a devil hero, the first mission he took was to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is an elite among the high-level demon emperors. Even if we join forces, it's almost impossible to kill him. Instead we might die. This kid and Xiao Mingqiu entered the Great Wilderness together. Xiao Mingqiu is also a powerful person, so I didn't dare to follow them into the Great Wilderness. Moreover, I thought that Xiao Han would be courting death by hunting the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, so I gave up monitoring him. However, I didn't expect that a few months later, the Devil Hero Tower actually received news that Xiao Han had completed the mission and successfully killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. This time, everyone was shocked. It can be said that Xiao Han is currently at the peak of his power, and no one in the younger generation can compete with him. After a pause, the Dragonbone Saint Blade pondered. However, I will never believe that Xiao Han personally killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. He must have done it through someone else. I think it was Xiao Mingqiu who did it. What? Killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? The Emperor of the Great Sun's face suddenly became gloomy, and he even stood up abruptly. This evil creature actually improved so quickly. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Mingqiu who did it, we can't underestimate this evil creature now. Moreover, we can't let him continue to grow. This kid will definitely shine brighter and brighter in the future. By that time, we won't be able to suppress him anymore. No. We must find an opportunity to kill him in advance. We can't give him any more chances to live. His speed of growth makes even me a little afraid. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the Dragonbone Saint Blade laughed out loud. Dragonbone, what are you laughing at? Don't you think that this evil creature Xiao Han is too heaven-defying? If this kind of person doesn't die, we won't be able to eat and sleep in peace. The Emperor of the Great Sun was slightly dissatisfied. Virokana, there are 15 people participating in the Devilman ranking challenge this time, besides you, according to my latest news. Because Xiao Han's recent performance was too dazzling, the higher-ups of the Devil Hero Tower decided to make an exception and let Xiao Han participate in this ranking competition. Ha 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 ha. Great son, that means Xiao Han will be competing with you for the ranking competition. You know what to do, right? Ha 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 ha. The Dragon-Bone Saint Blade's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Great son, as you said, this Xiao Han is too demonic. He is like a ferocious tiger lying in a desolate hill. As long as he doesn't die, we won't be able to have a day of peace. I didn't expect that he would also get involved this time. Great son, with your current cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult for you to suppress Xiao Han. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound. Find a chance to kill him. After that, you will just have to accept some bearable punishment, not death. Ha 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 ha. This is what it means by Heaven's Net has a long way to go. Hearing this, the Emperor of the Great Sun also laughed wildly. I was just worried that I couldn't find a chance to kill this evil creature, but I didn't expect that there would be such an arrangement. Heaven's will. This is really Heaven's will. Dragonbone, Xiao Han was like an ant that we could step on whenever we wanted to. But in just a few years, he became a great threat to us. Don't you think that there's something strange about this? In addition to the secrets of the demon clan, Xiao Han must have had a great fortuitous encounter. I must take this opportunity to get all the secrets of Xiao Han. It will be the perfect foundation for my rise. Ha 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 ha. Dragonbone, don't worry. When the time comes, I will not forget you. The secrets and fortune of Xiao Han will be shared equally between the two of us. All right, great son, it's a deal. All right, you should also prepare yourself. The competition will begin in 5 days. Other than Xiao Han, those who will compete with you for the ranking this time are all formidable opponents. You must not underestimate them. The Dragon-Bone Saint Saber also reminded. Xianxia domain. The sky was clear and boundless. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, above the blue sky, 99 golden rainbows suddenly appeared, piercing through the north and south, and the east and west. Auspicious clouds descended one after another, and it was raining flowers. On these golden rainbows, there were countless young boys and girls. Some of the young boys and girls were boiling water and brewing tea, some were washing tea sets, some were playing musical instruments, some were reading books, and some were waving banners. Between the heavens and the earth, flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. On one of the thickest golden rainbows, there was a young man in a golden robe. He had his hands behind his back, and he walked forward unhurriedly. His steps were very calm, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. However, his steps were steady, slow, and dignified. Suddenly, there was a huge pressure in the sky and on the ground. It made people feel that this man in a golden robe was like a celestial emperor descending to the world to inspect the rivers and mountains. This man looked to be in his 20s or 30s. He had a jade-like face, and the lines of his face were very gentle. His hands were empty, but every move he made emitted a kind of magical charm that could frighten the soul. It was as if anyone in front of him had to bow down to him. My lord is lucky. My lord will enjoy immortal happiness forever, and live as long as the heavens. At that moment, all the boys and girls on the golden rainbow knelt down on their knees and began to chant in a loud and clear voice. The appearance of this man in a golden robe was so magnificent that it was almost unparalleled. Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. 20 years ago, I, Xianxia, fought with a mutated demon emperor in the depths of the Grand Wilderness, and both of us were injured. The mutated demon monarch is indeed powerful. In just a few dozen moves, he managed to force me to the brink of death. However, I made a prompt decision and activated a secret skill. At the cost of exploding my true acupoints, I escaped from the demon's mouth and escaped, but I also injured it a lot. Since then, I gave up my ranking on the monster hero list and retired to the mountains. 20 years have passed, and my injuries have healed. Moreover, with that bloody battle with the mutated demon emperor, my cultivation has actually improved. Ha 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 ha. Well, today, I announce that I, Xianxia, have returned to the Jianghu. First, I will get the ranking of 1650, and then I will show my strength. I, Xianxia, will definitely get the ranking that I lost with my own hands. Ha 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 ha. Tremble. I, Xianxia, am back. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.